All right, guys. I couldn't be more sorry. Couldn't be not sorry. We're not sorry. We're great, but I couldn't be more apologetic. I mean, word choice is power. Word choice is important. There's power of life and death in the tongue, as the scriptures say. And so we're not sorry, but we are apologetic. And man, today was a challenging day. We still trying to stay optimistic. It wasn't, it was just a series of minor challenges that add up when you put together everything. And I'm a little fatigued. I'm very fatigued. So I apologize about the timing. I keep doing this thing while like, okay, I got 2 or 3 hours and I got to go do something. I should have enough time to go do that. And especially on Sundays, if I do have a little bit still left over from the old checkaroo, I don't know why I said checkaroo, but if I do got a little bit, a lot of times I go shopping for the week, right? And after I got off work and I took a long time, I don't know why why I'm explaining to y'all. I love y'all. I'm just trying to tell you why I'm late and shit. I know I haven't looked at the chat yet. I'm gonna turn my head and look and see what the hell y'all wrote. I love y'all. I apologize. I get to everybody's names, as many comments as I can. Then we gonna start playing games. I don't know. Might do both. And I don't know if we can play the same exact games in the thumbnail. I just didn't want to change the thumbnail. But just want to give y'all a heads up because I'm fucking an hour late basically because I started the stream for 10:15, didn't get on till 11. But it was like I said, challenger day at work. But a good day, a blessed day because we woke up and plenty of other reasons. There's other good stuff. I had a few realizations, especially when it comes to my health. So that's kind of cool. And so let's get to the games. Actually, let's probably get to the comments first. Cause oh shit, did I put this on my Kick or Twitch? Well, we're going on Kick and Twitch, but I think it just says game. I could keep it on Retro Games on Kick and Twitch though. Kick and Twitch. The Kick and Twitch. Apologies for my Midwestern and maybe even Southern influence drawl. So let's see if I can find Chrome on this desktop so I can get in to get everything right with y'all, get everything right with the comments, and then start playing games. Or maybe if I feel frisky enough starting to play games, pause. And I'm sure there was some pause-worthy stuff here, right? So I'll see what I did to get the pause. But we're going to get going as soon as I can get everything up. So apologies. Appreciate you guys being patient with me. And, I see that, I don't know, I see that we get new subs, then I see subs go away. YouTube's notorious for that. But then, people might leave. And then, we're going to do some things. It says retro game. Yeah, we'll keep it. We'll definitely probably play some Spyro because that's a pretty safe-esque game. So, okay, we'll just keep it as it is. Oh, let's get the comments up. Let's see what you guys have been talking about. And I won't be able to put the comments you already had up in the thing because I need to start putting this up so I can catch the pre-game comments. Pause. All right. Appreciate you guys being here. Let's see what the hell y'all been talking about. Oh, wow. It's a lot of comments. Howdy, Tom Jensen. I see Richard has a link. I'm going to try to get to everything. If I miss your comment, I apologize. You gave me Billy and Chuck. Well, I guess we sending people such things off. Zombie Man won, but shout out to Billy and Chuck. And I may not play every link. I apologize. Shit. And these comments are being maybe edited out. Shit. So YouTube has the functionality of a fucking orange. And when I try to read the comments, it keeps auto-scrolling down. So apologize if I miss comments. Hey, Tom, how's it going? Chilling. Started a fake book for your channel. Oh, you asked if you should do a TikTok. And I don't know if said for the old hoes. That makes sense. Don't talk about reading skills. Well, people need to read. Shout out Listless. Appreciate you being here. No, we're not calling you an old hoe. We're not calling you an old hoe. Nah, hag maxing. Not an old. Okay, you said you're not a hoe. Hag maxing. Shout out to the maxing. Is that what form of English language is it adverb? Y'all educated between Listless and if Fizz here? Y'all tell me when you put something at the end, is it contraction? What the fuck? Because how they put looks maxing as a phrase, but I don't know what that part. See, They talking about the literacy. They talking about motherfuckers like me who don't remember what the fuck that shit's called. Okay, let me get back to the comments. Don't do social media anymore. Live in Canada. Oh shit, yeah, tone, yeah. For as much of America got problems, and we might get there. We might be there. We might already be there. All things considered. Technically, you still have freedom of speech from the government. You do not have that everywhere else on earth. That's why I allow y'all to exercise freedom of speech, even if I don't agree with a lot of shit y'all say, because it's that fucking important. To the best of my ability, if you're a troll, we got to get rid of you because we got to keep the show going. No disrespect. That's all love. But yeah, Canada, I don't know about Canada's laws specifically. You can tell me, but I know UK for sure. And China and other places, you can't. If you say the wrong thing on social media, you can go to fucking jail in China, in the UK, in other fucking countries that are big countries. Because a lot of times when things fucked up, though, that's in some. Even though everybody is that's crazy, OG. Everybody on what you call Earth matters, but you know what I mean. How some people feel. Goodness, y'all got a ton of stuff. And I keep having to scroll up to get why did YouTube design itself this way? Do you think I might want to read comments that are not the last few comments? I get that no one on the internet but me interacts with their chat. But you saying Jesus is Lord, this is making this day even crazier. Or Christ is Lord, because Christ is Lord. But just for the context of today, it's funny it's a Sunday, it's not a Sabbath, that's not important. Goodness great. Hayden Panettiere died. Yo! Oh my God. And I haven't read every comment I'm trying to manage this fucking chat. That's crazy. If I don't get to your comment, I'm so sorry. Yeah, they censoring stuff on this platform. Hayden Panettiere, bro. Yo, that's no disrespect. Screw Umar. I used to love the show Heroes. In fact, I wanted to and may still call my album How to Stop and Explode, or an album, because I got like dozens of albums in my head that I'm trying to get out. And we just trying to get the next 3 out. But How to Stop an Exploding Man, that was the title of the season finale of season 1 of Heroes. It's one, at the time it was my favorite episode of television, period. I haven't watched it. I need to watch. That's second season that went to shit, and the rest of it kind of went to shit. That first season was, as I remember, for the time, pretty high execution. And Hayden Panettiere was the cheerleader who had recovery ability similar to Wolverine and saved the cheerleader, saved the world. Golly. And she's one of the first young Caucasian ladies at the time that I had a crush on. There's a few, shout out to Christina Aguilera, who's technically mixed. It probably doesn't count, but listen, this isn't Jim Crow, so we're not doing all this shit. But, she was one of the first, and she did a good job. And that fucking, like I said, if you ain't seen the first season of Heroes, if you want to, and I haven't seen it in years, I got to check it out to see. That shit, I remember it being fucking cold than a motherfucker. So you may want to check that shit out if you want to look up some shit that's like, because you're always looking up content. I don't know if it's on Tubi, I don't know where it is. But there's ways to find it even if it's not on a mainstream thing. So shout out to Hayden Panettiere. Rest in peace to her and her family. And man, Heroes was cold. Cold than a motherfucker. Golly, that's crazy. See, that's what scares me about life. She's my age. Life is short, and I don't know what her cause of death is, but life is so short. This is damn near a casual thing. We're going to get into the games, but God, life is short. That's why I just said I got like 12 albums in my head. I'm like in a rush to get these albums out. Not because, I'm trying to live 100 years, but anything can happen anytime, man. God, that shit's scary as fuck. But prayers to her and her family. And man, just pray. This ain't gonna be church. This ain't gonna be Sunday service. But shout out to both Deidre Davis and what's the chick, Chrissy? Those 2 are the only wrestling channels I listen to right now. But and they both got shit called Sunday service. But on some seriousness, pray. That's real, man, because you don't know how long. And do the best you can, and try to enjoy as much as you can. Within reason, don't be a debauched like psychopath, but like life is short, and that don't mean panic and don't do nothing either. But just do the best you can for as long as you can, and try to take care of yourself. Which I'm trying to, and I got some issues. 4,000 pounds. What? Oh goodness. I'm missing all sorts of stuff. And these comments are killing me. And I'm sure you guys have more comments. Vid's going to see all these comments are going to be lost. I am so lost, but I'm trying my best. And hey to everybody. And if Richard, Brandon Hollum, Listless, Tom Jensen, LDG, Yo Bro, Ayo Fizz, Suffixation. Suffixation? What's suffixation? Like, you found it viral on Tubi. Shout out to Tubi. Good evening, everyone. Toxic substance. What's that? Like carbon monoxide type poisoning or something? Like, what's suffixation? I'm not sure. What's the little that little symbol, the translate logo. I don't know why they do it. Hey, happy dinosaur. Time on Earth is limited, but possibly time with God has no limits. Yeah, man. That's why this again ain't Sunday service, and again today was a day where I had some. If you ever had a moment with the Most High, it can be a powerful thing, and I had a great day, all things considered, but just one of those days that you don't quite expect. I'll say I missed the best part. I'm sorry. I'm trying my best. Yeah, I see stuff is getting put in like different languages and stuff. I don't know what's going on. We got pauses. Busted 4,000 pounds. That is kind of crazy. Drugs, they better be paying their employees. Pause. Or just bust 4,000 pounds. I don't know how possible that is. Mixed cartel better Mexican and China. Sorry if I missed who says what. I'm trying to get everything. Just because you white doesn't mean you speak German. Man, I may do a video on Pan-Caucasianism and Pan-Africanism and why I disagree with it. Listen, before we get in the stream, I missed the best part. So textually, you should say maximizing. Well, no, language evolves over time. This is we're in the era where you say maxing at the end. But what is that called? Is it a shortened verb, adverb? When you say I'm looks maxing or because right now I'm life maxing. Modern English is 100% English. What is? Because there was a time, hundreds of years ago, where words that we find common were considered vulgar and considered, oh my God, you're saying that? What the fuck are you? English has simplified itself over the years and complicated itself over the years. So, root canal Monday. Oh man, prayers for you. Prayers for you. And prayers. Because those things can be tough. And I don't know what the end of a word is. I don't even know what the term. Now I got to Google. I'm going to just say maxing adverb and hope Google saves me. I don't know if adverb is the term. Maxing. Suffix. That's the fucking word I'm looking for. The suffix maxing. Jeesh. Holy smoke. And what do you call the whole concept of like suffix, verb, adverb, noun, adjective, grammatical something? Like, I guess it all makes up grammar, but like what is the term for all these different concepts of how you add things to a word, change a word, or what a word is? Article? Is that the concept? We've been talking about literacy so much, we're going to fucking school now. Now, honestly, this shit, I can believe kids can't do. Because I can't do it. Are you hearing this shit now? Like, the fuck? I can believe kids don't know what the fucking adverb is. I can buy that. I buy that now, because if I didn't Google it, I wouldn't remember. I remember the concept of adverb, but I wouldn't remember what the fucking adverb is. And it's not a suffix, as I just found out. So, I can believe kids fucking that up. Right now, yes. Yes, I can tell you that there's kids that that getting grades on like knowing this type of shit. There's kids fucking that up, but not being able to read, dog. Come on, man, nah. There's kids fucking that up. Pause or play. I mean, shit, I don't know, but not with kids. Shit, what the fuck? This ain't Epstein, but not to Kurt Angle right now. But no, like. I can believe kids is fucking up different concepts like that in English. I can't believe kids cannot read two paragraphs and write a single sentence on it after being on Earth for 17 years. I don't believe that. I don't buy it. There's no way in the world. No way in the world. Not 30, not a whole classroom of them, no. Unless they are all in a, developmentally disabled situation, obviously. I'm not trying to say it, but, they got those classes for those students and who need that assistance. Obviously, there are going to be students like that with challenges. But that is not the teacher that's not what we're talking about. I just want to say that because, we're on the internet, right? Somebody else hearing, that Will Actually. And I used to be Will Actually guy. I probably still am. So I got to think about what Will Actually guy would say. Okay, so I'm giving up on trying to catch up. I'm sorry, guys. I did the best I could. You can try the best you can. You can try the best you can. Sorry. Shout out to the Radiohead. I've been wondering about what you think of In the Oak Street. Is it spoiler free? I'm going to check it out because I saw that. I'm like, man, Fizz said something about it. I was thinking of maybe one word review. I was thinking about maybe asking to see him, bro Jelani want to go see In the Oak Street. Give me a one word review. Good, bad, mid. I'm still going to check out your video though. Especially if it's bad and it's spoilers, I'm not going to care. But if it's good, I might watch the movie or try to go see the movie first and then check your video out. God bless with the root canal. Again, what is my 100% English? Because it's a living language. As all the language we're currently speaking are. They are living. We're changing them. We matter. When you add Maxing to shit, and if 100 years they're still saying something Maxing, that's part of fucking English. Hundreds of years ago was early modern English. But like I said, there's words and phrases and things that we say didn't exist back then. It's a doozy. That's something like a Duesenberg or something from like the 20s or something. I don't know. I forgot the name. It's a car. And now we, doozy. I mean, who the fuck is saying doozy? See, it ain't 1940 either. But motherfuckers were saying that. And when I was alive, there were human beings. I'm that old. In the 90s, there were human beings still saying doozy 70 years after, or whatever many years after that car was in its heyday. Never said this Maxing ever in my life. Well, I'm saying it. I'm standing on it. Maxing. That's the type of Maxing I am. Standing on it. Maxing. Ooh, don't say that. I'm praying for you. This is how bad for me. I never had a cavity before. No childhood feeling. No experience. First thing would be a root canal. Don't say that. Language. But listen. Oh man. This. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna pray for you. Wish you the best. I'm gonna leave my thoughts out of it. Fizz, smartness us all up. Adverbs are descriptive words. Thank you. Adverbs describe a verb. Adjectives describe a noun and more. Thank you guys for teaching the class. We appreciate it. Huh? Couldn't tell you what is for. Old English. That's an old game song. It was called Middle. We got an English class coming. Send those fucking kids that can't read to this fucking chat. Shit. Y'all teaching me. Old English, 450 AD. 450 AD to 1100 AD. Middle English, 1100 AD. To 1500 AD. But see, we don't know. What if we're in 1089? You know what I mean? And Middle English is about to start. We don't know because it ain't 1,000+ years in the future yet, right? Those people were people too. AD, modern early English, 15 to 1700 AD. And obviously, that's 300+ years ago. An example of adverb is heavy. Or is it an adjective? Ooh, now we got some discussion. If they can't read properly or function in society, we have a solution. Give them a Jaguars jersey and a smartphone. Jaguars jersey, crazy. What's the smartphone reference? What am I missing? I'm not keeping up with the sports news of the day, even though I got to make a bunch of videos on sports. I got to look that up. So smart me up, Brandon Holland. What am I missing about the smartphone? Shout out to the Jaguars, who I honestly think might win the NFC or AFC South. I kind of don't believe in CJ. I'm sorry to tell y'all. Glad everyone doing movie reviews. Yes, that's dope. Oh, it's no. End of Woke Street? No. Didn't say much specifics. Okay. How about a couple berries for that doll with a nifty keister right there? There you go. And then, see, we're going through the English language. There was the 20s. That was the 1920s. Here's the fucking 1520s. This self-winding Dagbert. See, it says this is jacked up for me, as y'all can probably see. Pipe is sold. The root canal is gonna be a doozy. YouTube doesn't like old English. Ever hear the fanboys grammar rule? I have not. Middle English lines up with the 1066 Norman conquest of England. Well, we could be in 1064 or 1065. Y'all too retarded to do Mad Libs? Crazy. And this is kind of ironic, right? William the Great or William the Bastard in my stage name, internet YouTube name, Williamson. And as we know, the adjective suffix, as we've just learned, son, was because there were people who was, this is William's son. And so that's his last name. So there's look at that, connected. Well, they aren't hopping on the internet by the mall. They need a smartphone so they can make dumb comments and posts. I see. Internet by mail, yeah. I don't know why I said the mall. So I'm still in the 90s. Bean shooter? Was that a thing? Okay, cool. Thank goodness. In the Oak Street was good. Literally no politics in the film. Okay, I'll check it out and check out your review. Or, I mean, you said you didn't say much. Is it safe to watch your review then go watch the movie? Would you say I'll listen to you? If you say it's safe, I'll watch your review first. It's how you remember to avoid a comma and a splice. You should only do comma or semicolon for. Oh, wait, what did I miss? I missed something because the Nordic were given Normandy by the Franks. Okay, it's weird English. I would fail this test. So if this is what's happening, then spoil any major plot points. I'm trying to crack the code of the English language so I can be a 12th grader in Houston. You should only comma or semicolon, but who uses those after for, and, nor, but, or, yet, and so. So you only use a semicolon after those words. Okay. At least I hope I read that right. Or maybe I'm the literacy idiot they're talking about. All right, let's actually finally, an hour after the stream was supposed to start, and how many minutes we've gone? Almost a half hour of streaming. Let's actually finally fucking play some fucking video games. Sorry for all the language. All right, let's get going. Let's get it. Somebody just, I think Cotton just said retarded. Y'all remember the song "Let's Get It Started" by the Black Eyed Peas? Some of y'all might, the old heads. You might also remember that the original song was "Let's Get Retarded," and then they changed it for the radio, and the rest is history. We got I didn't like the Black Eyed Peas. There were a couple songs, but I thought they were kind of trash. But hey, shout out to Will.i.am. I'm a musician trying to make it, and Will.i.am does have some good music. He's a smart dude. He's a talented dude. But the Black Eyed Peas, good for y'all making money. Wasn't for me. Outside of a few tracks, wasn't for me. Now, where the fuck is my emulator? Where is my emulator? Part of it is because I keep forgetting what the fuck it's called. Not the PCXC2. Where the fuck? I'm going to play the PlayStation emulator. Oh my god, what the fuck is it? PSX or something? Oh my god. Shit. Sorry guys, it's gonna take me a second to get this shit going. Cause it's just that type of stream. It's just the type of stream. It's just that type of stream. I'm sorry guys. You can try the best you can. You can try the best you can. The best you can is good enough. I liked it, and I don't pause, and I don't know what the fuck emulator I was using, and I can't fucking find it. This PEMDAS. Yeah, I remember PEMDAS. This translator, this is what's going to take our jobs, guys. The AI that turns PEMDAS into village government. Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. Shout out to math. Shout out to math and English. Shout out to academia. You're getting more from this stream than you got from academia. I'm going to be saying that. Like, remember that one stream? You got more fucking education than that. I got more education in this stream, than motherfucking I got from school. And I can't remember the fucking, it wasn't Duck Station. I got that on my phone, but I'm not using it. The fuck? Okay, I'm going to have to Google emulators and try to hope my brain remembers what it is, and I can try to find it on this damn computer. This has just been one of those streams. One of those streams. It says Duck Station. I think it's PCSX, but with no 2. Let's see. Okay, maybe it was Duck Station. I'm lying to myself. Okay, I think it was Duck Station. I lied. It is Duck Station. Fuck me. No, don't. I mean, I don't know you, man. We just talk to each other on the internet, man. You got to meet and shit. The fuck. Plus, man, a lot of y'all dudes. The fuck. We're not gay out here. Okay. Prove this is a triangle. No one cares if it's a triangle. Though trig was least bearable. Math, mental abuse to humans. I see the whoa, the ayo. You're just gonna have to live with it. They took our gerbs. Gerbs. What's a gerb? Unless that's another edit. Yeah, we're just going to live with some of these, man. You prove this is a triangle. I'm looking at it. They took our gerbs. Yeah, I don't. That was always weird. I understand needing to calculate degrees, like if you're doing like woodworking or like, there's a lot of things where needing to calculate the degrees and angle of something is very important. I never understood finding a triangle, and you guys can correct me if there's a reason for finding a triangle that's practical that I don't know. I don't know what gerbs is. Appreciate you being here, Rave. Oh boy, I'm scared to click this link. Woodworking is pause. Brother, it's a concept on Earth. Stop this. It's a concept on Earth. I could say carpentry. Jesus was a carpenter. Goodness gracious. I'm playing Twisted Metal. Let's try the first one. I haven't played the first one in forever. Hopefully my this fucking thing works. Hopefully this damn stream works. Shit. Goodness gracious. This is a crazy day. I hope this is slightly entertaining and not annoying as shit. Cause I'm just trying to make the most of it. I'm not Sabrina. Look at how things. Shout out to Sabrina Carpenter, even though she's probably an Illuminati predator. She been saying some prayer shit too. Is that too loud? Speaking of William, might be related to William Conquer. Yeah, a lot of motherfuckers had like. Is it like the Hun, Attila the Hun, like in like 10% of the population or some shit like that, or 10% of the Asian population, like some crazy number. I think it might be William the Conqueror. One of those English monarchs are like made a huge impact on the genetic future or some shit. Like I y'all can correct me. Sabrina, hey, they might actually both be doing it because they both like them young. Definitely related to some Northern French noble. No Genghis Khan, like way back. But yet there are like individuals who have been on this earth that have had so many kids, however they had them, because a lot of them are like conquerors and shit like that. I am through Henry II's bastard son, William Longspeed. But see, they even got to know about the bastard children. They had so many kids. Attila the Hun, okay, not Genghis Khan. No Genghis Khan. Okay, my bad. I'm mixing up Attila the Hun and Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan is the individual who's had so many offspring that he made an impact on the genetics and these ants. So many people in Asia have have Genghis Khan of an ancestor. Yeah, and being real, this is the reason why. And again, a lot of these conqueror types also have similar things. And they, between this and being womanized, just really crazy motherfuckers. Caligula almost. No Genghis for me. We stepdad is a random Asian doing the genetics report. Could have been Genghis. Never know. Okay, let's get to the plan. This is my fucking. God damn it. The controller's not gonna work. Okay, let's try restarting this bitch. No, we ain't gonna say something. Oh, come on. But I'm sorry, it's gonna be black. That's what she said, or that's what he said to her. But yeah, hopefully what I just said made sense. That's why I be hoping all the damn time. Like, does that make sense? I'm just saying wild shit to Richard, basically. Pause. Where he's just like, shit. But yeah. Wish I was related to Richard the Lionheart. That'd be badass. Was the royal family related to Vlad the Impaler? I'm not sure. I know they keep saying that they're really German. I'm not sure. Ancestors of Celts. Did not get boned by Genghis. Not just Asia, including Eastern Europe. So yeah, Genghis got around. Richard the Lionheart is the 25th great uncle. And then Richard, the actual retro Richard here is freaking out. Are we gonna have to? Damn it, man! Why is my fucking controller? I'm trying to controller max. So I gotta like turn it on. Oh, it's not reading it. Oh, shit. Vlad's family was real. Fair enough. Shout out to Vlad the Impaler. You're related to William the Conqueror. You should be in some capacity. Still Lauded Hero in Romania. So you're getting. Think about this. You're getting math, English, history on this channel. Better. We're doing better at educating the youth. Even though Richard probably knew a lot of stuff. I don't know. You're the youngest person here. You and Fizz. But we doing a better job of educating youth than these teachers on accident. Well, y'all is, because I'm just reading shit y'all say. But you know what I mean. And I'm having to make it work. Shit, I don't want to speak what I just started. It's just like the way this shit going. We might not play one fucking game. Not to Dan Campbell myself. But this shit is just crazy. This day is crazy. If you were in my shoes, and today had been the day for you, you would think this is. The world is crazy. That's all you would think. Am a history history nerd. Jesus, take the wheel, please. Please, I'm serious, please. If you can, I drink in all kinds of that. Shout out to that. Well, everyone, you guys got English and history, you got math, we got all sorts of teachers. Man says apparently was a warrior, gave us all at a young age and died because of exhaustion. Richard, you made that up, sound generic as hell. Man, I was just talking with my brother about some of our ancestors. I ain't gonna tell y'all, ain't y'all business, but there's some interesting folk. Saw a video really where a senior teacher was actually crying. That with Rave, we was talking about that in the other stream a couple days ago, and I brought it up earlier. And that's what that's what I'm kind of referencing. That we're doing a bad job of educating motherfuckers than that crying asshole was, because I don't believe him. I do not believe his senior students can't read or write. I don't. Now I can believe they would have failed like I failed on what the fuck the difference between the adverb and the suffix and the adjective is. Yeah, they can fuck that up, but not read or write in 2026 after 15 to 17 to 18 years? No. There's no one in high school. There may be a few dozen to 100, and they have some. Yeah, there's going to be some dyslexic people. So dyslexic people with developmental disorders, of course. But normal, non-developmentally disordered people, and you're a class full of them, and none of them can read? Don't believe it. Not in this day and age where everyone has a fucking cell phone. I cannot believe that. Hey, Abomination. AJ, welcome to the first day of school here at VigilanteWilliamson. We're trying to play retro games, but today is just one of those crazy ass days, and my controller is not wanting to work. And let's see if I think I got DS4. Hopefully DS4 solves my controller issues. Because if not, we are cooked. We are cooked, chat. Gretel and Hansel. It's a lyric from Potency. Check out Potency. Shout out to carpenters. Let's not disrespect carpenters on this stream. Great grandpa built the Titanic. What was the other boat that it may have actually been the Titanic, but they switched them out? What's I've said this before. I know Fizz knows because he told me last time. If y'all remember, there's another boat, and the Titanic didn't Titanic itself. I think Ruben Hayes, the Olympic. So this is V Fizz. 100 points to listeners. So, the Olympic didn't Titanic itself, meaning two things. One, there were a lot of people who helped who were against the Federal Reserve who were on the boat that was named the Titanic after the fact, but may have actually indeed been another boat called the Olympic. And you guys are going to have to do your research to tell me if I'm right, wrong, or fucking things up, as y'all do anyway, as we just found out this stream. Fizz doesn't know what we're talking about, so maybe it was listless. So, well, listless still got the 100 points. So, I just explained it. I'm not sure how the timing of the comments. Hopefully that made sense. The Titanic may have been sunk on purpose and may also not have been the Titanic. And may have actually been a boat called the Olympic. All right, I don't know what the fuck is going on. Where the fuck? Oh, yeah, go download. I should have some of these things. I might move them to easier place to find on my computer going forward. Especially the plan is to play a lot of retro games in general. I'm gonna have to optimize for it, and so thank you guys for being patient with streams like this that are fucking nightmares, and then dealing with me as I try to figure this out. So we're just not reading my controller at all. Okay, that's what's up. What the fuck? Okay, I guess I'll try to. Is it gonna try to sync? Okay. I'm trying to resync my computer on stream, which is the best time to try to do it while everything is going on live. And of course, we're having issues, and DS4 is not even working. Not Bluetooth even on. This may become a casual, guys. Pause. Because this is just a fucking. Yeah, the Bluetooth is working. Holy smoke. I'm not surprised. But it's just hilarious to me. Hilarious. I just hope this is entertaining. Because honestly, if I was watching the stream, I'd be entertained. But I mean, I'm biased, obviously. So, and yeah, I'm taking a lot of shots with the jokes. I know a lot of times I hate media when they just throw 1,000 jokes at everybody. Some of them are drier than others. Pause. But I'm just going to take a lot of shots AI style. Shout out to Jadakiss and Allen Iverson. And this is not syncing up. This is fucking crazy. Okay. Try to recharge it or something? Okay, it says connected. Let me try Steam? The fuck? Work. Maybe it was Steam. Okay. Please fucking work. Please fucking work. Where is... Oh my god. Well, I got a Steam substitute if I can get it working on Steam. Pause. How the hell? Manage. Yeah, you know, I don't know if I'll never catch every pause. It's just there's too many things that if you think, now some of them have been really wild. And some of them, you know, they're jokes and whatever, so whatever. But like, there's times where it's like, man, there's no way around it, brother. Like, I mean, yeah, maybe there is, but I'm not going to constantly think, hey, because that's insane. I got to think if anything I say for the rest of my life, I know me and you are just fucking around, right? But like, pause. Shit. But, you talk about, hey, can anything you ever say in the history of the world for the rest of your life potentially be misconstrued as gay? When you think about the English language, goodness gracious, lots of things can. Hence why pause is a funny joke at times. And I know fucking Richard is determined for the rest of his days to make sure he tortures me with it. Pause. That was kind of intentional, pause. But when you actually practically thinking like, okay, eventually this trend will die because that's insane. No one's gonna do it. Or maybe it won't. Maybe thousands of years from now we just talked about history of the English language. Maybe they'll be pausing each other in 3026. Who the fuck knows? If there is a 3026. And we're not fucking Mad Max by then. And no, I haven't got this controller working if that's what you was gonna ask. Nope. Not at all. And I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do. Change the, because part of the issue is like my brain One, I'm just fucking fried, so fucking tired. Pause on brain, shit. But my brain is like you get stream brain. Pause. This is not intent. That was not intentional. Pause. Okay, I can't do this. Pause. Add a controller, please fucking work. Save me from this nightmare stream. Paired joint. Oh, this is not reading this. DS4 is not working. My Bluetooth's not working. This controller is. Holy smokes. I think we're cooked, chat. We're going to continue to stream, but this is not going to be retro games because the controller's not working. And I'm out of ideas. What I would do normally is restart the computer, right? Because we're it's just like restart the computer and hope it just works. For some reason, trying to resync it. Ooh, no power. Just get out of this mode. Oh my God. And then see, and as I've said many a time, as I get older, I boomer everything. And pause if that's, but I'm not a boomer age wise, but as I get older, man, technology is like, whew, it's an uphill fucking battle. Some motherfuckers always want to ice skate upstream. I'm gonna still try. I'm still trying to remove the controller, see if it'll let me, then resync it and do all that shit live. Pause. I know everyone is now. We have pause fatigue, I'm sure. I just hope y'all entertained. This is a challenge. This is a challenging day. It's a blessed day. It's fun, but it's not like everything's all just terrible. It's like hilarious. Between work, between after, and then the stream, it's just hilarious things happening. But I'm grateful. I'm grateful any of y'all is joining, man. Y'all could be anywhere in the world than hearing me ruin the stream. Anywhere in the world than listening to me destroy my Bluetooth and destroy everything. Remove failed. So you're not gonna let me read this controller. You're not gonna let it sync, but you're not gonna let me remove it. Ah! DS4 just start working. That's why you never give up and you persevere. We will. Holy smokes. You persevere. So how the fuck late is it in the stream? We're like an hour into this fucker. How many? 40 minutes. We're an hour late. We're 42 minutes. 43 minutes into the stream. We will finally fucking play retro games. Want to play 82-0? Let's get the game. Controller maxing. Let's get this game going and maybe after. Pause. See, that's why it's impossible. Pause. Okay. Let's see. No, yeah, it was. I'm not gonna explain. I explained my controller thing as it was happening. Talk about history nerding. Maybe nerding the new suffix ? Started by listless here on the VigilanteWilliamson channel. Here's a wild thread of my family history. If it was the Titanic, had one great grandpa to help build it, and your other great grandpa that sailed on it to World War. So he sailed on it to World War One. Oh, okay. Sailed on. The Titanic made a World War One voyage. Must have. That's what must have happened. And okay, I don't know the history of the Titanic like that. I knew the little bit. Pause. But all this other stuff. We turn a lot of minks into Hawk Man tank tops this stream. Gonna love my comments when they come out. I have characters that take place in 1913 through 1950. Don't be Derek June. What happened with Derek June? What did I say? I'm not about to sell a bunch of conservatives white guilt, even though that's funny. But then again, they fucking, man, shit. They was pissing on people's grave. Some of the motherfuckers. Talking about Mr. A. As much as I'm not a Derek June fan, he demonic as fuck. The people who was fucking with him was demonic as fuck too. multiple things can be true, right? He did kind of soft scam a bunch of motherfuckers, right? But some motherfuckers deserve to get was so disrespectful about their reaction to that. That's like, yo, if somebody would have put you down, that's just how that goes. Like, I don't know what to tell you. We talk about Mr. A. Shout out to Steve Ditko. So Richard, we are leaking the chat finally. So Mr. A is a character. He inspired the question, who may show up, may not. Oh shit, I don't have my Steam chat. No one has shown up. Or do I have it? So my Steam chat has to be popped out. Pause. That's just the term they use. It wasn't mine. And I think my Kick does too. Pause. And now I'm just tossing pauses out. Pause. Because I don't know which ones are valid. But in order for it to work with that app that I'm showing the comments and stuff, I have to have the chat popped out. Again, pause. And I hadn't done that. And I'm doing it now. So 45 minutes. We're going to start playing it. Or probably 50, because I got to get to all your comments now. Meant the Olympic, not the Titanic, as that sank. The Olympic was built at the same time. Okay. So potentially, if it was the Olympic that sank, you had a great-grandfather build it and another one sail on it to World War I. That's incredible. That's incredible. Worst case scenario, they did that for the Olympic. Crazy work. Wow. Richard's wild out. We ain't never fucked around, you wild. I didn't say that. I did, but that's not what I mean. I mean, this is a joke. These are a set of jokes. And we're not getting into the lore why nothing can slide, which also I should pause you on that. I'm pausing you. And we're both pausing. Can't go down that rabbit hole. Unfortunately, listeners, you're also being paused. We've been pausing for 30 years. Oh, 20 and some change. It's 2000. Yeah, 26. Yeah, we were pausing in 2006. If you were a Dipset fan, you were pausing in 2006 for sure. So 20 years for sure. 24, 25? I'm sure there was people in Harlem maybe pausing before that. So maybe, that's right. You from New York. There might have been people in Harlem pausing 30 years. But mass culture in the mid-2000s, early 2000s, when Dipset, back in the days of old, I know great poet laureate Cameron Giles is now, and I need to do something for my DS4 fucks up again. So let's get a game going at least, even though we're going to talk and make sure everything works. So, great poet laureate of our time. I'm not even exaggerating. I'm just using that term because I'm talking about old English. Because Cam was that guy. Boss. Once he signed with Rockefeller, dropped Old Boy, and then a shit ton of great and actually some of the mixtapes came before, but I didn't find them after. But him and Jewels and Cass and all them motherfuckers started dropping mixtapes from 2002 to 2008 or whenever. Those motherfuckers had shit on smash, as the kids used to say when I was a youth. Because fuck that Dipset era. They're still making videos. I sent you the video where they try to do the Pokemon, do a Dipset B out of the Pokemon. That's how impactful Dipset was. We're pausing 20 years later because of the Dipset. Shout out to the Diplomats. Shout out to Jim Jones, Freaky Zeke, that was his name. Cam, Killer Cam, Joel Santana. I was a huge Joel, so I was a fan of all of them. J.R. Ryder, Uncasa, Hell Rail. If I forgot your name, blame my head, not my heart. Pause. But fuck, they had shit on Smash. And pause if that needs to be paused. The pause string. Yeah, Mega, even Tom is getting, yeah. Biology class, ketosis will help with brain function. Ketosis is something I've been dealing with on a positive and some negative. Because honestly, I realize my issues are detox symptoms. So you saying ketosis is crazy. I'm having detox symptoms, and I need to get a binder, and I think that will help me out. And I actually already ordered it, so we'll see what happens tomorrow when it gets here. We will play 82-0 after the stream. Everyone braids ages. Yes, controller maxing. Success. Plus X to doubt. Typo, Let's Go, we got that. Mr. A is created by the same guy who made the question. They do mention pause on the Boondocks. Yeah, pause. And shout out to Fizz with the Mr. A. Mr. A's interest in the comic is really had an influence on Richard, and even me. And some people do deserve to get out of here. I'm not saying I'm the one to do it. I'll let it happen, but some people, I get it. Mr. Pause in the early 2000s. You would have to have been a Dipset fan. Dipset, they were technically there was some major label connections, but they were kind of an independent thing as well. So if you weren't listening to the Diplomats' music in the 2000s, you wouldn't have heard it. Need to pause it? Pause. Although my version was in England, wait for it. Is that the same as pause? You say pause whenever you say something that sounds very homosexual or sexual in general. And then you say pause, ayo. Shout out legend Jim Jones, who somehow makes it out the island of irrelevancy. Jim Jones, he was an impactful guy. Pause. No more pause. We can play A2 and O if we have the app. Getting off sugar is hard as fuck. Pause. You know what I've been doing to get off sugar? We're going to try Twisted Metal again, and let's make sure it goes. So, I don't know. Listen, with any substance you could take, as I'm finding out, I don't know if it's a substance, but just, kind of a positive, but it's negative side effect. There are consequences. I am not a doctor. This is not medical advice. But the combination of berberine HCl to be specific, because there's different types, and chromium have curved my sugar cravings and gave me the ability. It's taken away, as they say, the food noise, right? So this, always consult a doctor. This is not medical advice. Consult a doctor or medical professional. Obviously, I'm not too fond of doctors, but even I went to one. Pause. Imagine Mr. Pause. Create your own Mr. A. And obviously Steve Ditko is him. Great comic book writer, rest in peace. Okay, it was not that. But you got to get your lick back. Pause. Did I say that? You just pause after every word then? Yeah, that's been crazy. Always call a doctor. And this is why we had to get the fucking thing working. It worked. This is why we had to get everything working with fucking pause. What the fuck platform is this? Twitch. My brain, the amount of fatigue. I pause, am pause, not a doctor, pause, yeah. Haven't heard Burberry with good things. Heard, have some here, but find a lot of success with the fat. Yeah, I lost another 5. Congratulations. Using Burberry. Oh, that's a crazy image. Shit, especially knowing what I know now, the faceless stuff. Oh boy, this was dark to do in the 90s. We ain't think shit of it either. And it was Christmas Eve in 2005 because that was the future back then. We didn't think shit of it. Okay, wait, let me just make sure you guys can see everything. And you can. And so congratulations, listeners. It all, you know what? It says in the Bible not to talk about you fast. So I don't want to talk too much, but just for health and knowing that health is important to everybody, especially we just talked about. You only get so much time here, and let's get rid of that. Berberine and chromium has helped me get some fast in, and that's honestly the source of a lot of stuff, positive and challenging. There's nothing negative, but just some challenges dealing with the fact. Because I guess I'll tell y'all since it happened. I basically alternate day fasted, and I don't remember the controls, guys. Learn live. Do it live. Okay, this is regular shooting. Square and circle drive, but you gotta accelerate the turn, kind of like your car. That's a weapon. That's switching weapons. That's running. Switch. Okay. Honestly, I'm just. Oh, I can't. Is pause working? Guess what button doesn't work, guys? Guess what button doesn't work on the controller? I want you guys to guess. I'm not even gonna say it. You can't make this shit up. I couldn't do this if I was trying. I swear to God, I couldn't try and do this. Guess what button doesn't work on this controller right now? I want you guys to guess. I'm not gonna say it. Pause! Yes, Tom Jensen. The fucking pause button doesn't work. You cannot make this shit up. Cause I was gonna pause and restart. Well, X might not work. I haven't tried using X because I died. That's unreal. Does X work? X doesn't do. Honestly, you're also correct, listeners. X doesn't do shit. So you are also correct. That was the correct answer. That was also a correct answer. X is also not working, but pause doesn't work. Pause doesn't work. So we have two buttons not working. But we got fucking retro games. We got fucking retro games. So what is working? Square? Does triangle work? Oh yeah, triangle works. Square works. Circle works. And then the R1, R2, L1, L2 work. I can reset and I can work with and try to mess with things. Again, pause. You can't. And despite all the fucking horror, not horror. Try to get something right. Of the just starting this fucking stream and getting it going to where we can finally play fucking games and talk shit. And this might be a long stream, especially if I take a water break or something. After all this shit, we might stream for like 5 hours if you really. I got tomorrow off. I do got shit to do, but I'm feeling frisky. Pause. That was on the house. Pause. I mean, I don't know if y'all fucking on your house. That's kind of crazy. Wear blue if you do. I'm not talking about police or Democrats. No, I mean they both might be shooting lasers. I don't know who's shooting lasers. I don't work for the Illuminati. I'm offended. The car is pink. No. A lot of people are offended for a lot of things. As long as it plays. A2 and team just got 20s SGA. That's crazy. Michael Jordan 90s. Kiki Vandeweghe in the 80s. Giannis 2020 70 screen. If you didn't go 82-0 with that team, fuck that app. Pause. Let's see if we can mess with these controls. Control presets. Controllers. Auto mapping. Clear mapping. Okay. Oh shit, I accidentally picked Sweet Tooth. I'm offended just to be offended. 78-4. No, Kiki Vandeweghe is good enough. No. Because how many... All right, there are small forwards. Obviously, you got Bird, Bron. There's a lot of good small forward, but Kiki Vandeweghe is not no shitty small forward. Especially 80s Kiki. He's probably giving you 20 and 10. Like the fuck? And even you could argue Barkley is a small forward. He's played. Oh, that is not what I want to do. Audio controls. Oh, X does work. So to start. So why can't I fucking pause? Or maybe it just works now after remapping it. Let's use Sweet Tooth. He's the main character. Again, battle. Prepare for arena duel. Let's see what that is. I'm offended. The OG's offended. Oh shit. Okay. Start. It's still not working. Maybe it's just this game. It's only been 30 plus years since playing this game. I don't remember if maybe it did. You couldn't pause. Shit. I don't want things. Offended you don't have blue hair. Oh Lord. Is this like Thomas the Tank Engine? So the point of this game, and they made a TV show about it. I think Anthony Mackie, somebody mentioned him for something. He's in this. Maybe that was mentioned because of this. I missed a lot of comments, so I got the context of everything. So apologies if that is why you were mentioning Anthony Mackie's show. He had a show, and I'm not sure if they did another season. And shout out to Samoa Joe, who actually played Sweet Tooth, sort of, right? They had they did the Darth Vader thing where they had a body guy use his body, pause, or play as his body, pause, and then somebody else do the voice. And Samoa Joe played the physical part, the David Prowse of the Darth Vader comparison, not the James Earl Jones. And I forgot who did the voice. But Samoa Joe was Sweet Tooth, was the main character in this. And the lore, if it hasn't already been explained, because now I'm not looking at the chat, I'm actually trying to kill this dude on the bike, is it's like this death tournament in the future, because this was made in the 90s, the future of 2005, in which people, instead of going to see sports, go to see a crazy demolition derby in which these different vehicles with different sorts of weapons and assorted weapons and health and all sorts of pickups you can get on the map, but they drive and try to kill each other. And there's a guy on the bike, there's a Sweet Tooth here, and ice cream truck. It's all demented and crazy and 90s edge and violent, and you know what I mean? So that's what's going on, and that's the lore. And I'm trying to relearn the game after playing it for the first time. I played, I think, 2 semi-recently. This is the first time I've played this. Unless I played this around the same time or 2. Was, since it came out, or that I can remember. I may have emulated, who knows? I've emulated games. But that I can remember, it's my first time playing this as being, 7 years old. Maybe even young. Who knows what age I was at in the 90s. But it's a fun game, or it was. At least I remember it being fun. It still kind of is. And, borrowing nostalgia that kind of existed. Again, check out on Spotify. And, man, I got some heat for you. I was telling you, my brother, the next fucking album is going to... Next 3 albums and associated projects with... Because, if I come up with songs that don't necessarily... I got so many albums in my head. If I come up with songs that don't fit in the album, but I still want to release things, I will. But if I don't, then I won't. Borrowing nostalgia that does exist. Playing this game, it is still fun. If I took a shot for every pause, obviously, we wouldn't make it 2 minutes in. Pause. Will Arnett did the voice for Sweet Tooth. He was the James Earl Jones, rest in peace, of this, Darth Vader comparison. And you get the regular gun, you get special weapons that they all have access to on the map, and then you get signature weapons. And I think you might be able to refill the signature stuff. And this helps. I used to know this game a lot better. We're just playing, pause, to play, pause. Please, if you take a shot every time I say pause, that's a suicide attempt. You're not on the medical list in Canada, sorry, list. Don't do that. Shout out to May. And shout out, you know what, man? I'm going to make a bunch of videos. They're going to have a different format. And I got to say something about socialized medicine. And why, when we talk about socialized medicine in this country, and am I saying that we should or shouldn't? No, that's a different discussion. That's not what this is necessarily about. This is talking about the context of the discussion, which again, separate from the discussion itself. In any event, if we're going to talk about socialized medicine in North America, why don't we bring up the fact that Canada kills people as a part of the socialized medicine and encourages people to die? And that's reality. And I didn't say unalive, and I didn't say some cute shit. I'm going to, listen, the format of these videos, I'm either going to never grow ever and just be doing these videos for however long the Most High wills me to do them, and I got the effort and want to do them, which still may be the case, and because we'll be banned. Because I'm just gonna say what the fuck I feel to the best of my ability, but I want to be respectful to some extent. But we're gonna say I'm not gonna unalive, kill, death. Let's remember the concept, because there's power of life and death in the tongue, and that, I'm not pausing the Bible. No, play. It's the Bible. Goodness gracious. But hey, Cecilia Sinestro. But anyways, it sucks. Just made a doctor's appointment 6 weeks. We talk about social, and that's another issue. You know, that's obviously there's issues with socialized medicine too, and we don't address them. We say, oh well, look at this country it works out in, and the country right fucking above us has socialized medicine and issues. So why don't we talk about the already established North American country and the issues they have with socialized medicine? Again, this is not the discussion on whether or not we should have free health care. That's not what this conversation, that's not what my question is. If you think we should or shouldn't, that's fine to put in the chat. That's cool, I'll acknowledge it, and I'll talk maybe a little more about it. I'm not having that discussion. I'm saying when we're having that discussion, we need to mention Canada and their medicine system, the pros and cons, and consider that. Because even though this medication system, we talk about health stuff, I told you guys I had gout. I went to an urgent care. I paid $50 for my insurance. Was it 50? I paid $50. Okay, that sucks. But it could have been $200. I mean, I don't know what I don't know what the fuck the urgent care bill to insurance. I don't know, but it could have been whatever it could have been. And then I paid a little bit for these prescriptions, most of which I don't take, because every time I take them, I get sick outside of this cream they gave me. Pause. I mean, but I had to say that. Come on, cream. Fuck. Hey, yo. Pause. But even though there's a Prince song and it's a Wu-Tang song, which is great. Both are great songs. But hey, that sucked. I'm not saying my situation sucked, but I in and out. Pause. I went to an urgent care. Got, what did they give me? Prednisone, which sucks. Dick. Pause. And what the fuck? I wish they would have gave me Alupiro or something. Whatever is aloe, starts with an A, but they didn't give me that. They gave me something else to help with the gout. But I've had gout before. And I'm realizing what triggered the gout was actually me trying to fast and the detox symptoms of fasting and not having a binder to get all the heavy. Because even, maybe people may say, oh, I don't believe in detox. Okay. Your fat cells, especially if you're as big as me, stores all sorts of toxins. And all sorts of toxic things. And so by being overweight as I am and trying to fast and just burning the fat, even if you don't believe in the detox, I am still, objectively speaking, and I'm not a medical professional, consult a medical professional, which I technically did. I didn't tell them about the fasting, but I did when issues arose, acute issue. That's just my personal choice. Don't do it for you. You make your own choices because you're an adult, and I don't know about sovereign citizen, but that's a whole other can of worms. We won't address that because I'm not an expert in that concept. But I consider you sovereign. Most High does. I don't know about the state. No, actually, this is Most High does. I'm not an expert on the Bible. I tell you what I know. Whatever. In any event, you make decisions for yourself about medical professionals. And comparing me and listeners' recent medical situations in different countries. While mine is not perfect, it is the preferred of the two. And that's, I think even you guys would agree. Waiting 6 weeks, and obviously my situation was more acute. But waiting 6 weeks as opposed to just going into an urgent care that was empty at the time, getting a prescription, paying a little extra, paying more than I should or would want to. I remember urgent care visits was like $15 and the copay for insurance. Actually, my insurance wasn't even paying for my prescriptions. But it used, like $15. That day is past. So I paid $90. Most of the medicine sucked. Pause. I used the cream. Pause. That helped. And again, being a gout veteran, vitamin C helps. What's it called? Tart cherry juice, either tablets or the juice itself can help. Drinking plenty of fucking water also helps. Ibuprofen can help, especially post that acute. That acute gout, when it first comes in at its peak, it's hard to deal with. Guess what the next word I'm about to say is? And I didn't say it. There you go. Should live with that one. It can be very difficult to deal with. All jokes aside, that acute gout. And this is my first time where my wrist is the issue. Usually it's a knee, which knee is impossible, but toe, knee, foot, ankle. And I also realized this is not the first time it happened. I've become aware of the concept when detoxing, and I'm really fast to lose weight. I didn't think about the fact that there were detox symptoms until I put everything together today. I'm telling you guys my medical history and business. Why? I don't fucking know. I gotta talk about something on stream, and I ain't talking about Trump, and I ain't gonna call Wolverine woke, even though it might be. I don't know. That's a whole nother. I'm probably gonna make a video on Wolverine wokeness and how. And I don't know. The game might be fucking woke as shit. I don't know. But how, again, this anti-woke shit is getting just as annoying and becoming just as much of an issue. And the context, this is a video I definitely want to make. And I got a bunch of videos I'm going to make and trying to make. And so they may get previewed on these streams. Yeah, healthcare sucks. It all sucks. Socialism sucks. Capitalism sucks. Everything sucks. The world, we're still being positive because we as individuals can still do a lot of greatness, have cool lives, have cool days. We're having this cool stream. What is woke? Woke, hey Cecilia, woke is, and you know that people who are grifters can't answer that fucking question, and me who thinks the whole thing has become bullshit can. Woke is as a word used in place of the concept of cultural Marxism. What is cultural Marxism? It is a racist, bigoted ideology that presumes first that there is a intersectional identity hierarchy and aims to upset said intellectual identical hierarchy. It's one of the few ideologies that can be considered legitimately both discriminatory towards for all races, honestly. It's literally discriminatory towards all races, and a white supremacist, literally, and I'll explain why, ideology that hates straight white men. So that probably is a ton of shit. So pause. Well, if you're Janelle Grant, pause. I guess everybody else. But it presumes what is an intersectional identity. So intersect means you intersect your gender, your nationality, ethnicity, race, and straight white male, right? It presumes straight white men are the gods of the earth and must be punished. And so that's how it is both discriminatory towards white men and a white supremacist ideology at the same time. Because again, it presumes that there is an intersectional identity that is superior to all in the first place, because there isn't, right? If you didn't know that, I'm just letting you know. So there isn't. We're all just fucking people trying to people on this fucking planet, right? Do the best we can. But it presumes that straight white men are the kings and gods of the earth, and they must be punished for their sins, and every other group must rise in its place. And the term woke was popularized because of its use in pop culture, mostly. You can argue also its use in politics, but I would say pop culture is where it got popularized, though politics is obviously a huge part of it because it is a political ideology amongst all the other stuff I said, right? So when somebody sees a character that is traditionally a white male, race swapped, or gender swapped, or sexuality swapped from what they have been originally written, it is often said, this is woke, because it is being done usually in line with cultural Marxism. And back in 2018, when the same team, and the name escapes me because I'm on stream and it's the stream that we've been having, and it's been a tough stream. But when back in 2018, when Spider-Man 1, the Marvel Spider-Man of the recent era, came out, that game was incredibly woke. But there was no criticism. And you say, why is that? Because the language for woke, cultural Marxists, all these things that I just explained were not as widely known. They were establishing themselves and somewhat known, but it wasn't until the pandemic, post-pandemic era, of which I was legitimately a part of. Legitimately. I was on Nerdrotics channels and other channels, and that was just one section of the internet that had popularized this term. And and around that era, we started to realize, between the late 10s into the 2000s, 20s, we started to kind of all become aware of the concept and some of the tropes associated with it. Again, woke means cultural Marxist. I tried to explain it to the best of my ability. And going back to, somebody said, what the hell game? Is it Rocksteady? No, it's not Rocksteady. What the fuck concept? What the fuck company made the Spider-Man and his Wolverine games? Whatever that company is, they are pretty woke. They have demonstrated that, to be fair. And the real issue, the reason it became a pop culture issue, is because for a good 10 years, because we now can look back at a lot of things in the 10s, even though Spider-Man itself wasn't, but I'll get to that. We could not, the first game I'm talking about. You now look back and say a lot of these things were woke. Great example, Ghostbusters 2016. They changed the cast to be females. Terminator, whatever, released in 2019, I believe. They murdered John Connor at the beginning of the movie. He's the main reason the movie exists as a character, main reason the series exists as a character. But they murder him, meaning the writers, and now install a woman in his place. In the name of, again, the cultural Marxist / woke ideology. And these things start to, and a myriad of others, too long pause for this stream in this context. Hopefully I may bring more examples out when I do a video, unless I clip this out and that's the video. Whatever the case may be, because there's a few videos like that where I may either clip it out or do a new one. Pause. So that's what woke means. And because we didn't have the language in 2018, Spider-Man, which I think was the wokest game that they made, I actually think Spider-Man 1 was way woker than Spider-Man 2. Terminator Dork Fate, that's what it was called. And I'm kind of done with Twisted Metal. Let me first see what the fuck game. Shit, we can even play Spider-Man. Even the 2018 version, that's not a retro game at this point, right? Damn near 10 years. But that, I actually thought that was a worse game. But because people who had never heard of woke, there were a lot of people had never heard of woke, didn't know in 2018 it was a thing. They didn't have the language for it. They didn't have the awareness for it. It basically got a pass. It was the wokest of the games made. I mean, if you look at it, I can't say objectively. We'll say subjectively. But I would say so. But it wasn't until Spider-Man 2, and you can maybe also argue Miles Morales, though some people said that's the best of the games. I haven't played that one yet. That they started to get heat for the cultural Marxist thing. And then, to go back to Spider-Man, what was the examples? The main example for me was the Mary Jane missions, where you, instead in the game called Spider-Man, titled Spider-Man, about Spider-Man, you're spending hours of the game in these horrible Mary Jane missions, in which she is a character who in lore has no superpowers is damn near indestructible. And the missions themselves were an annoying break from the action of Spider-Man, the game. Oh, here's a low state. We're going to try, I don't know if you guys remember, we play Intelligent Cube, IQ. We'll see if that works. And I should unpin, I'm going to be late. Because amongst other things. She does not act like Mary Jane. And let me actually read, before we get into this game, let's take a comment break. And then we'll be in the game. So let's take a quick comment break. Let's read you guys' comments of what my segment was. Let's also try to get the time, put it on a note, try to remember to clip it out. Let's see, hour 20. So we'll go hour 20-ish in. Oops. Go to the docs file that's off screen, hopefully off screen because I don't want you to see all my information. And then we add this title and the date, and we try to clip this out in case, I may make a video on what I just said, or I may just clip that out. We will see. I want this channel to expand, but I want to do it on my terms. I'm not going to cuck out. We're not selling out. Fuck that. I'm more. I have been impassioned. Oh boy, what the hell is this stream called? Sunday Night Retro Games. What's today's date? Okay, when the clip? There you go. So, give me some time. Sorry, give me a second, and then we'll do the comment break. Pause. Actual pause, because I'm about to mute myself. Type something. We're going to toss the BRB up. And let me notate this. And we'll be back to the stream. Okay, quick break. Just want to, you take a bio break, take a piss break. That was your break to, because this is going to probably be a long show. We might take another break too. Half Baked the video game, that would be funny. Shout out to Half Baked. And let me get through as many of your comments as we can get through. I read the finished stuff. Yeah, Anthony Mackie is the main character in the Twisted Metal show, and I explained this thing. Pause. Robin was out until the wee hours in the morning, even as the Bulls chased 72 and 10. That probably helped him. He loved the party. Enough pause, just talk normal. There you go. Will Arnett did the voice of Sweet Tooth. We Would Die. There's some more 2010s. I love, going back to 82 and 10. Some players are so versatile. If you get like Giannis or LeBron or something, you can switch them around. So 2010, 2020s Donovan Mitchell. 2010s LeBron, 90s. It was 80s Neek, obviously, but 90s Neek still had some good numbers. 90s Dominique, 2010s KD, and center Bob McAdoo, 71 and 11. I don't know how the hell you get 82 and 0 in this game. That's a pretty good team. Hey, Cecilia Sinestro from the past. It sucks going back to the and I may skip some of these comments, so apologies. We already addressed all this stuff. Going back to the medical stuff, this is true. Few pros, but many cons. Yeah. What did they do for God? I think I explained that. Cameron and Mason have a field day in the stream. Well, Cameron and Mason need to have a field day in their own fucking lyrics, and Cameron and Mace also need to rectify the story about Cameron finding a dildo in Mason's apartment. No pause, that actually happened. So when they weren't all friendly, Cameron told the story. So they need to rectify that. But having knee problems. One doc wants you to do gastric bypass. Hell no. Another one wants you to do total knee. Also hell no. One wants to do stem cell. Honestly, stem cell probably is the healthiest thing. You were here. I think you were here most of the time this stream, but I talked about, again, there are side effects. You consult your doctor. Maybe start in small doses. Berberine and chromium have helped me fast and lose my share of weight. And feel better, even though there's also cons to that, because the fasting has caused some detox issues, and I need to address and will address. But I wish you the best, and recovery is possible. I'm not a medical professional though, so you want to go to a pain management clinic, that's understandable. You know what else helps? You know what else? And I'm not encouraging its use, but what I'm about to do at this moment, considering I'm dealing with my own little bit of pain, is a medical act. And you might hear it. And it's one of the issues I'm going to have in this fucking state, and I got to figure something out. There we go. So, issue with the U.S. healthcare system, it's still, again, it's also trash. It's the disparity you have to pay if you're an individual plan versus group plan. Again, the U.S. healthcare system, well, this was not a market, and I know y'all know that, but just to talk about it, shout out to you, Small Time Republic, and appreciate you being here. That was not an advertisement for the U.S. healthcare system. It is also trash and demonic. My issue with U.S. healthcare is the Iron Insurance Company get to write the rules. Yep, they do. We answer what is woke and may even clip it out to a video. Sick of healthcare in general, you and me both. The convergence of cultural Marxism, identity politics, and basic stupidity. That's another definition. You can argue that cultural Marxism is identity politics, but that can be argued. So, yep, American stuff. There's that's a 9-10 minute rant that sums it up. 100, as you always keep it, Tom. Liberal white women do have a savior complex when it comes to minorities. Man, I'm good. I don't need you, unless in all seriousness, I allyhood. You would have asked 2010 me or 2020 me when I was a Fandom Menace member about allyhood, and I'm not that different because I pray to the Most High. I don't need you to save me. Jesus is my Lord and Savior, not a white woman, not even BDH. But if I got to choose between the two, both are terrible because there's a book called Stop Helping Us. It talks about all the programs that were made to quote unquote help black people that mess black people's lives up. So allyhood has its own dangers, legitimate dangers, and it's caused destruction. But between the two, white supremacy and allyhood, a sensible allyhood that is apathy is cool. I'd rather apathy. I'd rather just not give a fuck about race at all, and just if you like people, you like people. You don't. And that's just what it is. But between the two, because we live in a world, shout out to Mr. A who sees everything in black and white, and shout out to potential autism that makes me see the world in gray. Just naturally, which is why if people ask like, damn, it seems like you have a different view of the world. The Most High made me to where I always see the gray first. I don't see things in black and white. Sometimes they are, but I see the gray first. Because we're in a world with no nuance, apparently you can only be an ally or a white supremacist, or as we've mentioned, both. Cultural Marxists were both and are both allies who are white supremacists. Whether they know it or not, a lot of them may not intellectually realize. Some of them do, by the way. Some of them absolutely know they're racist. But a lot of them don't think they're racist. And then they get mad because they want what they wanted to do. They thought that Black Square, which was like some Saturn shit for real. Insomniac, thank you, Fizz. That's the company that made Spider-Man. That's the company that's made Wolverine. And I think the Wolverine game actually still looks interesting. But, everybody has had their say. And a lot of people are talking shit. Now, some people are just mad at Sony, as we found out. But some people are calling this game woke. I'm not saying it's not. I just don't see the evidence. I don't see the same things. And I see an audience that, because of a lot of damage be happening because of cultural Marxism. A lot of people, speaking of, there's power of life and death in the tongue. The cultural Marxists spoke into existence way more racism. And by their browbeating and going back to, in no disrespect to the Caucasians in the chat, you can make a strong argument that the modern political state of America is as much white men versus white women as anything. And that doesn't mean that you got that everybody's about to, Cecilia and Cecilia and Listless are about to get in a tag team match with Fizz and Richard. That's not what I'm saying. Well, the Fizz and Richard are both black. What am I talking about? Of course, I choose two black people. Brandon Holloman. Actually, I don't know what race Brandon Holloman is. Tom, you're in Utah. It's a safe bet. You're Caucasian. Shout out to the Pan-Caucasian persuasion. I'll choose the first two black. So the two black, maybe it's a tag team. Egyptian first, okay, well, excuse me. Well, guess what? A lot of people are, but census in America said if you're light-skinned, you're white, and if you're dark-skinned, you're black. So that's how America's been operating. So I apologize. It's been operating like that ever since, and we've been calling nationalities, multicultural nationalities, colors for 150 years because of some censuses in the 1800s, speaking of history. And you guys can look it up and tell me where I'm wrong, tell me where I'm telling lies, to quote a guy who shits himself, which I've done all stream. $20K for stem cells therapy. Holy smoke. Holy smoke. Maybe some pauses, some are not going to happen, some are. I haven't liked the Spider-Man in a long time. I like Spider-Man. It's amazing. You and Richard are like... chat soulmates. Pause. Holy smokes! Because first off, Spider-Man is amazing. Friends was cold as fuck. Back in the days when I was young, and back to the video store. I would rent Spider-Man Amazing Friends. They had it on VHS. I rented that a bunch of times. They, because VHSs can't hold as much as DVDs and other media, they will sometimes put 2, 3, however many episodes they could fit on a VHS or a set of VHSs. And okay, we're putting out TV shows on VHS. That was one of them. I rented that a ton. Obviously, it's even before my time, as old as I am. That series is from the late 70s, early 80s, ? I was born in the late 80s, so it's before my time, but I still rented it, and I love it. I also like that one animated show where they did the original Spider-Verse. Yes. And I was a huge fan of that. That was of my time because I think they say it came out 94 to 97, 98. And I was a kid then, right? And I watched it. I've been wanting to revisit that. I need to revisit that and the original X-Men before. I want to do both. Pause. Actually, I want to revisit the whole 90s MCU cartoons. I talk so much. Oh, the controller got removed. We're going to go through a lot when we start back this stream. After this comment break, I'm going to go grab a water. This is going to be a longer stream, guys. So if you want to stick around, if you find yourself, hey, I'm going to try to sleep, and you got insomnia, come back. We might be going pause. The pause stream. I might put that in the subject. But I loved both shows. And speaking of Spider-Man, Mary Jane's had nothing like Mary Jane in that game. That's absolute truth. What a terrible game. And this is why people hate wokeness. The criticism of wokeness had and still has a lot of validity. But the critics have done a Harvey Dent. And I don't mean become a vigilante at the end of the series. I mean, that's what I'm doing. I mean, they lived long enough to see themselves become the villain or our villain. Because if you are a liberal, listen, I mean, you guys can have whatever opinion y'all want, right? This is a free speech, still pro free speech within as much reason as I can muster, because I'm a human being on earth in the physical world. But this is still pro free speech. We aim that way as much as we can. You can think however you want, still be in this chat, still be a part of this channel, no matter what. But I gotta say, as the kids may or may not still be saying, you're an op or a rogues gallery member, pretty much, if you are a diehard political person. Not because I dislike you as a person, but to believe that either the Democrat, liberal, socialist, or both they demonize, Democratic or Democrat, liberal, socialist concept, or the conservative, Republican, whatever concepts are even real relative to the individuals who run the country. I don't know what to tell you. It's literally would be better if you believed Santa Claus existed. I much rather you believe that there is a Santa Claus than to believe that there are legitimately liberal and Democrats versus Republicans. If you truly believe that these individuals who, again, what I'm about to say is objectively true, both do what any reasonable person would consider insider trading, both get funded from a lot of the same people, including AIPAC, are actually in any way adversarial. I'll show the pictures of Donald and the Clintons again. If I remember, they ran just 10 years ago. I'll show you how friendly Hillary and Donald was just a year or two before they were talking shit about each other on the podium. I pissed people off when I did it. It is a thing. I have said, I get a lot wrong on this channel. You guys correct me. We started off the stream. We started the fucking stream off with a school with all the shit I was getting wrong. And I've been pausing the whole damn stream for all the shit I get wrong. But what I'm about to say is objectively true, or what I've just said about the Clintons and the Trump's relationship, golfing buddies, tons of pictures, friendly before, and not just like years and years before, even though that's also a case. Friends just a year. The day before Donald went down the escalator, he had a long conversation with Bill Clinton. That's a reported fact. Now, in the digital age, can I still present it with Google? I would have to check it, but you check it. You tell me. Tell me where I'm telling lies or mistruths or mistakes. Please correct me. But I don't believe anything I've said is anything but objectively true regarding that fact. And regarding the fact that they are funded by the same people, and as a result, might as well be considered the same thing. That is not to say that there are not going to be things done in the name of liberalism or conservatism that don't piss you off, because there are plenty of both for both, right? But they're not real. You can still feel that way if you want to, but if that's like, oh, I didn't see you Forbidden Ruin, appreciate you being here. Sorry if I missed you coming in. Pause. You can feel whatever way if you want to, but you are objectively false. You are saying that the sky is orange, which I guess it sometimes is. That's not the wrong. What's the color the sky can't be? Because honestly, the sky can be a lot of colors. It can be blue, it can be purple, it can be orange, especially if you're in Maui without blue on your roof, allegedly. Blue on your roof? Whoa. I am not doing this on purpose. I just want to get through the damn stream. Oh, my goodness. But yeah, the sky can actually be a bunch of different colors. Okay, grass being purple. Which I mean, if you paint it, it is. But that grass grows purple. You would be less insane. Because some people are colorblind, so some people may see what we might term purple. That's actually it's more possible that you can say, it's more factual. It's legitimately more factual to say grass grows in purple. And there probably is some purple grass on Earth, right? Than in most grass grows in purple. How about that? Because, to try to qualify. That's more legitimately factual than saying there are Democrats and Republicans and they are opposing sides in real life for what we deem reality to be. You are saying something that is not true in reality. They are clearly funded by the same side and work in concert. And any sense of dismay, difference, opposition is just theater. And you can like the theater. I still watch sports, man. I'm not trying to tell you what to like. I still want, there is a script of things that is going to happen this year for football, and I still want the Lions to win. So I'm not different. I'm not that different. I'm not trying to say don't watch wrestling. I'm trying to say know when you're talking in kayfabe and when you're not. That's all I'm trying to say. Know when you say, yeah, that Trump did this, they did that, is the same. It's equivalent to Roman Reigns and CM Punk. And maybe the same way you might have some backstage knowledge. But it is all a part of a show. And if you do not, and again, if you know it and you like it, like I said, this is not judgment. And you got an opinion and you're a passionate fan. You're a fan of the low. You like dudes. You know, hawk them in your tank tops as much minks as you want. I actually don't know what that means. But I just said it. But no, do what you want if you just like it. But if you're going to come around thinking that we're going to talk, we can still talk kayfabe. Sometimes we talk about storylines. We can talk about it as a storyline, but we're not talking about it as if these things are actually happening. We can talk about whatever, man. We can talk about the plot of Spider-Man. We have to talk about the plot of Spider-Man. We can talk about plots. We can talk about works of fiction and the plots that are happening, but we have to acknowledge objectively politics are a work of fiction. That's not a theory. That's objectively true. Right? That's all I'm saying on that note. I got to clip that out. Hopefully, thank God some of this is getting used. Shit, this day has been incredible. And so I got to get back to you guys' comments. Then we'll take a break. Then we'll get back to the games. I'm intending to play a decently long stream. We're already over 2 hours. I know people are going to come and go. Pause. I'm not going to pause everything because I am getting tired of it. So let's get to your comments and your reactions to what the hell I just said. Man, it seems like we've accidentally figured out a fucking format where I can do these streams and do these clips. If that's how I do it, then that's how I do it. Because I want to do a format of a video. I'll just do multiple formatted videos. Fuck it. So thank you guys for listening to this. How many people are here? 7 people. I'll take you. Not like that. So yeah, thank you guys for being here. So yeah, hopefully you take a bio break and we about to take another break. This old manga really called Frankenfran, probably never get an anime due to its gory content. Japanese culture is weird. You can have a manga that borders on smut, get an anime adaptation, but anything too gory gets turned down. Well, they have a totally different view on sex. Not different. I mean, you put something in the hole, but they have views on sex that are just, different. They don't, it's different, right? Because I'm not going to get into all that. I'm not going to get into Japanese sexual culture. That's another can of worms for this. Liar. I don't know what I lied on. I think, tell me where I'm telling lies. Anyone tell me where I'm telling lies or mistakes. Correct me. I don't want to be wrong. Why is the doctor so expensive? Well, the doctor wants to be rich too. Fair enough. But the education to become a doctor has become so expensive, people are opting not to do it. Not as a practitioner shortage. That is something that is not shocking. And again, but man, I wonder what the population is. Because we're still having kids to some extent as a species. I see when you start looking, you do see kids around. You see families, they exist. Especially, this Houston suburb, they exist. But it's still not like when I was young or even 10. There's definitely less kids. You can see it. You can feel it. You can feel it in the air tonight. Oh Lord. And there are like people who are getting older and aging out of a lot of positions, and there are not people being replaced on the back end. You can guess what button on the VCR to hit. Okay, I can see that. Not sure what we can see. I'm Egyptian first to fuck, and whoa, not to fuck. I'll fight just cause. That was a decent game. You ain't gotta fight it. It also seems like within the last few years, people just aren't satisfied with things anymore. People will point out the smallest thing and let it ruin everything. So here's the issue. It became extremely profitable and monetizable to make long-form hate content on YouTube in general, of which reviews are one of those things. And I'm guilty of it. I make positive and negative reviews. And there are times where I am as guilty of one small detail destroying everything. But I'm personally starting to wonder if I should do that. That's how you end up with a positive review of the Odyssey. Going back to cultural Marxism, the Odyssey is not absent of cultural Marxism. It is not absent of wokeness. However, I still found it entertaining. My real issue with wokeness, personally, was that it was a signal and reason for bad entertainment. And as a result of being both a signal and a reason for bad entertainment, it was a Pavlovian indicator that if you see something woke, you don't want to see it. It's not going to be good. It's going to be terrible. And some people still have that Pavlovian response with no nuance for whether or not something's good or bad, and whether or not cultural Marxism did not start in 2020 or 2016 or 20. I don't know when it started. Marxism as a concept, I know is an older concept, at least older as far as relative to the past 100 years, beginning of the century. Isn't that what Karl Marx was knocking about? Pause. Beginning of the 19th century or 20th century, the 1900s. Obviously, 0 to 100 is the first century, hence. Okay. But yeah, the 20th century, the early 1900s, I think is when, or late 1800s. I'm not sure. I'm not an expert. But I'm sure you guys will correct me in the chat. See, I'll tell you when I know something. I'll tell you when I don't. Irish, English, and Scandi. See? Those are different nationalities. And guess what? We're in this post-white world. You're white, you're black. Did the Anglos of back in the day, and the Irish, who were both even though there was some, the Irish history is its own thing, Irish travelers is its own thing. There's a lot of, there's some ethno diversity relative to Ireland. That's not for this channel or this stream. Maybe this channel. We talk about whatever, but there were Caucasian Irish. There are Caucasian English and Anglos. I don't think that's a controversial statement. So they are what we could consider Caucasian and Irish, and even at times the Italians, even in my lifetime, the Italians were not necessarily considered white. So what does white mean? And I'm not saying that I'm saying that's not a rhetorical question. Please explain to me how white was there white solidarity when Irish and English existed, or are these all different cultures who happen to share a phenotype, and that phenotype itself, or set of phenotypes, because obviously everybody don't look exactly the same, should that set of phenotypes indicate an entire culture? Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't, right? Yeah, you're not white, you're Italian. Like you said, Irish, English, and Scandinavian. Those are Caucasian relative. That's a scientific term. White is a census term. Black is a census term. These are terms for the U.S. Census that we have turned into cultures in the time since it had became a term. Because they did not classify. There are undoubtedly, because there's so many people and have been even so many people, individuals who are black and white and maybe in close proximity to each other, who could share common ancestry with Native Americans who, in getting into how the Bering Strait, I think it was, people going over the Bering Strait and human travel in antiquity. There are so many conspiracies on that. I don't even know what to talk about. You can look up pyramids and all that other shit all over the world and how did this happen? I don't know. But the person who is that common ancestor of this person we call white and this person called black, neither what we call European or African. Their people had been in North America for however fucking long, and one of them happened to be considered light skinned because that's how genetics work.
and not they were therefore white by the census, and the next son or daughter or whatever to link to this ancestor could have been considered black because they had dark skin, and then they live with it, and that you end up two people may hate each other because of race, and they got a common ancestor that's neither what we would call white or black because they're not European, they're Native American. That is something that undoubtedly has happened and is the case a lot of times over. But white America, black America, I don't know. What? I'm sorry if this stream doesn't make sense. It makes sense to me. So I apologize. I know this is a popular opinion. Really a Troy Deadfall? I'm not familiar with it. I know it had its issues, but I actually found it funny and entertaining. Richard is funny. 1981 for the Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends. Dun, 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 dun. Soulmate says, wow, I apologize. Favorite Spider-Man from the OG Spider-Verse. Okay, I know yours, Richard. Spider-Man was just an actor. And the one in the silver suit, Rich with Gwen. Okay, now I'm starting to, this is crazy. Pause for the cause. Spider Armor is cold. Yes, small time. We did talk about Hayden Panettiere. Rest in peace to her. You know what was the cause of death? Tell Superman in his face, Santa not real. Shout out to Santa. Yeah, how did she die? Wings of the same bird. I agree. Rave comedian. Not sure. Dang. All friends behind closed doors and sometimes in open doors. Listen, the Lakers. I just talked about how media was culturally Marxist, and cultural Marxism has been indicated by the internet as a part of the quote unquote political left, right? Bob Iger, the former CEO of Disney, who produced objectively cultural Marxist and leftist material, has teamed up with Jared Kushner of the Trump Extended Universe fame. Is it Jared Kushner? One of the Kushners. I don't know which one. To buy the Los Angeles Lakers just a year after it was bought for less. So they paid a $2 billion premium on this $12 billion now dollar team. The Lakers were bought. I don't remember who bought them a year ago for $10 billion, and they just sold. They were flipped after one season for $12 billion to a pair of individuals that should be considered one from the right and one from the left. Yet they put their money together to buy the fucking Lakers. This is an objective fact, and there's people who are still going to play into right versus left. You couldn't make this shit up if you tried. You couldn't do it. You couldn't write this shit. You couldn't book this shit if you tried. You can't break Republican Democrat kayfabe. Come on, man. Politics Unreal on Peacock. Sponsored by DraftKings. I will watch, honestly. Politics Unreal. And they're talking about how they booked. Let's say, man, what the fuck? The Illuminati. Listen, guys. Let's have a talk. I know you got flock cameras, surveillance. You do your cyberpunk thing. You don't know how to get to the end game because you don't want to fuck it up, and you don't know what you're going to do if your guards turn on you. So we haven't got drone strike. I appreciate not getting drone strike. In any event, if we're going to do this shit, people tease shit. You got motherfuckers who are always breaking the truth and shit. Might as well just tell us how do you book this shit. If they did a Politics Unreal of the booking of the 2016 election and put that shit on any streaming service or channel, holy shit, the whole planet would watch. I would watch that. We would be covering that every fucking day. That would be incredible. I'm not going to lie. I just cut a promo on politics. But if you had a Politics Unreal giving all of just that, you don't got to do anything else, but you just tell. So yeah, when we had Hillary, when we had Donald Trump walked down the escalator, we looked at the old Simpsons shit like, you know what? Be funny. Since they got the Simpsons thing, have them go down the escalator. And then we can say Simpsons booked it and, fuck with the people on that thing. Pause. Imagine if like a fucking Rothschild was cutting a promo and doing an interview like that. Everyone, and I don't know if Rothschild, they'd probably figureheads too, but everyone would watch. Who could not watch that? Politics, we got to get it done. Illuminati, we're doing a lot of evil shit. I wish I could stop you. I hope that I can. I pray that I can. But at goddamn least, if we're going to entertain, if we're going to get some bread and some fucking circus, homie, everyone on the planet will watch. Every single one. Because the right versus left paradigm of the United States escaped contained to the whole fucking world. Is it true that Trump even contributed to the Clintons' campaign in the past? It is true. He even admits to it. Exactly. Wow. I'm sure it was crazy stuff. Yep, purple cabbage, bluegrass. I got to clip this. I've heard it say, yeah, that's a good way to put it. Republicans are just 10 years behind the Dems. Lame-o. There's Insta-scam. Care to explain that? Care to explain what? What are we explaining? I don't know nothing. Leave me out of it. Wow. I don't know what I said because we're 12:48. Shit, we're like 15 minutes behind. You don't know what Frankie France comedy about an undead doctor, gruesome science experiments, has a kid sidekick. It's still going. Okay. Listen, in defense, in doubling down on the Odyssey was good. Pause. I'm an artist. Christopher Nolan is an artist. Does that mean everything anyone makes is great? No. Because we're human beings. We fuck up. We do some things great, some things not. And that's fine. We got to do the best we can, try to improve, get better. In any event, Nolan has a lot of weaknesses. And there was some cultural Marxism objectively in the movie. However, Nolans. He does the thing. He does the Nolan thing. What's the Nolan thing? He uses the best fucking camera he can. The best fucking camera that he can. Okay, we're trying to do the English. Pause. No Umar. He uses the best fucking camera he can. He gets the best shots he possibly can in the world. He sets it to the best music he can, whether it's the great Hans Zimmer or in the case of the Odyssey, Ludwig Göransson. I don't know how to pronounce his last name or really his first name, but I'm aware of his work. I'm aware of him as a composer, and he did an incredible job with the fucking Odyssey soundtrack. So when you're in the screen watching these things as a moviegoer, if you like what Nolan does, and yes, you're going to have story issues and writing issues and all that, but when you see these shots and these set pieces put to actual film and projected on a large screen with incredible music, it just fucking does something to you if you like it. And everybody doesn't like it. Pause. No Janelle Grant. But it's so incredible to me as a fan of Nolan's, who is still critical of his mistakes and issues. I just loved when that happened throughout the duration of the Odyssey. These incredible set pieces, incredible action pieces, incredible music. Everything looks fucking amazing. So I couldn't care less about a lot of elements that I may otherwise care about if this shit wasn't so fucking dope. We all got strengths and weaknesses. If you can make your strength so fucking cold, to some people your weaknesses won't matter. To some it will, because some people won't appreciate that strength as much. That's just life. But to me, when Nolan does the Nolan thing, it's fucking awesome. And he did the Nolan thing in the Odyssey all throughout the 3 hours. So I like the movie. If you didn't want to see it, that's your business. Karl Marx was alive in the 1800s, so there you go for that. Yup. Your American woman all look the same to me? Well, that's their choice. Shout out to the makeup industry. Also, by the way, never mind. I'll leave that as no. But there's a story about makeup. I may tell it one day. No, not just story. Just like I realized, okay, there's a Target near me. Now I'm just doing it. Just doing the vigilante thing. There's a Target near me, and every time I go, there's fucking beautiful women. And it hit me. It occurred to me. Why? Because they have this massive makeup setup right when you walk in. It is an entire makeup store inside this Target right as you walk in. And so I am almost always seeing some of the most beautiful women I've ever seen in my fucking life, or at least in my past recent history. I am seeing them on a regular basis walking in Target to get Swedish fish and energy drinks, which I know I'm not perfect with my health. And Fiji water. I like to, even though I know bottled water is a whole other concept, it's probably just tap. But in my head, it's not. So fuck it. No, don't fuck my head. We're not like that. But God damn it. I mean, I'm not kidding, man. I'm not fucking kidding. Shout out to Target. Shout out to Target makeup section. That's bringing the like I said, and this has been months of me going now. I think I even said it because I'm like, Target ain't that bad. This is why I think Target ain't that bad. I am literally just walking and getting like whatever the fuck, getting a notebook or some shit, and legitimately walking past like the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life. Like every fucking time, times 10 or 15. I'm being dead ass, bro. Houston, this is why, even though Texas has a lot of issues, it's going to be tough if I ever move away from Houston. It's going to be tough business. Because that's just a fucking random Target in the middle of fucking nowhere. The state of Houston is something else. Aesthetic choice. Okay, no, let me go to Tom Jensen. This stream is legitimately more educational than high school. No bullshit. If I'm lying, I'm flying. German scientist in 1975, anthropologist Johann Friedrich Blumenbach created a system to divide human races. Aesthetic choice, he named white Europeans, that's that Southern drawl. I've been in the South over a decade. Caucasian because he saw a skull from the Caucasus region and thought the local people had the most beautiful appearance. So Caucasians may not even be from the Caucasus Mountains. People say you might not even be from the Caucasus Mountains in the first fucking place. Holy shit. Now that's a gaslight. That's a fucking that's a 300-year, 200+ year gaslight. Holy shit. Is this true? Are you kidding? If you're kidding, are you true? False origin. He indicated guests that human life and European race originally started in these mountains. Is this true? That's crazy. Yo, listen. You know how I do a match after the stream? This is a 5-star match. this is a fucking 5. This is like Kurt Angle, Shawn Michaels. This is Brock Lesnar, Kurt Angle. I like Shawn Michaels, Bret Hart. A lot of people don't. Shawn Michaels, Razor Ramon. You're gonna hear a lot of Shawn Michaels because he's probably the best in-ring wrestler ever. Shout out to AJ Styles. Just like a class, Shawn Michaels, Undertaker, any of them, including the OG Hell in a Cell when Kane came out. That's what this stream is. I got like 100 videos in this stream. What the fuck? I don't have every stream I do. I don't want to clip out. I got to clip the shit out of this stream. I'm not even going to say it. This is incredible. This is incredible. Is this true? Somebody, if I clip this out in the comments, is Tom Jensen, he said kidding. Please tell me this is true. Or if it's not, and I'm just gaslit, let me know. Because right now the chat hasn't moved for minutes. So I'm a little scared. So it was Jared Kushner's brother. Small Time is correcting me. And going back to 82-0, the point guard's Damian Lillard. Shooting guard's Dwayne Wade. Small forward is Jordan. Oh, kidding about another joke. So the Johann Friedrich Blum, and I may have mispronounced the brother's name, and now you're not a brother. Caucasian is a 200+ year gaslight as a concept. So literally I told you there is no white and black, and that's objectively the case. I've never had a class where I have learned this much in a string. In what, 2-3 hours? Never in my life. This is am I alive? Is this really happening? Is this really happening? I really want to time. Y'all got to get up on radio here. I love them. So you're a fan on the low. I'm high. I'm a fan on the high. I'm a fan on the high. I didn't turn into gold dust. And so, okay, now I'm gold dust, but then I'm target gooning. 10 to 15 minutes of target gooning. A little bit. Wow. So now I'm target gooning, but I'm gold dust. Pick one. Come on. Joke about target. Modern usage, the racial classification term is considered outdated by scientists and anthropologists. It remains common in American legal and everyday language to mean white, which literally does not exist. If you think I'm lying, ask the Brits/Anglos of antiquity, and even now, I don't know what antiquity. I don't know when antiquity is considered, but of the olden times, and the Irish, who both would be considered by this literally quantifiably incorrect term as Caucasian, and allegedly of the Caucasus Mountains, but not really, because they don't. Who knows what the fuck skull he was looking at? We'll never know, or maybe somebody knows. And I don't know. This was not supposed to be a history stream. This stream has been incredible. We're not done though. We're not fucking done. I don't know what to do. I know a lot of people have left. We're clipping the living hell out of this stream. This is the best stream I've ever had, to me. I don't know about the best, but in recent days and weeks and months, this is incredible to me. And I'm going to clip out as much as I can. I don't know what's going to happen on the channel. I don't know if any of it's going to pick up or it's going to matter. Who knows? But these are incredible promos and thoughts, and the chat. This is crazy. Okay. The native ethnic groups of the Caucasus, such as Chechens, Georgians, and Armenians, have their own unique heritages, languages, and cultures that are distinct from general Western European ancestry. Well, we learn a little bit more each day. I'm about to toss up the BRB screen. This is where I would normally, at this time, after 2 hours, and, it being 1 a.m., I would end the stream now. But we're not going to, so if you're willing to stay along a little bit longer, I'm not going to say it, we will continue to stream. But I am going to take a short break, of which I'll be back relatively soon, hopefully within 5 or 10 minutes. So if you want to take a break, get you something to eat or drink, or, it's late. I know you don't mean I want to do all that. Or use the bathroom, restroom, whatever. Or if you don't, or if you just call it a night because it's too late and you got something to do, that's understandable. I want to thank you for joining me. We're taking a break, and we will be back to what is, from my experience, I don't know how good this stream seems to you. It might seem terrible. I might go back, watch this, and want to clip none of it. But this has been especially that Caucasian pipe bomb. Fuck. I don't know what the hell is going on in this stream. All things considered, I hope it's been entertaining. Thank you for joining me. If you're leaving, have a good night. We'll be back after this break, after these messages, which there'll be none.
Hey, Marvel fan, if you're still here, I hope you're still here. Let me check the comments on the other app. Actually, I can, at least I'm not on camera because there's stains and shit on my shirt. Pause. Um, I will be on camera on some of these streams. So this is 125. Scared the fuck out of you. So hopefully you're still here 10 minutes later. Richard is still here. Rave is still here. I don't know about Tom Jensen. Hopefully Marvel fan is still here. Yeah, we did 2 hours of streams. Thank you for being here. And actually, I thank you again for something else. We'll get into that. Richard probably already got a preview. He's a offensive coordinator. You're the new, you're a pillar of the channel, obviously, Richard. Pause. And then there's Sentient, who's legitimately a pillar. His last name is the most pause-worthy shit, but we're not going to get into that. Cotton, he lurks. He's allegedly a white supremacist, even though he likes a lot of black channels. I don't know. I don't get it, but he's Cotton. So we keep him around. And then there's Nas, unallegedly a white supremacist, but he's funny, so we keep him around. You four, the four pillars of this channel, and I appreciate you all, and I know y'all can't be in every stream and all that thing. But it's not just them I appreciate. I appreciate you, who's one of the newer regulars, Cecilia Sinestro, and I thank you for still being here. 2 out of 4 AEW pillars, which is kind of the origin of that concept, AEW. Hell, AEW, as much as I criticize it, Vigilante Williamson is a reference to Kenny Omega. 2 of the 4 pillars have not been champ. Is it just Darby and obviously MJF? Who was the other 2? Was it Jack Perry? Who was the 4th? Who were the 4 pillars? I remember Darby and MJF. Darby kind of got jobbed out, but Tony Khan, I see how he booked. He's sneaky. Jungle Boy, Sammy, wow. I forgot. Sammy Guevara. He ain't a pillar no more. Who would you say replaced Sammy? I don't know if Jungle Boy still is. I would still give the 2. Jungle Boy's kind of, he certainly is one of the most impactful characters to ever be in AEW. There's no doubt about Jungle Boy. Ask CM Punk if Jungle Boy is not one of the most impactful individuals in AEW's history. There's no doubt about that. So he still, honestly, can still be argued a pillar just from his importance. You can't tell the story of AEW without telling the story of Jungle Boy. There's no way to do it. And Sammy Guevara, wow. What talent that could have been, and maybe still could be, because you know what I'm learning at the age of 38, about to turn 39? It ain't fucking over. It's never fucking over until it's fucking over. And this is what I was thinking about. And I really hope I don't get emotional. I never thought I would do that on stream. You already know. Can I find this shit? I got some real quick for y'all. It's worse than Finn Balor. All things considered, yeah. Maybe Swerve or Hangman. Maybe Swerve, maybe Kenny. But no, because you got to be a little younger to be the pillar. Even though I would say around 30 is pillar still. So Swerve might still be an age. I don't know how old Swerve is. Swerve's been around for a minute, but he still might be 33, 34. I would consider that on the younger side in this modern wrestling era. But let me get this thing ready. And I'm about to cut 2 promos. I'm trying not to get emotional in either. Well, somewhat emotional. This is for everyone in the chat, everyone who watches this channel. Thank you for being a friend. Travel down the road and back again. Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant. And if you threw a party, invited everyone you knew, you would see the biggest gift would be from me, and the card attached would say thank you for being a friend. Ironically, that was the intro to one of my mixtapes with my friends from back in the day.
But I have friends now, and it's you guys in the chat. A lot has been made, even on this channel, about the concept of a parasocial relationship. You guys are friends. Thank you all for being friends of this channel and this content. Streams like this remind me why I haven't quit doing this. Because this has been an objectively fun stream, and even other streams that maybe not as fun, you guys show up to, and have some of you have been showing up to this channel for years. And I am legitimately appreciative. That's why I try to get to every comment. There may come a time where I'm not able to do that. Yeah, the purpose of the pillar is being the future of the company, but it also was when it was coined, which is like 3 or 4 years ago. So I would say, yeah, the future of the company, but we're also in the future from that point. So I guess you got to allow it to be a little older, right? Pause, because it's like they coined that pillar term, 2022, 21. So now we're 5 years out. If we're 3 to 5 years after that, we are in the future that they were supposed to, be a part of. And like you said, only 2 have been champions. One still has a chance. The other one, unfortunately, Sammy Guevara, as talented as he is, has not panned out. So this current present, I would still consider, I guess, the younger part of the present as part of the main event. The pillar, I guess, John. Looking back, it was actually Jon Moxley because he's probably the most impactful. If we're talking about the most impactful guys in AEW since they coined that pillar term, Jon Moxley has been one of them. If you look back at AEW's history, who have been the most impactful characters, Moxley and MJF are kind of the 2 guys, I would say. Along with you still got to put Jericho, Kenny Omega, Daniel Bryan, Samoa Joe, there's other individuals. Swerve is in there, Hangman. There's still other people, but I would say them. But Dream Booking of Sammy was Jericho winning the belt for one last time, have Sammy beat him for the belt to retire Jericho. That would be pretty cool if Sammy did it. Do what now? I don't know what I said to trigger that response. But just thank you guys. Thank you for being a friend. And like I said, ironically, I did a mixtape once and used that as an intro. And that brings me to my second promo to cut, the less emotional one. But I'm still somewhat passionate about this. And I realized that when I played this Golden Girls thing, because the Golden Girls was just a TV show in the 90s. How many TV shows y'all think since 2020, and there's been a lot of them, now we would call them streaming shows, you think are as good as the Golden Girls or better? I'm not saying there's none. I'm saying that percentage is low. Richard would say there's none. Richard just straight out says none before you ask. He says no, there's none. And he might be correct. But I would, even if you're generous and you like some of the recent stuff that's come out, and I found this anime or whatever, and it came out this and it was good. Okay. The percentage is closer to 0 than it is 10. Even the most optimistic person about the recent history of media would say so. And to that, we've been talking about history. It may pass years in the future, 100+ years after we're all long and gone, that people look back at what you want to say, the 60s to the 2010s of late 20th century, early 21st century Western pop culture is as impactful artistically as the Renaissance, if not more so. We enjoyed for a good 50+ years, maybe more, but around, I can say 60 to 2010 if we want to just keep it neat. We had such an incredible amount of great pop culture, and we took it for granted. Because the Golden Girls and Elvira, they were just things that existed. But there's nothing been made, at least the past 6, if not 10 years, that's even close to stuff like that. And they were casual parts of the pop culture spectrum that once was.
I may have said I was hanging out with Bro Jelani, and the place we're at, fucking Michael Jackson, Don't Stop Till You Get Enough. The song and the video is playing because they got a bunch of TV screens. And I'm thinking, fuck, that motherfucker was so charismatic. He's just doing it's just a green screen video. That's something you can do with your phone right now. And god damn it, he's so fucking charismatic. Dancing by himself with a bunch of random backgrounds. That's all the video is. He's got so much fucking charisma. Or like The Rock talk. There's some humans like has so much charisma. He was just one part. And obviously he was a huge part. He's one of the larger parts. Pause. Of the pop culture spectrum of this era that I'm talking about. But Jesus, he has so much charisma. You can't teach that shit. And he's just, again, a piece. We had no fucking clue what we had. We took it for granted. That's on us. We can talk about how bad it's gotten since, but we took for granted what the fuck we had. We had an incredible 50-plus year string where every art form that existed had some of the best part of it. And, obviously I'm not talking about to what's traditionally thought of as art per se, even though I'm sure there was good works that, painting, sculptures and not. But I'm talking about pop culture art. Movies, TV shows, books I'll include, comic books, video games, music, whatever. I'm not going to say we'll never get that again. We'll never get that again. We'll have to create a new one if we can. Maybe humanity will. But that we had an incredible run of pop culture and of art of that era, and we took it for granted. As much as we can get mad, and these motherfuckers did fuck it up and ruin it, and I don't know how we're ever going to get back. If we're going to get back, all we got to do is try. All we can do is try. We are going to have to do it, meaning us in the chat, other motherfuckers who are doing this independently. But boy, was that incredible. So, okay, those are my two rants. Hopefully the second half of this stream is less taxing to the system than the first half has been. I don't know what WoW's about. This has been a crazy stream. Let me go back. Oh, can I? You did tell us, what was it? Oh, God. This stream has been this day, because I've worked like 10, I don't know how many hours I worked before this stream. And so I'm pretty mentally maxed out. I do remember you telling me the premise earlier in this stream. I would be lying to you if I could tell you I remember what the premise was, Fizz. And once you say it, I was like, oh, yeah. But stream brain and being mentally taxed and just at my limit. Comparing this to a match, I compare it to Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels' hour-long match, this stream. And as a streamer, I actually also will compare it to the CM Punk versus John Cena Chicago Money in the Bank match. And especially this break, because I remember, and again, I forgot the premise to Frank and Fran. I'm sorry, bro. Comedy manga about a doctor who does gruesome science experiments and has a kid sidekick. I read this and then forgot it. I'm sorry. Comedy manga? I don't like gruesome stuff. I don't like body horror. I mean, I could deal with some of it because Clayface look like body horror, but some of it, when it gets creepy and weird, and that's just not my thing. That's just not my thing. But hey, if you like it, you enjoy. I'm not a gruesome guy. I get queasy, so I can't. I can deal with some weird and freaky stuff, but if it gets too intense, I can't. But I felt like CM Punk. After he won that match, he infamously runs out of the building, blows a kiss at Vince McMahon, runs out of the building. He said he got into a car or a cab, I can't remember which, drove to his apartment that was in Chicago, because that was where the event was, which was like 10 or 15 minutes away from the building. He infamously took a picture of the championship belt that was in the refrigerator, because he was so fucking tired and mentally, emotionally taxed from having just won the world championship. He'd been basically working his whole life to win in his hometown, and a great storyline and an incredible 40-minute match. And he just was drinking water because he was so fucking dehydrated, so tired. he didn't realize he put the belt in the fucking refrigerator, and when he did, he took a picture of it, put it on Twitter. I felt like that. I felt so fucking tired, dehydrated, and I know I'm just a fucking guy who's in his spare bedroom, streaming on the internet to 5 to 7 people, but that's what this has felt like, especially all things considered with today. Like, I just felt, holy shit. And I just drank a shit ton of water, and I bought some water up from the refrigerator, because it's upstairs, if you need to know, not to give you a fucking layout of my house, but in order to just keep this stream going, because I'm just feeling good. So hopefully we'll finally play retro games. This has not been that many retro games, but we're going to get back into the PlayStation era games in a second. So thank you for joining. If this feels crazy to you, this feels crazy to me too. Just been one of those days, one of those weird days you get. At one point, Fran harvests organs from soldiers. Issue 2 and 3 of the Raven. I gotta catch up. Want to get wild? The Roman Empire didn't divide along biological ethnic lines. You're either civilized Roman or a barbarian. Now, this I did know. I haven't talked about it because I'll get accused of we wasism, even though it's not just we was. A lot of people was ism. And that's, a lot of people in that greater region was ism. I mean, it wasn't just us. But you want to get why the Roman Empire did not divide along biological ethnic lines. This is honestly kind of also one of my points of saying there is no white and there is no black. Is that's not always how things get divided culturally. That's a recent, not just recent, because sometimes it did. I'm not saying it never did or does, but it doesn't have to be. You know what I'm saying? And modern America has forgotten that. And to some extent, the modern world has forgotten that culture and what is considered anything. It doesn't necessarily have to be a biological ethnic thing when you talk about a country or a people. You can be the people of Rome or the Roman people and have diversity. Am I including equitable diversity? Oh, DIE. But you can be a biologically diverse people and still be considered the same people. And that's been a common thing. In fact, even some of the ethnicities that we have do have a certain amount of biological diversity. But black and white. And if I say the gray, I'm a fence sitter, I'm this, that, and the third, everything but a child of God. Wolverine Snicket, appreciate you being here. This has been an insane stream. Hopefully you enjoy it. We'll be clipping parts out of it. But we're not done. We just came back from a break. We are about to get into some PlayStation games, and thank you for being here. And yeah, I'll take a recommendation, Richard. I'm not sure on what, but I'll take one. No biological hierarchies. A Roman citizen could be fair-skinned, a Gaul, an Italian, or dark-skinned North African, like Emperor Septimus Servus. See, like I said, a lot of people was them. We all was ism. Fran also turns a woman into a deformed dog woman. As punishment for trying to steal her research. That's pretty intense. That's pretty intense. I cannot tell a lie. Oh, on games? Yeah, I'll take it. What's the recommendation? And then, I mean, shit, honestly, if it's an emulatable, let's say PlayStation or PlayStation 2, because those two emulators I can get going, and even though it took forever, I can get the controller working. I don't know if I can emulate anything. If you guys want to do a recommendation, we're in a modern age. I can make it happen. But for now, because we already got a game loaded, and it's a game I like, we'll just keep it PS1, PS2 era for now. If you got a PS1 or PS2 game that you want me to play, you said RE4. Is that if I can get a PS2, I'll play some of it. I'm not sure if I'll beat it or whatever, but we can play some of it. So, of all the times you guys want to recommend me stuff, and honestly, keep it in mind for I'll say the next few weeks. If there's a PS1 or PS2 game that you want me to play, I will try to play it. I'm not going to guarantee anything. I can't promise perfection. Perfection is the enemy of great, as we will find out artistically, because I have an album that will come out hopefully by next year. That one is I got 2 albums ahead of that. because I have this is what for the objective. Well, how do you make music? You always talk about your music. You want it to make money? Yes, I do, because we live in a society. But I have dozens of albums in my head, dozens, and I got to get them made because Hayden Panettiere died, and she's the same age as me, and I don't know how long I got left. I'm hoping 100 years, but I don't know that I do. And so I got to get as many of them made as quickly as possible. Pray people actually listen to it. I don't want to go out like Van Gogh. I want to go out like one of the rich motherfuckers, but not like giving up the butt to be rich. I want to be independent and rich. I don't want to give up the butt. And that's not a pause. I mean, these people really do give up the butt in order to be famous. I'm not doing that. And I hate to do this. I got to take another break. I'll be right back, though. This is going to be a quick break. Okay, sorry about that. All righty. So thank y'all for being here. And if you join late and, you only get the second half, I would recommend, if you have the time, to watch as much of this stream and as many clips come from it as possible. This is the best work I've ever done. I don't know if I'll do better because you never know what the fuck is going to happen. We didn't know we was at the peak of pop culture history in the middle of the 90s or 80s or 70s. We were just living. But no, like, objectively, things ain't what they used to be. It is, and we should have appreciated, and we did to some extent, but we didn't realize to what extent how great we had it. Culture, pop culture. There's still struggles. I know there's a lot of generational bullshit. People get really bent on that, and there's some reason about it. You said you called it when you sent the voice message. Yeah. So for the stream format, I had just this blast event. I should sell ad breaks. If I could, I would, because that we would have had a decent ad break there. And like I said, PS, you said Resident Evil 4, dope. You had to add that. I don't know what I didn't have to add. And then the controller died again. I who knows what I added. So all right, let's because I forget because there's a delay, and I'm rambling on. Shout out to Led Zeppelin. I don't even know that kind of mind, whatever. I mean, they make good music though. And I told you just do it the same way you told me. I forgot what I didn't have to add. And Richard, you know what? Because okay, shout out to Richard, man. He's a cool dude. I talked to him off strands. Y'all talk about, and some of the things we talk about end up in one of our content in some way. You know what I mean? So that I don't want to say listen. I still got love for Matt, but and listen, you the Richard. Matt is still the Matt, right? But he's a friend of the channel, right? Friend, and I say a friend. You guys are friends too, you know what I mean? But I talk to him on a decent regular basis. So I apologize if I accidentally say something I shouldn't say. I don't want to do that. Even though you keep telling me I send you gossip and I don't, and that's objectively true. But you know what I mean? I'm not trying to overshare to the streets. You know what I mean? We'll start over. Let me make sure everything on chat. And I don't mean to overshare for myself, man. I just, I consider myself. I wanted to be a musician and a radio host when I was a kid. I'm still going at that fucking dream. Shout out Fireball. I got shout out Fireball. We'll just say that for now. Still got love for him, no matter what. But let's play Intelligent Cube. I've played this game on stream back in a minute. Oops, I forgot how to play it. Oh shit. Let's start over as I try to remember how to play this game. And we actually get into what this stream is allegedly about. Oh shit, and actually I gotta pause. Legitimately. Turn off this light. I'm trying to cool down. Shit. Okay. Allegedly. So, this is Intelligent Cube. It's a puzzle game. And we're playing it. It's from the PlayStation era. I didn't buy this game back in the day. Some games I remember whether or not I bought. Some games I don't, right? But I remember just renting this game back in the days, in the 90s. Shout out to the video store. Another piece of the 90s cultural pie that we didn't realize was very cool. Oh, which point did I not finish? And you know what? That's gonna happen. Because you hear how scatterbrained I fucking am. A lot of times I don't finish points. So I get to a point, realize something about a point, go on a tangent, and pray to the Most High that I could ever come back to that tangent and make the point make sense. And that's what I've been doing really the whole time on YouTube. And I thank y'all for tolerating the shit. I don't know why that's the way I am. That's just what it is. The one about the chats. Yeah, I know I played this on stream. I just want to play it now because it's chill. Golly, now I forgot the damn point, man. I'm sorry. That's gonna happen too. And right now, I'm at a level of burnout that I've rarely dealt with in my life. So if I forget something I just said, I'm on like, from an exhaustion standpoint, on fumes, but also a weird excitement thing. Very weird place. Football is soon. On the sports channel, we'll be making, I've been saying it for a while, but we will get to, hopefully in this weekend set, because my off days are, as you guys know, because I do more content these times, Monday and Tuesday. Or maybe you don't, but they not oversharing. But about the chats, I'm sorry if I overshared chat. I remember saying that. And I remember saying that some of the things we talk about end up topics, but I don't remember the other point. And yeah, we'll be, like I said, football. On the sports channel, we will be covering football. Some person said, and I don't remember who, could have even been you, Tom, a while ago when I was talking. I'll talk on this channel as you guys are agent of the future, hopefully global takeover of this channel, or getting kicked out from YouTube, whichever happens. But somebody said, you know what, if you only want to talk about football, maybe just do the channel over, when football happens. Don't, because I mean, even though I do watch baseball, only shit I feel decently comfortable really covering on a regular basis is football. Because, I mean, wrestling too, but if we're talking about watchability, so, like, I like watching baseball. Basketball's unwatchable right now to me. If you're a basketball fan, that's your business. I'm not knocking you, because I'm a fan of things. I'm a fan of them low. I don't like dudes, though. I like women. Screw up in reverse. That can happen. But I can watch football games. They're still, even though it's a watered down product from what happened in my youth, it's still just a more watchable product. That and baseball. Baseball, I mean, I've been feeling this since school got traded. And we're at this weird part of the season where a lot of teams now know, okay, we're not going to make it. After that trade deadline, it's kind of a, I'm not going to say it's a low, because for some teams who are still trying to make it, it's excitement, but there are a lot of nothing games. There are a lot of teams, they're out of it. They're not going to be competing, even though they may have been competing a few weeks to months ago, right? And that's, you know, that's kind of it's a weird time in the baseball season. And even it affected me, just the schoolable thing. But football, I still want to cover on a sports channel. And we got a lot of football videos to do. Got to do one for each division. Give my thoughts on that. There's been a lot of, and I got to do a lot of research for that, because I haven't been keeping up with it as regular with all the stuff going on. Watched NWA Power recently. We dominated all those bonds. Can't wait to be world champion. One day, man. Oh, I remember a point I said about Sammy Guevara. Never give up, man. I'm 38, about to be 39, and I think I'm about to make my dreams come true. I dreamed as a kid of being a radio host and a musician, because those are the things I loved and love to do. And I haven't given up. I'm still going to try. And so I would say, whatever your dream, and I don't know that I'm going to succeed, I'm going to still fucking try. And I'm glad you guys, and maybe this was the point I missed, but I'm making it in case I didn't say it. I thought I would give up many a time during this stuff. But this stream, and just you guys in general, have made me so glad that I didn't. I'm dead. We're dead. Oh no, ran past it. But thank you for being a friend. Because I'm glad I didn't give up. Not saying it, you know. Oh shit, we're gonna die. If I haven't explained this game, what we're trying to do is get rid of every cube. The black cubes we cannot erase. If we erase them, then a part of the level destroys itself. Every other cube we can erase. The green cubes create kind of cube waves. And then we erase those cubes, and we're trying to erase every cube. It's a puzzle game for the PlayStation 1. And yeah, we have played it before. We might play this often. This is a perfect bread and butter, let's talk and play video games type game. We've talked about that before. Like, oh, man, because you guys sometimes recommend games. And speaking of which, if there's a PlayStation 1 or PlayStation 2 era game, I will try to get to it, if not in this stream, in future streams. And you do have some movement. This is like I can speed things up artificially. If I hit a button, square, and I just made everything move, because the only cubes we left were black. They fell off. I get perfect. I get a part of the level. If I get rid of the black, part of that goes away. Oops. And now that I did that, guess what? Again. Oh, this is again. Did you hear that? The level is falling apart because I messed up. And so you're trying not to die. And it was a creative puzzle game. Had a cool marketing scheme in the 90s. I rented it and remember it. And like I said, oh man, I remember that game. We're in the retro space, which apparently a lot of people are going really heavy on the retro games. Both old and young people, because of all the craziness. And not just it's not just that Sony is evil and they're getting rid of physical media. It is also, we're not getting a lot of games, new games, especially for consoles. We're getting infinite indie games, and some of which are excellent. I would say, oh shit, I just fucked up because I killed two black paws, because we know there's no black and white. As we have objectively proven, thank you, Tom Jensen, amongst others, with the educational information you guys have provided. But yeah, we're going to be playing a lot of indie games, and apparently we're not the only ones. And it's because, at least my thoughts, and obviously Sony getting rid of physical media pissed a lot of people off. We're still to blame to some extent. We allowed this to happen. We let it in. Shout out, rest in peace, Bray Wyatt, as I mentioned, speaking of the sports channel about gambling, and we fucked this up. We keep trying to survive. I used Bray Wyatt, his Fiend character, as an allegory for what we let in to sports by allowing gambling. And that's less we. That's more of the evil motherfuckers that powers that should not be, so to speak. But yeah, man, the fucking oh my goodness, is it what am I, the ramen noodles with watermelon juice? What are you talking about? Don't talk about the chicks in the PlayStation parties. Oh shit. Yeah, man, this has been a while. I feel. Oh shit, we're dead. We're dead, guys. We're not gonna make it. If I'm not black and white or yellow, you can be a human being. Be a human being and a real hero. Shout out to Synthwave. Play Pepsi Man and Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 2. Also, you know what? Could y'all also put which system y'all wanted? Honestly, we're doing PS1 and PS2. As I can verify, I can get emulators to stream and work. We'll add more systems. So if once I know, I once had, and actually that was the old computer where the 64 emulator works. Because I'm a boomer, I'm not going to get everything to work all the time. But right now, we got something going with PS1 and PS2. So for the next few weeks, amongst other games, we might mix other stuff in. But we're going to be playing a decent amount of PS1 and PS2 games. I thought it was PS2, but I'm stream-brained. And actually, I'm going to add it to a list. You just made the list, Tom Jensen. Speaking of wrestling references. Because we are going to try to do a better job, since we do want to grow this platform and on our own terms, independently. Not, I'm an independent. Technically, I'm an independent musician. That's not a, who signed himself. That's not, that's the thing. But also an independent YouTuber. Now, obviously, you're still dealing with fucking Alphabet / Google. But I'm not going to say I'm doing none of the typical YouTuber things. But I'm going to put more effort into making something good than making something that is formatted to be neat and nice for the YouTube algorithm. Now, that is not to say I won't clip things to try to get more people and more viewers on this product. So this product, art, whatever you want to call it, we'll just say product for now. Because it's art, man. But yeah, we're going to try to get more people in to watch this and enjoy these streams because it's fun and you guys are fun. And the chat is half, if not more than the damn stream. I mean, you are everything. And this is getting kind of good. But we were straight. And it is not, that's your business if you are, and whatnot. What the hell is going on? Why is this text? Because I'm on another page trying to notate this. And actually, I need to create a new file. So, because this shouldn't be in the window clip. This should be in its own file for game recommendations. And then I should have that up in case I can do it tonight. Pause. If I can't get to it tonight, I'll try to get to it another night. And you guys are going to fade too, right? Because you're going to get tired. Like, okay, I'm tired. I'm leaving. Who knows? I could stream to the morning. We've done those. I remember, speaking of Matt, he's done those. This could be one of those streams. Or, hour and a half later, I say, okay, we're done. So we don't know what's going to happen. We're just living life, doing the best we can, making our way downtown, walking fast. We'll see what happens. We're hoping for the fucking best. I get, in another wrestling reference, this might be my Austin 316 moment. This stream where I'm like, oh, this is what a Vigilante Williams is. All the years, that's another thing. All the time it's taken us 6 years, it have not been for naught at all, man. There's been a lot of fucking stream development. The talent development. I'm not saying I'm the most talented. I don't think I'm talented. I don't know what this is. But I'm doing something. There's something going on, right? And it took 6 years to figure this shit out. So, and I am kind of vamping for myself as I boomer my way through Google Docs on the other screen. So we'll get, why is the stream doing it? What is he talking about? For some reason, this is fucking I copy and pasted y'all comments so I can keep up recommendations, have a list of recommendations so we can do what we can. You know what I mean? I'm not going to just do nothing to make the stream better. But I cannot, for some reason, one of the messages is copy and paste white. There's the text color. I have boomered through. I have Pepsi Man, which is a PS1 game, DBZ, BTZ, DBZ, BT2, Budokai Tensha? I forgot that. 2. Shout out to Dodgelani. Dodgelani was worried about me. Is he okay? Where are you at? Zeus? He might be downstairs. Sometimes he's downstairs. But man, he was worried about me today. Cause man, today was one like the term that I would use, I don't want to use on stream. Cause it's just, and listen, like I said, I'm a free guy. A lot of things I'll say on stream, but it's not the type of thing, honestly, I feel like you should talk about if you're having one of these. And if it indeed is. It's one of the things that's between you and I believe in the Most High, whatever you believe. You have, because I guess the term I would use is a spiritual experience. And then having this stream. And I know how it led up to here. Now that I'm here, I can look back and say all these things over the past few weeks to months to maybe even years, even close to 6 years, have led to this moment of me now Vigilante Williamson as a concept makes perfect fucking sense. And I've been fumble fucking through the past 6 years. And now I finally fucking understand what the fuck this Vigilante Williamson thing is supposed to be. It finally hit me. And every moment up to this, I needed in order to do this. Now, I don't know if I'm going to blow up. I don't know. But I have now, and I will continue to sharpen my sword. But it's like, okay, this is what I'm supposed to be doing. This is how I'm supposed to be doing it. And it is all coming together for some reason today. This is like I said, the Austin 316 moment. If 2 years from now, there are 200 plus people in the chat, it goes back to today. This is the moment. And we're almost, speaking of synchronicity, shout out to Pi Day. It's 3 hours and 14 minutes into the stream. We're literally almost 316. And honestly, the real relevant thing is not Austin 316. It's the scripture it was mocking, John 3:16. For God so much loved the world, he gave his only begotten son, and I may have misquoted, even though we know that's been translated many a time. That's his own can of worms. Biblical translations. This is not concordance, so we're not going to get into that, but this is just one of those days. Just one of those days. So, sounds like a Mr. A promo. I can't do the Elvira game. That's too much. We'll play a little more Intelligent Cube. Hold on, let me get the other chat up there. Living at God damn it. What song is this? I got Stream Brain. I bet you I know this song, but I'm too tired to try to sing it. Living at the midnight. I don't know what I've been told, but let's get back to playing this before we all get old. All right. Play a little bit more, talk a little bit more. And if I miss the point because I open up a bunch of tangents, and I can tell, Bro Gelante, if you're somehow lurking, I'm not trying to overshare our experiences either. But I think, I want to be a broadcaster. Broadcasters will tell you about their day. I hung out with Brogilante, as I mentioned, and so many different things happened. And shout out to Brogilante. I love him to pieces. It gained a lot of confidence in general and for this. In a lot of ways. In more ways, I got time for the stream. And, we got to cover a bunch of stuff. And, I'm also doing the talking and playing the game thing. Oh, shit. As I've done for whatever. Oh, shit. Judas Priest living after midnight. Fuck. I'm sorry. And what the fuck is wrong with my... Oh, I'm using it. Okay, hold on. Pause. I don't got the comments up. Well, I don't know how to... I probably know how that song goes if I was hearing it, but offhand I can't do it. All right, got your comments up. Let's get back to this. I'm not gonna see that song. That's too crazy. Sometimes I fuck up controls. Because it's a different button to use the green one and the blue one. And sometimes I accidentally use. And then another thing, you can't set multiple little mines or whatever these are, except for the blue and green being separate things. But like I have those green mines, but I can't set up multiple blue ones. So that's the rules of the game, as best as I can explain them. But one of the things Brogilante gave me confidence in this, because we talked a little bit, we talked about a bunch of stuff. But you talked about my stream, and he said, man, you sound so natural. And as someone who knows me, I was not a social person. I never thought I could, as much as I always wanted to do radio, and as you can even still see, I'm not the most elegant of talkers, but I just fumble my way through it, and some of my points seem to be decent or entertaining as I die. I didn't die. I need to not say that. You gotta watch what you say. As I lose this video game that I'm playing. Shit. Man, and that's nothing. I'm trying to be really conscious of word choice. And I'm gonna fuck that up, obviously, but I'm gonna be Kryptonian? Okay, why the fuck not? I mean, it's your choice. Shit, apparently Japanese think black people are Viltrumites, allegedly. The internet says that. I don't know if that's true. I don't live in Japan. The internet just says that. The internet says a lot of shit. You believe this shit? You've been on the internet. You believe everything you hear? Or you believe some of what you hear, but everything? Come on, man. None of us do. That's what makes everything so fucking crazy. Now we got AI and shit. Come on, who knows? But I've seen that shit. As maybe you guys have or have not. I don't know what your algo is doing. Control your algo if you can. You can't always. It's gonna give you some bullshit. Different platforms have different algos. Algorithm quality is gonna be a huge factor in future social media. Going forward in the future, and your ability to keep a quality algorithm is going to be a huge factor in social media going forward. And some of this is on the platforms themselves, and some of this is on us as individual users, and we got to take our own responsibility for our own algorithms. And I'm seeing that not everybody does, for whatever it's worth. And I don't always do. It's not always easy. I'm not trying to knock people, but there are definitely consequences for it. So even though I'm not a fan of Invincible, I'm aware of the lore. Viltrumites are the Kryptonians of Invincible, essentially. That fucking extra rip-off show that the guy who ripped everything off of DC and Marvel talked about how DC ain't shit, but he made his whole fucking TV show about a what-if Superman, but wants to say Superman ain't shit. Fuck you, Robert Kirkman. And I know a lot of people like his work. I'm not the biggest fan. Walking Dead was one of the biggest shows in recent history. I get that, and a lot of people like Invincible. Some of it is okay, but it's just not my cup of tea.
But for you, who's fucking on Instagram begging for money through ads, or has been scammed and has a scam person who's begging for money through ads on fucking Instagram, who based his whole fucking universe, based his whole fucking universe on a what if Superman. The idea that you have the right to criticize, and listen, recent DC has sucked, but he was criticizing the historical lore of DC. And listen, if he likes Marvel more, fine. But you cannot criticize DC and say the base lore of DC is trash simply because, for really any reason, because if not for that base lore, you would be a fucking nobody. No one would know who the fuck you were. Well, I can't say it. You would have The Walking Dead. But fucking Invincible wouldn't exist. I can't say that. You still have to fucking Walking Dead. But even that, shit. In that case, Evil Dead and Night of the Living Dead and all the other influences. And listen, I'm an artist. I got fucking influences. I love Prince. I love Radiohead. I love Kanye, even though, he's a complicated guy. We all can be. But, not encouraging anything he said or discouraging. I mean, I'm just saying words because I like his music. He made Graduation and all that. And there's much others, but I would say those are my three true North-ish artists. Though, obviously, Rock Marciano's an influence. Hall & Oates is an influence. There's a lot of influences. They'll do a lot of things. But I'm not saying you can never be critical at all. I'll never be critical of these individuals because I'm influenced. I'm not going to criticize the shit I ripped off, though. I'm not going to say, the Lindrum sucks. Prince is an idiot. Like, what the fuck? You're going to make beats to try to sound like Prince and then say Prince sucks? Are you fucking serious? And yeah, Walking Dead ain't original. It's just Dawn of the Dead. Yeah, I'm trying to mention a couple I couldn't think of. I didn't watch The Walking Dead, so I don't know exactly who they ripped off. But, I'm sure it was, there was a bunch of zombie lore beforehand. He just did his own thing. And listen, you got influences, and sometimes you wear them a little thick, pause. But you can still create good art. I don't know if he did, because I don't really like his shit. But he's been moderately successful. But just the audacity, it's like, who the fuck are you? You're just, I think, good for you that you've been successful. And I'm not saying everything DC's perfect, they're above reproach, or that you can't criticize. But you can't say Superman is stupid. I can't remember his exact, I know exact word. You can't, he was basically shitting on the Justice League as a concept. You can't shit on the Justice League as a concept and then rip them off. I mean, you can, but I'm going to talk shit about you because you did that. Like, you know what I mean? You can do whatever the fuck you want, man. It's a free fucking country, right? Like, I can't tell you what the fuck to do. But I can talk shit. And I am talking shit. That's what I just did. Fuck you. What the fuck, you asshole? You know what I mean? And if I clip this shit out, I'm gonna try to find the clip of what he fucking said. And if one of you guys can find it, that would be great. But I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just talking shit and streaming. And fuck, by the time you find it, I might be talking about a whole different subject as I try to be better at this fucking game. Who the fuck is Robert Kirkmans? He's a writer who writes comics. He created Invincible and he created Walking Dead. And he was talking shit on a podcast, and hence the rant we just heard. Oh shit. Well, Evil Superman kills all the J knockoff leads. Yeah, he does. He does at the start of Invincible. He does. And spoilers for Invincible. But I mean, if you have fucking, listen, you got YouTube Reels, you know the fucking Invincible lore, and that's how I know it. I haven't watched the show, but I've seen enough clips of that lore through doom scrolling that I know enough about the lore. Fizz, you're correct. Robert Kirkman is indeed a hack, and I just can't believe the audacity of being. Again, like I said, I'm a Prince fan. I have even in music that has been released to Spotify, and I may have music videos. Yeah, it literally happens the end of episode 1. Yeah, that's the end of episode 1. I have seen some episodes. I saw the Adam Eve special. and I saw I think the first episode, and then I've seen a lot of clips. I see the second episode. I didn't get far into Invincible. It wasn't for me. And even of the clips, it's not for me. And I know enough. I know way more information than I in the same way I know who Sabrina Carpenter is without having searched her up ever in my life. And I know that she made like 5 albums before Espresso came out. And I actually kind of got inspired. Like, damn, she been grinding on these streets. And hey, sometimes it takes a grind to get to know what you're doing and figure things out. That's okay if you're blessed enough to get the time to do it. And that's another, we've been trying to be positive. In the same way I know who the fuck she is, I know who Stella Lefty is. And I didn't search these. Well, I actually kind of I searched top 40 and found her. But that's neither, or him. I don't know. That's another can of worms. We got plenty. We'll pass cans of worms. Some we open, some we won't. But let me try to get this to a tangent. I know way more about Invincible than I want to. I did not mean to know. I know not just about the lore of the fucking TV show, but what is in the comics. None of it's that good. None of it's that good. It's not, it's just kind of like, as Fizz said, it's hacky. And just the idea that you would say, hey, I'm going to rip something off and then talk shit about it. It's like the fucking audacity.
Second stage.
The fucking audacity. Actually, the Adam Eve episode was actually pretty good. I'm not going to lie. But the rest of what I saw, I can take or leave. I'm not saying there's nothing at all redeemable or anything, but I'm saying I would consider what I've seen overrated, and even that animation is not. And I'm not an animation mark like some people might be. I can't, there's certain things I have affinity for to some extent. I like the concept of animation, but I'm not an expert on what is good and bad. But I can tell when it's like objectively bad, right? Like we know what the like old style like Hanna-Barbera kind of cheap, low budget animation look like. And while that does have its own charm and it looks pretty good, kind of, there is a certain kind of, I don't know if cheap. It is cheap because that was part of the point of it. But this reminds me of the modern version of that, with less charming content. And there's some, especially the first season is probably the best animated of it. They spend more on celebrity voices than the animation. And the script and plot is still the shitty script and plot from the comics, with some minor changes that still end up pretty shitty, to be honest, from what I can see. But, his Superman, I guess, is better than the real Superman. So, whatever. He's a fucking loser. Yes, everything's unlikable about that fucking universe. He's not that good, man. Where's he get the balls to talk trash about Super? He trashed the whole Justice League and DC as a whole. And again, you can say, hey, DC, they if you would have said, man, DC in the 70s, 80s, and 90s was so great, and now it's just not. And though he would still deserve some criticism for what I said, that would be one thing, right? That would be one kettle of fish. But to just trash the Justice League, I think if I can remember what he actually said, so let me be fair to Flair, was, and I'm paraphrasing what I remember. Obviously, I'm burnt out. I'm forgetting things on the stream. I could have an issue. You look it up. Maybe I'm overreacting to the guy. Even though, I'm not overreacting to what the quality of Invincible is. I don't like it. It's just not for me. I can see why some people like it, but it's being severely overrated. In any event, what I believe and remember his quote to be approximately is something along the lines that, and this used to be a trope that people would say, but that DC was too old hat and Marvel was more hip and more, I used to say hip, when that was a term, but Marvel is
I can't remember the exact wording, but it was something along the lines of something like the Justice League is too archaic or too maybe hokey was what he was trying to say, or maybe what I'm trying to word and remember. I wish I had the exact word choice, but almost like DC is hokey, Marvel. And listen, if he likes Marvel more, that's fine, but he ripped off DC. And he wasn't talking about modern DC, like, oh, this stuff right now sucks. It was like, oh, yeah, man, you know, the stuff they were writing just wasn't as contemporary and wasn't just of the times. And he made it seem like the basically the classic era of DC wasn't as good compared to Marvel. Listen, you can like Marvel more, but he just, the way he worded it, and I might stop this stream and find that quote so I can get it right. But again, he based an entire universe that he's still marketing and pushing to this day off of DC. So DC, oh shit, is the reason his content exists. Invariably. He didn't rip off, I mean, he probably did. He ripped off parts of the X-Men. But his Guardians of the Globe is the Justice League. Objectively. So you can't, and okay, he killed them, so maybe that's, oh, I don't really like the Justice League, I'm gonna kill him. But Omni-Man is your a Superman allegory, right? Your version of Superman. So you base things on this universe that you seem to hate. And it wasn't in a, oh shit. Yeah, good luck trying to tell the difference between heroes and villains. Okay, quick pause and water break. We'll finish this level. Next time we die, we'll switch games. I'll try to get to one of your games, you guys' games. And feel free if you're still here to recommend games. And I'll say that in all these streams. I'll try to at least get to a one. Again, PS1 and PS2 will expand as we go. And Fizz right now is cooking. He's cooking Invincible on facts. Let me see something. Oops. I'm gonna make parodies of Bendis and his mistake with Spider-Man, but I'm gonna villainize him, not copy him. Exactly. Oh wait, okay. I'm just trying to make. Yeah, okay. When I show comments, it does show an overlay. I just wanted to make sure. But yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, the name is generic. Invincible. Yeah, the villains and heroes are basically all fucking the same. And granted, yeah, X-Men does that. But yeah. The elephant's Rhino from Spider-Man. The one guy just straight up a Vulture. You know, Red Rush is the Flash. You know, he died. Robot is a combination of what's the motherfucker from Doom Patrol and Red Tornado? Really more of the motherfucker from Doom Patrol that I can't think of. But it's like, what the fuck? Another character. Yeah, basically, they're just straight up Electro. And so, he does rip off Marvel, too. I mean, so his favorite Marvel. He rips them off, too. But, like, you can't make something this obviously original and criticize the source material. Hell, as much as Tarantino can be annoying as fuck, even though, you know, he says the N-word. I mean, okay, listen, I can't control white people in the N-word. I'm just say it, man. I can't control what the fuck you guys do. I don't live around everyone. I mean, there's white people around, but it's most of Mexicans. There's some blacks, most people in this neighborhood. It's a lot of people. If you're gonna say it, what the fuck? I mean, you guys are already saying it. You guys say it more than what the fuck. I can't do that. That's a whole can of worms. But I'm talking about Tarantino. He says it a lot, and we are going to switch games. Let me see. We'll try Pepsi Man, and give me a little bit because we are in the internet age, and we will load up the legally acquired, allegedly, copy of Pepsi Man in due time. In due time. That's a Goody Mob song. But like, as much as Tarantino could be annoying, he gaslit me a little bit on King of New York. Though I still like the movie. That is a good movie, but it's not as good as New Jack City, and he's fucking crazy for thinking that. He has a foot fetish. He's one of Weinstein's biggest friends. Even though Weinstein, as much as a creep was, he did kind of contribute to the greatness of that 90s culture that I mentioned amongst the greatest of culture. He was a piece of shit, but man, he let a lot of cool shit go, not just from Tarantino, but other people. So I mean, it is what it is. But Tarantino could annoy the fuck out of me at times. Even though he's right about Paul Dano. The N-word stuff is a bit much, though. I do like Django. But you look at like his own lines from motherfucking Pulp Fiction. Like, why do you need to say this? What is wrong with you? I think I know what's wrong with him. I think his mom fucked a black dude when he was young, and then he hung out around black people, and he probably has some issues because of that. And I'm just being honest. Why am I mentioning Tarantino when you're talking about Robert Kirkman? Well, some of you might have put two and two together. Tarantino's very referential. I'm a person who samples. So as much as I sample a lot of my music. So what's the line between ripping something off or not? Hey, I sample a lot of music. Tarantino himself rips off and pays homage to a lot of other movies. I could never imagine, as much as this motherfucker talks shit and all these things, him to talk shit about the movies he pays homage to. In the same way, I don't plan on talking shit about the artists that I sample. And shout out to Tracklit for allowing me to clear those samples and legally have ownership of my music, which was a huge, you talk about the age of now, things of now being things. I mean, this is a huge thing that platform exists, and it is part of why my music over the next at least couple years is going to be pretty banging, even though there's going to be some non-sampled music as well. But I just couldn't imagine criticizing. For one of my songs, I sampled the great Bobby Caldwell, I think rest in peace and long. I hope he's still here, but he might be gone, of What You Won't Do for Love fame. It's part of my intro to Potency. And I couldn't imagine saying, yeah, Bobby Caldwell ain't shit. The fuck you? So you're gonna use his shit and then say he ain't shit? Fuck you. Fuck you, Robert Kirkman. Are you fucking kidding me? And while we're switching games, let me see if I can find a clip. You don't have the right to talk shit about DC because DC fed your fucking family, you piece of shit. Or Marvel, for that matter, as Fizz. You don't have the right to talk shit about these fucking companies. You don't fucking have the right. You don't have the fucking right. No, I'm not, okay. And I say that, listen, if he dealt with those companies and he had bad experiences, I know they're evil, but we're talking about he's critical of the art lore, the art/lore that he ripped off. the things that he stole. And maybe this is the clip. I'm about to play a clip. I don't know if it's the clip that has set off this rant. We will probably play Pepsi Man and then Dragon Ball Z, and then see where we are. Let's see what's going on.
I will go all the way back to the inception of DC. I think that DC was born in the 30s, and Marvel was born in the 60s. DC was born at a time when, what's the 30s? Is that horse and buggies? I'm educated. Right, but anyway, a long time ago. Yeah. So if you look at I know, I'm kidding. But if you look at DC as a whole, it's magic rings, invisible jets, lassos that make you tell the truth. It's it's antiquated, ridiculous garbage. And the Marvel stuff is of the radiation 60s, like counterculture. Like there's still like things about Marvel that are relevant today, and the DC stuff is less and less relevant as time goes on. And so you have to, in a sense, fundamentally alter what DC is built upon to make DC appeal to a modern audience, and therefore I think anyone that is doing a DC movie has an uphill battle ahead of them that is a little bit more than what you have when you just, like, you can take the Hulk and make the Hulk cool very easily, but some DC characters, am I going to get attacked for this? Are there a lot of DC fans out there that are going to come at me with the pitchforks? I don't care.
He doesn't care, guys.
I was just about to
The Flash sucks.
The movie?
The character?
The character. You run fast. You run fast. Whatever. What? I'm kidding.
You know, it's funny that you say that
I don't know what's going on.
I stand on every fucking word that I just said. He called DC antiquated garbage and used it to make his whole fucking universe. You cannot make this shit up. You cannot make this shit up. And you said comments. There aren't any. Not in this clip. I don't know if this is the official clip, but I came across this clip. That's what caused the rant. And like I said, I didn't have the exact wording. After hearing him, unless that's not Robert Kirkman, because I don't know what the fucker looks like, I'm assuming this to be Robert Kirkman. This one guy has an Invincible shirt. This other guy has an Invincible hat. I've seen ads from presumably his company. Could be a scammer. I know you see this line, meta ads lie, but it presumably his company asking for investment. He based an entire lore set and cartoon, comic, and all this associated media off of DC, but it's antiquated garbage. And he said the Flash sucks. You run fast. He can like Marvel more than DC. That's not my issue. You like what you like. He can think that it's easier to make a Marvel movie than DC. I mean, you've gotten better, even though there's some good DC movies. I would say it's fair for live action. We've gotten better Marvel movies on average than DC movies. That's fair. These are fair points. That's not my issue. I don't think he can't say anything at all about DC, but you can't call it garbage, because then what the fuck is your shit? I mean, you can say, hey, I think I make garbage. If he says, you know what, I think Invincible sucks and it's a stupid piece of shit, but I just did the best I can. That's this dumb piece of shit, and I can't believe this stupid piece of shit got successful. Now, if he said that on top of that, I would shut the fuck up. I said, okay. He just, that's just how that's his personality. He thinks it's garbage. He knows his shit is garbage, but he knows. So he recognizes that, and he just like, this is just what I think. I think my shit's garbage. I just do the best I can. But listen, some artists, I know I'm very critical. Even I know this shit is the shit I'm about to put out next couple. I got 3-4 albums that's gonna come out. It's gonna be cold as fuck. I know this shit gonna be cold. But there's other times where I'm like, oh man, this shit sucks. There's even songs that I put out of the 2 projects I constantly promote. Potency on Spotify now. Look up VigilanteWilliamson Potency, or I think my United Masters. Hopefully I put the link in the description. I sometimes forget. Cause I reuse it. Sometimes it's not in there because the stream I reuse, I didn't put it in, but some streams I didn't. That's neither here nor there. United Masters, Vigilante Williamson, and you can see Potency and borrowing nostalgia that doesn't exist. I do think at least one of those songs that I released sucks, objectively. It's okay to make some art and think that it sucks. And that art can still be successful. So if that's how he feels about his own art, Invincible, I'll take back everything I said. Outside of that being the case, or that not being Robert Kirkman and somebody else who's impersonating him, for him to say, let me get the quote one more time, Big Rob.
Yeah.
Sure, like there's still like things about Marvel that are relevant today. Marvel's, it's antiquated, ridiculous garbage. And
for you to base your whole comic and concept of Invincible on antiquated, ridiculous garbage and believe your material to be superior when it is absolute derivative of said garbage, though you also are a derivative of Marvel as well, as we mentioned. You're a derivative of both. And I'm not even shitting on you for being derivative. That's fine. I'm shitting on you for being derivative and then shitting on the source based on his creativity. Hell, even if you, let's say, you know, he's a comic book writer, say he worked, I don't know his history like that. He could have worked with DC. DC could have been shitty. He could have worked with Marvel, be shitty. You could say, hey, yeah, this exec sucks, or these people suck, or they don't know what they're doing. That's fine. But he said the Flash sucks. He said the whole thing of DC as a concept is antiquated, ridiculous garbage, and he used it as the basis of his fucking comic. If you can explain how that makes sense, if you can make that make sense, I would appreciate it. If I clip this out and this is a comment, and you can comment and make this make sense, because we're going to have probably weeks of videos out of this stream, please make that make sense. Godly. And he never, Fizz hit us with some game. He hit us with some hot pack. Pause. I probably shouldn't say hot pack. I'm thinking of like a Tupac lyric. He had never worked before with DC before he made Invincible. Golly. Richard, as a future genius comic book writer, can you believe this shit? Can you believe this shit? I can't believe that, man. I just really can't believe that. I the nerve of some people. Fuck. Robot Man is the Doom Patrol guy. Thank you, Fizz. Speaking of bots, only bots like this shit. Mega Man X Regenesis is a free, non-fair use project. Oh, the Mega Man X series. Ooh. Let's we'll give it a try. That won't be this stream more than likely, but I'll put it on. It just made the list. And yeah, you know, this is the type of game we can recommend. And I know you want more complex games. This might also be the lure going forward. We just keep it simple and keep it retro. I'm not trying to steal your thunder, Retro Richard, because you do a lot of retro games. I've been doing retro games, you know, for a minute. Hell, shit. What is retro? Because Arkham, a lot of the Arkham series could be considered retro. It's over 10 years old. It's over 10. You know, that's a good question. What is retro, guys? What do y'all think? Obviously, there's no set thing. But what do you consider retro? And I don't know if I found my copy of Pepsi Man, I should say. Which I may have to vamp and do that. Streaming game Rex. Okay. Whew. And again, we're cutting promos. 2014 back. Listen, I'm not saying we do not want any human beings to be attacked in any way, shape, form, or fashion from this content or any content I make. I don't want anyone to be attacked or harmed in any way, shape, form, or fashion. So I'm saying that objectively because I don't. But boy, is that guy an idiot. I'll say that. Oh boy, is that guy an idiot. And because people may put two and two together, I'm going to try not to put that comment on the screen. But, holy smokes. And you know what? This is also why I make content. If human beings this stupid, now he might have eyes wide shut his way too. Probably did. He probably did. But if a human being this idiotic can be successful and be lauded, I gotta at least try and see what the fuck I can do. I have to. And I would implore all of you. I know Tom is writing the book. I know Fizz is doing this thing with animation. And I know you guys might have struggles. I would say don't give up. Because fucking Robert Kirkman made it. And you see how fucking stupid he is. Oh, yeah. Damien Darkblood is Hellboy. Yeah, I remember him. Yeah, he's just Hellboy, but he's a detective. He's just Hellboy.
It's like, what the fuck? You're not creative, man. And you, again, I make content that is inspired, and often I make a lot of nostalgia-based content myself. You can argue a lot of what I do is based on nostalgia. I realize a lot of my artistic endeavors, including this, which I would include this, the whole Vigilante Williamson character, nostalgia is a huge piece of it. And references and inspiration are huge pieces of it. And we are critical of some of those things at times. It's not that you cannot be critical of things that or have critiques. And honestly, he can still be an idiot of things that you are inspired by or notice flaws or notice things. Maybe you could be overthinking that, but it can happen. That's not. It's the idea that he thinks it's garbage. But it's so derivative of the concept that he thinks is garbage. He's so derivative. It's like, what? Yeah, you're right. He is already an investigator. If to play Angel's advocate in reference to a legitimate demon that he wrote, I would say, and I'm not a master of Hellboy, but I did see the first movie. I would say if there's a difference between Damien Darkblood, who I think also has a little bit of Etrigan in him too, not just Hellboy, but and a little bit that's neither, right? He leans a little bit more into the investigative element of his character, where Hellboy was a little bit more action oriented. If there is a difference, I am splitting hairs for the purposes of discussion. I think he's a derivative hack, right? I think he's a derivative hack. I think all these characters are basically straight up the character they rip off. And listen, I loop shit too, but fuck it, I'm not gonna talk shit about the shit I loop. I'm not gonna say, oh, Bobby Caldwell ain't shit, even though he's a fucing genius. I mean, Bobby Caldwell's cold in the motherfucker. He was cold motherfucker. Cold. And the song he made helped me make a song of my own. Shout out to Tracklive for allowing me to clear it. And it's a great song, and I think I made something pretty important for myself, at least, and hopefully you guys hear it, listen to it, enjoy it. I know I keep promoting it. Check out the album again if you haven't. I know I promote it. I want people to hear it. I really want as many people to hear it. If money can come from it, cool. And, hey, we need it because of this economy and the world we live in. But, shit, if people just hear this shit, I just want people to hear it. I want people to hear my fucking music. I want people to see this shit. And thank y'all for joining me. We're not done. I'm just thanking y'all. Because, I got love for y'all. And Robert Kirkman triggered me, as the kids would say. Triggered. Okay, let me load up Pepsi Man. And I'm only doing that because I'm already on the PS1 emulator. We're going to try to get some other stuff going. As long as we stream. I don't know how long this is going to go. We already gone pretty long. Pause. And I know you guys are going to fall off as we go, but we gonna we're just gonna do what we can while I got the energy, and then I know I'm gonna crash out. And I don't know that I'll stream shit. I could crash out for 2 days, who knows. We'll see what happens. But thank you, and is it just Fizz and Richard? Let me see what this YouTube says. Oh, there's 4 people, so there's a couple people lurking. Is it only a Japanese room? Oh, shit, I shouldn't have said that word. Is it only Japanese? Yes. I had 2 bottles of water. One I just evaporated. Oh, it's yes. Okay. Okay. Well, let's get it on. Cecilia Sinestro's still here. Fizz is still here. Richard's still here. Maybe Tom? Question. That's my guess. Could be a Rave. Could be anyone. Could be Broderlandy. Could be that 4th man. Who's the 4th man? Even though it's the 3rd man. Shout out to Bash in the Beach. Bash in the Beach 96. 30 years since the NWO, New World Order, became a pop culture relevant thing through WCW. That was the first time I heard the New World Order was the Bash at the Beach promo that led to the group of the same name. So yeah, that was What, the 30th anniversary, was it June? I don't remember when Bash at the Beach was. I know it was early in the summer, late in the spring type vibe, type shit. But I can't remember the exact date. But I know it was 96. I do remember that. I just don't remember the date. I know it had to be May or June because it was close to, it could have been July, I guess, but I'm pretty sure it was May or June because it was close to King of the Ring 96 when the aforementioned Austin 316 promo was infamously cut that led to the beginning of Stone Cold's great push. And yeah, there's a lot of wrestling references. Still a fan. Not on the low, on the high, pause, as we load up everything off stream. Hope you guys, I don't know how the new format of this show is going to land and how it's going to change, but thank you for joining and thank you for sticking with me. And we'll do what we do. And you guys are as part of this as anything else. Okay, we got it. Okay, I don't know if it translates things, so we're going to see how good or bad this is going to work. All right, DS4 is working. I was so bored during the Mars episode of Invincible because he was just rehashing Martian Manhunter. Another thing that he'll do, he'll rip off the character twice because he has like a couple different versions of Martian Manhunter. Right? He had one that was in the Guardians. You could argue the one character Seth Rogen plays is kind of Martian Manhunter-y, but he's his own version. Probably that one character is probably the most original character, the Alan the Alien. And I mean, he's very derivative too, don't get me wrong. And it's that's a valid question. Why do y'all waste your time watching? You know why? Because we get bored and we end up wasting our time doing other things. And sometimes I can't optimize every second of my life. I wish I was good enough to do that. Some people are. Some people can do it better than others. So when you need to waste time, we literally waste our time watching bullshit. Or, you know what I mean? What it is with me, I just doom scroll and you see things. Now, you're probably, hey, you can still skip things. There's some of the shit I skip. But even from just doom scroll and then, you ever doom scroll, but you're kind of doing something and you just kind of just listen to the thing anyway? And that kind of happens. And then you end up doing that enough times that and then the algo thinks they want to keep showing you Invincible stuff. And all of a sudden you end up fucking knowing way too much about this bullshit ass lore. The same reason we know about Sabrina Carpenter. That's why. And I say her because she's of this modern pop era. She's probably one of the most tolerable. I don't dislike Sabrina Carpenter. Well, I mean, the Anne Hathaway shit, the weird demonic shit I don't like. But I'm just talking about musically, and just character wise, I mean, I'm a fan on the low. I like dude, right? I would say on the low, but she's whatever. I'm not about to go to a concert. I would take her over Taylor Swift, and I know Taylor has even though apparently Sabrina has a catalog. I haven't listened to it, and I'm not going to. But I would take Espresso over anything Taylor Swift did. I would take. Oh shit! Were you here when we found it? She's got connections to Epstein, and rumors about liking him young. And rumors about some. I could maybe find the reel if you weren't here. I found the reel on Instagram. Let me see if I can find it before we get back to Pepsi Man. It's only a few of you guys here, so I'll, at one point I had some struggle getting to all the comments. But since there's only a few of you here, I'll try to better. That's now running. The concept rape is obviously not funny. And I'm not saying she wouldn't if these are rumors, but Hollywood does have a rep. But let me see if I can find this. And hopefully I'm looking at this preview just to make sure I'm not accidentally showing you information I wouldn't want to see. Hayden Pantanet, hold on, let me see this real quick.
The age of 36, no.
Hold on, real quick, guys. I don't think it's nothing up here.
Further details were given by her family. Breaking news! Actress Hayden Panettiere has died at the age of 36. No further details were given by her family. Breaking.
Very sad. Shout out to Talking Fish, one of my favorite news sources. All right, let me go through my saved reels. I'll try to find a reel that talks about some of the weird allegations. Hollywood.
I have a white boyfriend who loves you.
No Umar joke. No, shout out to Umar. We're gonna leave him alone, and it's not on the screen. Cool. And shit, now I got to boomer my way through.
Breaking news.
Okay, we heard this, man. I'm no disrespect. And like I said, it fucking hurts because I really loved Heroes, and it's scary because she's younger than me. Oh, that's scary. You got to value the time. Yeah, there we go. Saved. I'll just go to all posts. And let me see if I can find the Anne Hathaway reel that alleges some creepy shit about her. And there we go. And then I will put it on screen. That's what she said because she does OnlyFans. This is the stuff about Anne Hathaway, who's one of the biggest actresses right now between The Odyssey and that Devil Wears Prada. 20 years or however long it's been for the sequel, and that fucking sequel made a ton of money. But this is Anne Hathaway. Richards has his, who knows? I don't know what happened to Richard. I mean, I wasn't there. She's gonna have. Oops, I didn't mean to mute myself that quick, but she's gonna have to see about it in the court of law because I'm being neutral, I'm being objective, but Richard, you'll have your day in court. All right, here's Anne Hathaway and her bullshit.
Hathaway is currently the highest grossing actress of 2026. Right, yeah. I wonder why. From Jeffrey Epstein. Can you bring Anne Hathaway to have a coffee with Bill Gates and me? Somebody throwing a party for Love and Other Drugs. Jake Gyllenhaal, Anne Hathaway movie, right? Anne Hathaway and Jake Gyllenhaal in it and here. Valentino hosting. Guys, what the fuck? Anne Hathaway is currently the highest grossing actress of 2026.
Look one more time just in case you missed part of it.
Right, yeah. I wonder why. From Jeffrey Epstein. Can you bring Anne Hathaway to have a coffee with Bill Gates and me? Somebody throwing a party for Love and Other Drugs. Jake Gyllenhaal, Anne Hathaway movie, right? Anne Hathaway and Jake Gyllenhaal in it and here. Valentino hosting. Guys, what the fuck? Anne Hathaway.
Okay, so that's the Anne Hathaway thing. So, she is a woman who dated a scammer once, and she may have been invited to coffee with two wealthy individuals like Bill Gates and Jeffrey Epstein. You consider what may or may not have occurred if such a meeting happened, and apparently there was a party for one of her movies, and all young girls, which could mean anything. But this stuff was in the files. And listen, I've talked about how everything in the files may not all have legitimacy to it. And there may be some stuff in there, some hot sauce added to some of the stuff there, as we finally get Pepsi Man going. Where the hell is the game? Sorry, just fumbling through OBS. Is it gonna show up? There we go. And let me turn this down because I'm sure that was super loud, and apologize for that because I realized the audio. Whatever. There's one man producing it. One man producing, not writing, and just off the top doing the stream by himself. And this is, well, actually, this is kind of the origin of the joke, which I don't know if it's a joke, about Retro Richard and Anne Hathaway's alleged situation. Well, everything is alleged. They had a phone number and anything. Don't call that number, please. Don't. I said don't. I didn't say do. No. Maybe it's not. Maybe it ain't. Just watching the opening cinematic. Pepsi Man. Few women. Yo, some women. There's some women that will. All jokes aside, there are women who are way too aggressive at times, and that are disrespectfully aggressive, and I would even say criminally aggressive. In the same way there can be men, there can be women the same way. So we'll see what you set me up for, Pepsi Man. And then we have woke. Oh man, that sucks. I had I'm just finally getting started. Okay, everything's in English. I don't know what I'm expecting. The older woman used to flirt with me when I was a minor. More when you were a minor than I as an adult. Wowzers. There's some predator bitches out there, man. I'm not trying to cape for male predators. They're pieces of shit. I'll say they deserve the Mr. A treatment. I don't think that's... Okay, is X going to work? Oh, you know what? I might have a... Let me go back to the... Let's... I forgot you gotta watch what you say on YouTube regarding playing retro games, and even though I want to be more cavalier and be more, oh yeah, you do. Did you show me the neighbor? I think you did. Don't re-show me. I don't want to see this bitch. Shit. But yeah, let me get this controller right. I gotta watch what I say. I know, and I can foresee. Because so many people are going into retro, I would say now's the time to do it if you're going to do it as far as retro gaming. And I know we can pause, but I can't. I'm exhausted. But, man, they're going to crack down on it. Mainly because people are going to are so people love it so much. Why isn't the game starting? Okay. She wasn't ugly, but dude, did you know there's a guy on Twitter who makes stop versions of soda brands? I did not.
Hey, let's start the game.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm almost standing car for people play basketball. I know you're packing. There's some predator bitches out there.
Oh, Pepsi Man, you got here just at the perfect time. I got a call that a vending machine ahead ran out of Pepsi. And I was just on my way there when I got a flat tire. There are a bunch of people gathered in front of the...
Bro, the intro to Pepsi Man is better than anything PS5 has released this year. Fuck them.
Just about to riot. I plan to head over there as soon as I can fix this flat. But it looks like it's gonna take some time. Can't you do something?
I'm sitting here. I'm enthralled in the story of Pepsi Man. We are not being sponsored by Pepsi, and I have yet to play the game, and we might have glitched out. Oh, it's like oh man, this is like when you look back, obviously these type of games in a kind of different view got really popular at the advent of smartphone gaming, but it's an endless runner. Oh shit. Oh, that's cool. This is cool. And sorry, I may miss some comments as I learn and fumble through this. It's like an endless. It's an endless runner. I never played this. That was a Japanese only PS1 game for Pepsi. Okay. Oh, I got it. Must have to have a crouch. But check. I don't know how to play. I'm learning on the fly. So, oh, it's like a slide. Okay. It never came out in America. Okay. So I see something about following Gmail. If there's a breakout. Oh, jeez. I can't move. Why can't I move over? Okay. Okay, actually, I'm going to just pause to see what you said. Vid, people forgive Sony for a game. I sent you the file on Gmail. I see. Oh, did you send me the file? Oh, I was already figuring it out, so I don't know if that's it. Your mom had this when she was a kid. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh, it was your mom from Japan. So it's you're borrowing nostalgia that did exist, but we didn't know that existed. That was a Japanese, and this is pretty fun. I'm trying to learn it. Oh, Black Ops. I don't know how to control this when he gets the. Okay, let's make end quick. I don't know how to control him when that trash can gets on it. So we ain't gonna keep redoing this. Okay, he's not. He's just. I have no control. Your mom loves Pepsi. I have no control. I hate to break it to you, unless you have an answer on how to get through this right now. This won't be that long of a stream, or not. This stream's already too long. But this game, we're not gonna stay on that long. Cause I don't know how to fucking get past this. Funnily enough, your mom loves Pepsi. Maybe they did a better. I mean, Pepsi's still a popular brand. Maybe they did a better job marketing. Nothing works over there than here. And, you know, that could be an input issue. Pause. Okay, we're going to skip this cinematic. But once you get the trash can, I can't control him. I can't move him left to right. No input button works. He doesn't jump. He doesn't slide. He doesn't do anything. Japan has like 100 different flavors of Pepsi. But they got a bunch of different flavors of everything. I remember, my brother has been to Japan. He came back with a bunch of cool stuff. I mean, he had all these different flavors, Kit Kats and all sorts of stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of American-based brands that do better stuff for other countries. I remember when speaking of, I can't remember Target. In my youth, I was blessed enough to go to Australia, and they're like Kmart. Was it a Kmart or Target? It was one of them, and it was like the fanciest store I ever been in. And there's no tipping culture. Oh shit! There is a slide button. I fucked that up. I gave a guy like a $1 tip, and he was happy as a clam to get a fucking tip. Cause I'm just so used to tipping. The stereotypes aside, black people don't tip. And apparently there's something to that. Sister was she's a nurse now. Sis Gelante. But she said that black people tip. That made me upset. So since then, I'm like, I try to tip. And pause for the word tip. But we do have this. I mean, goodness gracious, man. That's the thing. And that's also a pause word. Obviously, there's been hundreds of pauses. Strawberry Lays. These licensed games weren't that good to begin with. This is the end of this game because I can't move. I'm gonna give it one more try. I love the Pepsi, man. That slide. Do I gotta jump over? No, I can't. I swear it's not working. Nothing is working. Yeah, 7-Eleven has the best accent. So, a Japanese company owns 7-Eleven. At one point, they licensed 7-Elevens to a company in Japan. That company did their own thing to some extent with 7-Eleven in Japan. And they got so much more successful over there. They actually got more successful than the 7-Eleven here, and ended up buying it out. And will you be accepted? They got a rep, man. We talk about racism. I mean, they got a rep for even with other Asian groups. Wasn't there a wrestler that was like part Japanese and Korean that killed herself in the past like 10 years? And apparently she had other issues, but I believe one of the issues that because she was part Korean, she got so much hate from the Japanese audience that it was a contributing factor. Please correct me if I'm misremembering or incorrect about that, because I don't want to just say stuff like that and I'm wrong. But, I got a bunch of thoughts in my head. Some of them I can remember, some of them right, some of them wrong. So I believe, and I may have details wrong. Please correct me if that did happen. And
We've been talking all day about how these concepts are not racist and that the concept of race is fundamentally flawed, Fizz. And yes, there's a lot of interest. But white and black and Asian, then that's it. Or Mexican or Hispanic there's a lot more to a people than a phenotype. But you're correct, Fizz. It wasn't it the chick that they was it? Who's the world famous CB? Oh boy, I don't know who the world famous. I don't know if I know who the world famous CB unless that's a code word for a particular person that my string brain can't comprehend. It says better to be a foreigner than a mixed one. Cheeseburger. She dated Cheeseburger? I didn't know that. I don't know who Cheeseburger dates. I don't know. You might be correct. I didn't know if she did or didn't because I didn't know. But I just knew that I'm vaguely remembering the story because I wasn't that familiar with it. I'm going to give this Pepsi Man one more try. Just because I like the Pepsi Man, it's got me. You talking about Cheeseburger, that skinny guy who used to be in ROH? That's who we're talking about, right? If I'm remembering the right person and the right details on the person who unfortunately took their own life, I remember her being pretty, I'll say photogenic. So I think she might be, listen, man, while I am willing to date a woman of a decent amount of youth from me, I can't go like early 20s. And I almost remember, maybe, different people have different age looks. So people can be fucking 40 and look 20 or 20 and look 40, right? But I think I remember being a little young. And I just got to think, I may have a daughter one day. If a girl's 19, I'm not looking at her like that. 29? She's grown ass. But I need a grown, okay, it looks like I'm going, oh, I figured it out. You go the opposite direction. So you go one way, it goes opposite. That's why I was having so issue. It's such an issue. Okay, so we're gonna keep playing this then. Okay. Whew. You know what? A lot of people talk shit, and to some extent rightfully so, about the hand holding in modern gaming. But then sometimes you remember it didn't start from nowhere. Because a lot of times without it, man, there were dozens of games that back in the day where there was no insta internet, and yes, the internet existed, but it was much more of a chore to use and it maybe wasn't as widely available. You know what I mean? Yeah, in 1997, there were millions of people who had the internet, but there was also millions of people who didn't. And even if you did, it wasn't common it may not be common to stop everything and play a video. I mean, you could have, but it wasn't as common as it is now. Easy, I could stop a stream and look up a fact. It wasn't quite that common, right? So as a result, even if we are talking about a year in which there was some version of the internet around, you might come across a game that you rent, play it once, get to some part that you cannot figure the fuck out, and the game does not communicate to you what the fuck you're gonna do and how to do it, and you just get stuck on the first level or second level, whatever level that is. There might have been somebody who didn't realize, well, I'm not sure, obviously Pepsi Man didn't come out in the United States, and I couldn't speak to the Japanese culture at the time. I lived in America. But there could have presumably been someone who played this game, rented this game, got to that part, never got past it, and that's just what what happened with them, and that's it. Try beating Elvira. Yeah, somebody tried to beat the Elvira game with no internet. I don't know how it got done. World famous CB is his heel persona. See, I knew who Cheeseburger was because I was a fan of ROH, early to mid 2010s. And he was around then, and he would be in New Japan sometimes in the opening Royal Rumble, Battle Royal type shit. But I don't remember the world famous CB.
you know, even though I'm a fan on the high, I like wrestling. I don't remember everything. I'm just, I'm a human being. I miss things. You know, I do the best I can. Yeah, I didn't know that, and I didn't know that he had a connection to the young lady. And again, I do have the details correct. I'm gonna maybe check in between games just to make sure, and because I don't want to misspeak. But even if that, that did not happen in that situation, where I don't have her nationality correct and her nationality wasn't a contributing factor, there absolutely have been individuals who are part Korean, specifically, you can even say Chinese, Korean or Chinese, no particular though. I know there's also issues with other Southeast Asian cultures in Japan, but there have been people who maybe mixed nationality between Japanese and Korean, Japanese and Chinese, Japanese and whatever, and if you didn't know, you couldn't tell that they weren't all Japanese. Maybe people in Japan can. I don't live in Japan. I'm not trying to speak to that. My point is there's a lot of these people who have killed themselves. And obviously Japan has an infamous suicide. Yes, I just said the word. I didn't say unalive. I didn't say, it's just, we're adults on Earth. And I'm not going to let this algorithm, it doesn't even like me, dictate speech, because there's important things that need to be expressed when they need to be expressed. And that's unfortunate. I mean, obviously, like I said, there's a high rate of suicide, across the world at this point. But certainly in Asia, certainly Japan and Korea have that already kind of a part of the culture. Hell, speaking of YouTube and algorithm, despite the algorithm being so stringent to me, infamously, former, IC champ? Logan Paul? Or U.S. champ. He's U.S. champ, former U.S. champion and wrestler and boxer and everything. Or Logan Paul, or was it Logan or Jake Paul that went to the forest in Japan? And became internationally known and a brand off of that back in the day on YouTube. And I can't say the word suicide because the algorithm doesn't like it, so I got to use kid language. So, whew.
Hey, let's start the game.
So he posts all the time if it's the same girl. The Hidden Death Forest. Yeah, that's the forest the guy went to. Can't tell the difference
Pepsi Man, you got here just at the
between Japanese
person.
Japanese have slantier eyes. I kind of can, honestly, between the three. And even between, I kind of can. I'm not perfect at it. And I'm not trying to be, listen, I'm definitely not trying to be of any type of, racist or anything. People say all black people look like it, and I don't believe it, but I'm black, so maybe, I think it's always weird when, because of, like a lot of nationalities, as we've discussed, there's complexional differences. And in the same way that a fairer skin, somebody who's pale like Paige, even amongst white people, I'm not going to get confused with somebody who's as pale as Paige or Sheamus with somebody as tanned as prime Hulk Hogan. I would not say these people look alike. But somebody who may or may, there are people who would say somebody like Will Smith and Wesley Snipes look alike. And I'm like, well, listen, there's such a grand difference in their complexion. How could you possibly say that? Again, I just chose two Caucasians. And there's, again, such a vast difference in their complexion. I would never get them mixed up. I would never, if there was a man that looked like Sheamus, that I went, let's say when I go back to the gym with my wrist heels, and I need to go back to the gym to get cardio in. And there's a guy, and he's jacked, but he looks like Sheamus, or actual Sheamus, because it's Houston, and who knows if fucking live here. Goes to the gym, and rest in peace with all the complicated shit we're talking about Hulk Hogan. And there's another motherfucker who looks like Hulk Hogan. Even though they're both white, I can fucking tell them apart.
Because even if I couldn't tell their faces apart, there's a fucking huge difference in their complexion. So how there are some Caucasians that cannot see that difference at times? You know, shout out to the mother on, speaking of Will Smith, the new mom on Fresh Prince is a great example of this happening. I don't know how. I don't know how that could happen. But I kind of can't tell the difference between Japanese, Chinese, and Korean. To some extent, I'm not perfect again. And, you know, every human is beautiful. God loves you all. So I'm not trying to, you know. I'm not an ethnoist. And as amongst many things I've learned and you guys have learned on this stream, we are more educational, objectively, than a crying, lying teacher. Shout out to the not say HPD. What is it? HISD? Fuck it. I am getting whooped. Not all pale. And again, not all pale people look like. You can tell. And listen, not like fucking Io Sky doesn't look like Oscar to me. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? There's a huge difference between the two, right? So I can tell. You know what I'm saying? The difference between, you know, people. So, you know, I get that there's a stronger phenotype that of some nationalities than others. You know, the Kyrie saying don't look like them, who don't look like whatever. You know what I mean? They all look different. So I don't, you know. And neither one of them look like, you know, a Chinese person or a Korean person. I can kind of tell. But going back to the whole thing, what we were talking about was you know, people who are mixed race in that region of the world, and they get so ostracized from it, and they're mixed amongst those races, those three and other Asian, Southeast Asian races, and there's so much controversy of that mixing that these people kill themselves, and it's fucking unfortunate. Super shit. And we're probably gonna play DBZ. I haven't played DBZ in so long, the PS2 version. And honestly, I don't remember last time I played a DBZ fighting game. It's been a minute. Probably like 2014, 2015. Even though I did kind of like them. You know what I mean? And listen, shit. We've talked a lot about race. I'm not going to get into genetics. I mean, the genetics can do a lot of things. Hell, speaking of internet assholes, look at the Tates. A black father, a white mother, they look Caucasian. But there are other people who have a black father and a white mother, and they have a different. I mean, there's a lot of ethnoversity between that mixed race. Sometimes termed mulatto, sometimes termed whatever you want to call it. A lot of different complexion and differences between that. Pairing, genetic mixing. Lord knows there's also been a lot of controversy talking about mixed race. Mixed race, we're the human race, right? We're not even saying that on some peaceful shit anymore. We're saying that because there's objective fact to it. And the phenotype worship probably should stop. The phenotype worship that was triggered by the censuses. I don't know how you pronounce the word for multiple censuses. I'll go censuses of the 1800s in the United States of America, the Corporation of the United States of America. Those fucking censuses have caused a lot of controversy. And listen, I'm not saying they're the first thing to use phenotype, but that is not the only way cultures and peoples have been delineated. But it is unfortunately, now I got a skateboard. It's unfortunate that it's gotten so crazy. Use future Gohan trust? Yeah, because I'm done. I'm done. The only thing you have of your mom is your hair and one eyeball. Pause. Not on some pause on some creepy shit. Because it's like, what the fuck? One eyeball. Like, you got one eye is one way, one eye is other. That's some Two-Face type shit. Not saying, I don't know if that's how you look. Because I mean, you send pictures yourself. Pause.
But I'm not, I'm not examining these things. And I don't know if I think you might have sent a few face pics. Pause again, right? Because it's like, you know what I mean? You're the homie, right? But you know what I mean? Hey, guys. Hey, Scrambles. Boy, have you missed the stream, but we're still going. We got a lot to, We're going to go probably at least another hour. We're about to play Dragon Ball from PS2. We were just playing Pepsi, man. We've been playing retro games. We've been talking about a bunch of crazy topics. We've been saying pause a lot. It's been a crazy stream. We've been talking about spiritual experience. This has been a crazy stream, and for me, a crazy day. But I'm having a lot of fun, and I'm having fun with you guys. So appreciate you showing up. Like I said, we'll probably go at least another hour. Let me start fumbling through OBS amongst other things to get that going. Pepsi, man. Okay. Okay, I'm going to make sure nothing's on screen. That shouldn't be. So we can do everything that we need to do. And since you've shown up, if there's a PS2 or PS1 era game that you would like me to play, I will at least attempt it. Maybe not tonight, but over the course of the next few weeks and months, I will try to get to as many of the requests for PS1, PS2, and we'll expand as I can as far as retro games as I can. So as many of the games as I can that you guys recommend, I'm going to try to play at least for a part. And this format of the stream of being like a just retro game stream, and I'm just going to play a bunch of games. And the thumbnail may not match the games I play, but we're going to do a lot of these, and we're going to talk about a lot of stuff because, this is a living stream, and I've talked about how, sometimes I don't know what to say. And I'm like, hey, let's go back to the gaming thing, gaming and talking, where the conversation still is the primary thing, but the games are a part of it too. And retro gaming, I'm finding is a lot easier to do both. I'm trying to optimize my life in every way that I can. Work smarter, not harder. I'm not succeeding all the time, but I'm doing the best I can, and I'm trying to do that with this. So be patient as I figure things out. And I am starting to, I've been faded the whole time. But starting to fade a little. But like I said, I feel like we got at least an hour, maybe 45 minutes, maybe only that much. I don't know how much of Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi. I always fucked up that Budokai. Which one was it that you guys wanted me to play? Tom, are you still here? And if Tom, you're not here, we could try to get another day. Metal Arms. Yeah, we were playing Pepsi, man. I could do one more run if you want to see it. It's an endless runner. I'm not good at it, but I could do one more run if you want to see it. Scrambles. Metal Arms. What? The hell? Goodness, I wish I could I'm so used to copy and pasting at work where you can have a little bit more control over the format. This is just copy and paste anything. What the hell? But what fucking system is Metal Arms for? Because I'm not familiar with it as a game. So yeah, and that's nothing. If you can say if it's PS1 or PS2, I'd appreciate that as well. Okay. Just type the word. Fuck it. And I'm trying to log these things as I go. So, hope you like the stream. We're kind of reformatting things. You will start seeing more of me in person. Maybe we don't do an in-person stream for every stream. Maybe we just make that the thing for the Vigilante Williamson show once I can redo that show. And then we, come up with 2 or 3 topics, cover those topics, and do that format again. So I got Metal Arms. I'm going to go back to the chat. No, not Deus Ex Spirit of Nas. Nitrous Oxide for the PS1. Okay. My question for this Fizz, how you can find out the sus? What's sus stuff? Did you know that this year anime came out called Goku Daichi about women who want to whoa. Whoo! See, this is if you wonder, Fizz, again, why and I know there's good anime out there. I used to like some of it as a kid. If you're wondering why I'm still hesitant to watch stuff like that, ugh. Oh my God. We're not trying to just slander. Okay, Tenchikai 3. 3 was the one. And what you call? Are you here? There's a PS2 game called Baroque. Okay. Tom Jensen, I appreciate if you're here. I'll try to play this again if Tom shows up. You know, cause especially a game like this, you can just get rounds in. And I'm gonna get whooped on, guys. I could lap to try to get better. I don't know. I can't remember how much I liked this game. I remember liking it. I remember getting whooped on. We're about to raw dog this. Pause. But you know, future, I could always replay one of these games too. So I think Tom is gone for the night. Have a good night, man. I'm trying to scroll. I don't know if you answered me. Scrambles, if you want to see Pepsi Man 1 run, let me know. And Fizz, you know, you stumble on things just like you stumbled upon Neffy. And now it's funny. All jokes aside, I know we joke about the goth shit, but I never was it Neffy, whichever one that Drake set the internet on fire because he likes or whatever, or he's dating. You were sending these weird goth bitches, and I'm like, who are these hoes? And now one of them is the biggest thing on the internet because of Drake, and I don't remember which one. Is it Neffy or Pinky True? Which one is, or is it a different goth bitch? I don't know these hoes. I remember those two because you sent them a lot, and I'm not trying to joke, but you're the one joking saying I'm sending goth. This is the actual reality. I just don't remember which. It's Pinky. Okay. Because now the whole internet, and they showed her old pictures before she did the goth thing. I mean, she looked about, whatever. Do another run of Pepsi Man. All right, let's do one. Do one more for the road. I love that Pepsi Man. I do like some of the visuals of Pepsi Man. It's a fun. That's fun. I'm a fan on the mid for Pepsi Man. I mean, I don't know if I can keep playing it. I'm about to play it again for Scrambles. There's only a few of you guys. I can better do requests. Pause. So let's get Pepsi Man loaded. Then we'll get we can kill two birds with one stone. We can we get this run of Pepsi Man loaded. We'll get Budokai Tenkai. What'd you say, Budokai or BT? Budokai 3. And I'll go ahead with the Budokai 3. Without you, I wouldn't discover it. What did I do for Elvira? I don't know what this involved me. But hey, I'm glad to help. So let's get Pepsi Man going. Budokai 3 is a whole nother game. Sengas. Oh, I didn't Sengas. Let's go. All right, let's play one more run of Pepsi Man. Okay, is it gonna show up? And I don't know how loud it is for you. Pause. I'm waiting for this. Is this game gonna show up? Oh, there we go. Always gonna have some technical issues. Shit, okay, if you ever want to get really high and watch something trippy, Notches outside. Well, I live in Texas. I'm not sure if I should get high. I'm not sure you heard about some of the recent laws out here. This is pretty fun. Shout out to that 2000s era Pepsi.
Hey, let's start the game.
So I'll rewatch this. Like I said,
Pepsi Man!
Pepsi Man, you got here just at the perfect time. I got a call that a vending machine ahead ran out of Pepsi, and I was just on my way there when I got a flat tire. There are a bunch of people gathered in front of the vending machine.
I'm just kind of letting this play out.
And the word is that they're just about to riot. I plan to head over there as soon as I can fix this flat.
Honestly, I can't let you.
But it looks like it's going to take
This
some
era
time.
Pepsi gave us CM Punk. Yeah, it did. And yeah, let me make sure I put it. Yeah, I got Nitrous outside for PS1. Let me pause, but I didn't put PS2 overall. And we'll try to get these games. Obviously, it is starting to get late for the night. So I probably won't get those games in tonight. I'm probably gonna do this, Budokai, or Dragon Ball, and then whatever. Like, there's a little bit of burnout starting to creep in. But I want to do a longer stream tonight. I'm very appreciative of all you guys who do the stream. Shout out to KTJ, the stream. I got a lot of music that I'm going to work on. That's good. A lot of music wanting to come out. That's the Stone thing. I got to start putting so many topics to talk about the music channel. I got to start doing that content. I got a lot of content, backlog of things to do. It'll never end. And it keeps coming. I'm wearing shit. Rapping, indie bands, R&B. I love it. I start singing. It may suck, but I was doing karaoke. Yeah, this is Pepsi Man, the endless runner from 95 or 96, whatever. This is fun. It's definitely entertaining. Back to the talk about your Elvira. Not taking the show so seriously. This game there's no seriousness in this game, and it makes it an entertaining presentation, even if it's mechanically and even for the era graphically a bit limited. It's pretty fun, and it's nostalgic for this era content, as I mentioned earlier in the stream. The damn 2000s on back. I mean, I'll include the 10s for even though the 10s was a lot more hit and miss, especially as it went along. But man, from that on back to if you want to say the 60s, you could probably include some of the 50s, even in the 40s and 30s, right? There's great movies from that era. Great content, great music, great art from that era, obviously. I mean, shit, you want to say the whole of the 1900s into the 2010s? I feel like we experienced a renaissance level of artistic quality, maybe beyond the renaissance, maybe better. And we took it for granted to some extent. As much as we talk about how shit sucks now, and it does, though there's still good stuff that exists, and I'm trying to make it myself, and we'll see how that goes. And again, check out my Spotify. Even though, again, a can of worms about Spotify, I could talk about AI and them using our data and stealing our songs, and lawsuits. There's a lot going on. But the art, the movies, the video games, TV shows, the music, the art, anything you can think of the 20th century into the earlier 21st, it was so incredible. All things considered, it's why there's so much. It is the only reason, but
One is, oh man, my generation was better. The 80s were better. Oh no, the 90s were better. You know, Gen X versus millennials versus boomers. The whole thing was great. And we can only hope to pick up the pieces from the trash we have the past 10. And I gave the 10s a little love, but I mean, we can really, if we want to be, though, in the 2000s there was some struggle. The 2000s was starting to fall off. Even in the late 90s it started to fall off. But I mean, there's still great stuff in the 2000s. There's still great stuff now, right? But just so much less percentage-wise. In the same way that the batting averages in baseball have gone down. Guys are hitting like 250, and they used to hit 300. The average of quality, the average quality material has gone down. Because even things that were objectively bad in the past had more entertainment value and more artistic quality than what we're getting now. Now, we've talked about corporate. I don't believe the reason is because people are worse, though there is some of that. The reason is the corporatocracy of this era, which is one of the most evil. Listen, corporations and corporatism has existed for a while, right? Say the 1800s, 1700s. I mean, there's companies older than that. This game is. I'm going a little further than this one. Shit. I'm fucking up, man. I'm fucking up on top of that. We're not gonna make it. No! Pretty fun. It's an endless runner, though. Okay, let's see if we can keep going. After this death, we'll play Dragon Ball. We'll talk a little more shit. Then we'll get out of here. 4+ hour stream. Maybe we'll get to 5. I don't know where we're at quite. It's been a pretty momentous stream. Shifting a clearer focus on how these streams should go. Though part of that focus is how unfocused it is. Just from a topic standpoint, you guys input. We learned more. I'm not sure if you saw the viral video that we've been critical of the past few streams. Oh my gosh. I'm this close to making it. That's good. He said. There's a viral video of this. Damn it. This teacher crying because his students can't read. I do not believe that. I don't believe, unless these are developmentally disabled and or dyslexic children, that you can, in this age, in 2026, have 30 kids. I can believe you have a bunch of kids failing English. Yeah. Failing math and failing kids and being... I can believe a bunch of kids who are actually failing these classes are getting passed on when they shouldn't have, and getting passed to grades they shouldn't. I can believe that, of course. And that the education quality is diminishing as a result. Yeah. I buy that. No. But I don't buy they can't read. And the exact quote, or an approximate quote, because, you know, my memory is fallible. Something along the lines of, they were meant to read 2 paragraphs, write a single sentence about said paragraph, and the man said they couldn't put 4 words together. I don't believe there's any rule. This is crazy. You might die. I don't think you can get a group of non-developmentally disabled, non-dyslexic, non-learning disability kids who have been on, and they were seniors, high school seniors. These were not elementary level kids that may be understandable, right? Or, well, elementary level. I would say at the middle school level, you should absolutely, even at the late elementary level, you should be able to do that. I did a high school seniors could not do that. In 2026, in the age of smartphone, is beyond the veil of trouble. I don't mind. So as a result, I've been joking. I was initially joking.
to say that this stream itself has better value than the educational system. And ironically enough, this individual stream does. The facts that have came from the chat between Tom, Listless when she was here, and obviously Fizz, Chozo, have been incredible. I've learned things. I have literally learned things. So this has been a hell of a stream. I'm going to encourage as many people as I can to rewatch this stream and watch as much of it. Because I don't know that I'll ever have a stream that's good. And maybe it sucks. Maybe you're like, I just watched an hour of this shit. I hate it. That may be the case. But to me, this shit has been incredible. All right, we ran into the Pepsi Man run. It does look fun. Hey, this is a retro game world. Pretty much everybody should have some form of access to a game like this. PS2, I'm not sure if everybody's phone can run it. I don't know if my phone can. And those games, maybe PS2 could be a little bit beyond some people's pale. Pause. I don't know if that's pause worthy. Oh yeah, we've said pause like literally 1,000 times. Literally. It is weird that you're smarter than most, and I wouldn't say that's it. You're a very intelligent dude. Now listen, I haven't really researched this thing, and do you have a? I mean, I'm asking personal stuff. Feel free not to answer, Fizz. I don't. It's your business. You want to talk. I'm oversharing. I'm all sorts of shit, so you don't got to overshare. But if you have a driver's license, which I don't know if you do or not, and I haven't researched this. It's just something I got in my back pocket in case things get really hairy. Because finding a job is very difficult. There's the gig economy. There's things like Thumbtack. There's things like, obviously, DoorDash and ride sharing and food delivery. And even for people without cars, I believe there was I don't know if it still exists or what it takes or if it's worth it. And you would have to do your own research to answer those questions. But I believe there was a service, and this is for anyone, not just Fizz, because this is a struggle. This is an ungodly economy, man. This is horrible. It's demonic economy. But there was a service that would let you rent cars for the purposes of doing one of the rideshare style things. Did I get this? Oh, shit. We spent all that time doing Pepsi Man, and we didn't get it. We didn't do something that we were supposed to. But we'll do it now as I vamp and talk about what I just talked about. I was going to take a couple minutes, too. Shit, I should have did that. Okay. It's a little. But we'll get Dragon Ball going in a second. And I'm about to get to the comments to see if there's an answer to the stuff I said. You don't? Oh, man. Well, if that's not, and I know even with Thumbtack, if you don't have a driver's license, getting around is his own can of worms. But I'm just trying to figure something out. And I'm trying to also keep, I don't know what the future holds. If I had to do some of these things, these are things I would pursue. Seeing if there's any local gig economy things that you can do. I would do research into that. Because as much as these jobs are evil and demonic and all that, it's so hard to get income. We unfortunately, in the world we're living in, we're in a capitalist society. Well, we're in a corporatist society. That's the most accurate term. We're in a corporatist society, and we need money to try to maintain. So, if there's any way, because I don't give up. To quote Jim Valvano, these are one of the reasons we still follow sports, or I say we, One of the reasons I still follow sports, I think a lot of us, those inspirational moments. Don't give up, never give up. Don't give up, don't ever give up, I think was the actual quote. Don't ever give up. And I'm rooting for your Fizz. I wish you the best. I hope you can get the job you deserve. And hey, if we blow up, I'll hire you as a channel researcher or something. I would hire a couple, if y'all, if this shit, let's say we blow up, and a few, if I needed, like, hey man, I kind of need a guy to do this or that, and I'm not saying I can hire you for like, living wages and shit, unless we really blow up, motherfucker, like, you know what I'm saying? Unless we really blow up, but I don't know how that's gonna work. What this fucking algo? I want to, but I don't know how it's gonna work. But
But if that time ever came and I had the ability to help you guys out and figure something that you guys we can help each other out, I would at least try to. I'm not gonna promise anything, 'cause I don't fucking know shit. I'm just saying things. But I wish you the best in the meantime, if such a time should ever exist. And I hope you can get something going, man. Because you're a smart dude. And I know it's a tough, only the toughest economy I've ever seen in my 40 years of life. And let's try to get this going before we get out of here. This will be the last game we play for the day, because I am starting to fade. Ooh, not add search directory. What the hell? Where are these games? Show Explorer. There we go. And I shouldn't be talking out loud, but it is a habit. Extract. No extract there. We'll see how smart this is. Hopefully this works. If I have an issue with it, I might. If I have a technical issue with Dragon Ball Z, we might end the stream here, and then try to, because we are 5 hours in. Sent me another issue. That's dope. That's dope. You've been writing while this stream goes. So 6 people are watching, despite this being 5 hours in, middle of the night. I'll take it. Thank you all. We're getting ready to play a little Dragon Ball Z before we get out of here. This has been a fun stream. I can't promise every stream is going to be 5 hours plus, but this has been a real fun stream. Kind of redoing the format. I said we're going to get through a new season of Vigilante Williamson. We already got some content on the sports channel. We'll get more content on the music channel and even some streams over there. And we'll do some more content on this channel. We got a lot of content to do. I endeavor it to be art, to be snooty. But we'll use the term content. A lot of good stuff. We got good stuff going and good stuff to be, we'll say. And I avoided a word to avoid a word. So I'm just now vamping to this gets going. Woo. If this gets going. So I'll give it a little bit. Like I said, I'm doing things live. So if we run into a major technical issue, especially 5 hours in this stream, I'm just going to go ahead and wait to play Dragon Ball. And thank you for sending me your work, man. I'm gonna binge it, and as I binge it, I'll let you know what I think. I'm not about to binge it right now. I'm about to play this game, and then I'm about to play this game, talk some more shit. Maybe I'll get some clip content, maybe I won't. And then I'm gonna try to play this game, talk some more shit, and then call it a night. That's what I'm gonna do. What was that noise of death? Okay, I don't know what it was. But I'm about to, let's see. Okay. Gotta hit hey, all right, Scrambles, thank you for being here, even for a little while. If you ever get time to rewatch even parts of this stream, I think you would be entertained, because this has been an entertaining stream. Okay, looks like it's working. Because we're switching systems to the PS2. And so let's make sure we can get everything we need ready to stream. Okay, so that OBS issue is handled. And now let's see if the controller input issue is handled with this system. There's controllers. I'm just trying to make sure things. Is this
2007 for this. Goodness, this is a late PS2
Come
game.
check out
Oh
my
yes.
moves.
Are we working? Uh-oh. No, not technical issues. No. Okay, new game. Okay. Yes, great so far. Okay, I think we're gonna work out. We might get this thing working. Say successful. Okay, let's make sure we are going live. Yes, we are.
Experience some epic battles here.
You can even battle in Dad'll probably be the winner, but I wonder if I can enter. There are many great battles here. I wonder if I can do this.
Oh man.
Fight even cooler than usual. You can pummel it and see.
You can participate.
What should I do?
In various martial arts.
Whoa, you can fight various battles here. Go 10. Whoa, tons of battles. You can choose your favorite character and compete. Gohan won't lose.
Practice first.
This is a.
Gohan, you promised you.
We'll do training. Yeah, let's do some training. We might only do training. I am tired as all shit right now. I'm just being honest. Did you say I forgot who did you want me to play? Gokan. Oh man, it's cool to do different areas of each character. Was it Trunks? Oh, Gohan. I can't remember. Adult Trunks, Kid Trunks, Goten. Future Gohan or Roshi? Yeah, Roshi. Master Roshi. Let's do something different. Let's shout out to Master Roshi. I like the max power version. We'll go with the regular one. I haven't played this game in forever, so I don't know what I'm doing. I may, if we play this game more, I may lab it to relearn shit. I don't know if I played this version. I played one or two of them back in the day. I liked them, but I never got super into these Dragon Ball Z fighting games. And
Are you ready?
If you're asking me to remember the inputs from 20 years ago and thinking I'm about to remember and know what the fuck I'm doing, I got some bad news, like fucking Wade Barrett. We may play this again. I know Tom was the guy who requested it. I think he's asleep. Tom's another cold character. At this point, this is kind of the epilogue of the stream. This is the post game of the stream. This is the post credit scene. I'm not taking this serious. I'm just mashing. I don't know what I'm doing, but I thank you guys for joining. Hopefully, we got more streams like this, shorter version, but. We might just, I hate to do this to you guys. I might just do a little bit of this and talk a little shit. If I can even talk, man. Been a very eventful day, very, it was a lot of challenges. I mean, shit, the early stream, we couldn't even get anything working. Took an hour to get the stream going. Had, a challenging day at work. And I'm trying to, be, this is a buzzword, be intentional with my word choice, not just on these streams, but in life. I'm trying to be more intentional in the way I talk, in the way I think, in the way I do things. While recognizing, because, I've dealt with perfectionism in a good portion of my life. And that's why I want to name one of the albums. I got two concepts I'm working on. But perfect is the enemy of greatness. Because a lot of times when you want to be perfect, you don't get anything done. And you kind of have to embrace mistakes. And I think that's, even though I just shitted on Robert Kirkman, rightfully so, he's a fucking moron. There's a part of me, like, And also, I realized how much of a Batman, how important Batman has been a character for me. And one of the reasons I believe in the importance of art, because I reflected on a super challenging period of my life when I was younger, and I don't know what I would have done without Batman the animated series and the Justice League and Superman the animated series. And in particular, Batman. Everybody knows, who knew me and knows me even, knows that is still my favorite character in fiction. I am critical of a lot of the lore and a lot of the content made surrounding that character. I remember was it you that was telling me, and I knew of that weird Amazon Cal art show. I don't know if it's still around. Was it last year or the year before? Maybe it's still around. It looks weird. It just looks terrible. And they got honestly, I'm kind of intrigued with the Caped Crusader, and I know this is kind of how they got people with Absolute Batman. The art looks objectively pretty interesting. I know a lot of people, speaking of, we've talked about wokeness, and there's some people, if they have just even one drop of wokeness, they consider it woke. That's a weird way to consider things, but that's how some people like to think. That's a reference to some people. If you know. But that's how some people like it. That's how some people think, and that's their business. And hey, sometimes woke shit can bother me. I know there's wokeness to that Caped Crusader shit. I know there's cultural Marxism to it. But the designs, the character designs, and again, I've seen clips of it. Honestly, of the clips I've seen, some of it looks good. Some of it actually does still look trash. But there is an interest to give it a chance, even though DC doesn't deserve it. Now, I guess right now I'm kind of talking to you, Richard. I do not. Bat Fam? Was that what it's called? I'm just spamming. I don't know how to do anything right now. I wish I could give you this feeling. Right now, I'm tired. And listen, you can tell me the inputs. You remember the inputs. I'll try to launch a Kamehameha. But this is not serious. I'm just kind of playing this and ranting and wrapping up the string, really. But yeah, what are the inputs to launch a Kamehameha? I'll try them. But yeah, there was a Bat Fam show. There's a Caped Crusader show. The reason I'm probably going to end up seeing Sparkly Boy in Batman 2, even though I think he's he's an idiot. I think Matt Reeves is kind of an idiot. And he has some of the Nolan things I like. He's good at cinematography. Not as good at music choice. And maybe not. I can't remember who his composer was for that, the Batman. I gotta say, that theme is, it's okay. Sometimes, when I first heard it, I'm like, okay. But it's not that great. And I love a simple theme. I'm a big fan of some of the music in the Odyssey, and it wasn't, the most complex stuff. But doom, 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 doom. That's not, not necessarily the greatest. I still like that Nirvana song. I don't know that it, I guess there are scenes he does the Nolan thing too, talking about Matt Reeves. But his writing, as bad as Nolan's writing is, Matt Reeves. I don't know if he's the writer-director, I can't remember. But the writing in the Batman 2 makes Nolan look like a Ernest Hemingway. Holy shit. Oh, man. And he's not as good as Nolan. And he's not as good at hiding his weaknesses as Nolan. He's weaker at his weaknesses. He's less strong. So, why I could deal with... And I haven't watched a lot of Matt Reeves. I'm really just judging the Batman 2. But and Nolan's Batman films aren't perfect. But certainly, when we're going back to Derivative, there would be no Matt Reeves Batman without Chris Nolan's Batman. There's not a single doubt in anyone's mind. Even
the fans who do like his version of Batman best, and that's their favorite version of Batman, and I am in disagreement of it, they would know if that the Nolan Batman inspired it. I mean, that's just obvious. That thing. Oh, it paused the sheet of controls? Okay. Well, shit, I mean, a lot of games from this era did. What was it, skill list? Okay. The original Kamehameha. Ah! The original.
What's the matter with you?
Ah. There we go. There's your Kamehameha. Yeah, you want me to give anything a chance? You gotta do better. No, I'm not saying you should. You don't have to give it a chance. I understand that, and I respect you not giving a chance. I respect your decision. I'm not gonna give every Batman thing a chance. I can't. They're too shit. DC's too shitty. But I'm about to root for the Lions, and they're probably about to, because they already got injured players. They're probably about to make. You know what, man? I ain't perfect, and I'm cool. And certain things I've been a fan of so fucking long. Maybe you will experience this as when you get older, and you're an old fart like I am now. And I'm not old fart. I'm still young. I'm still young and spry, right? Remember, power of life is death in the tongue. Gotta watch what I say. Gotta speak life into things. Power of life is in the tongue. We ain't even gonna mention other things. We trying to live forever. Well, not forever. Well, we trying to live as long as possible. So, hey, your decision is your decision, and I understand it. And on some things, I'm gonna agree with it. And I don't know that I'm gonna check out Cape Crusader. I just know that I am intrigued. And I honestly don't know if I'm gonna check out Sparkly Boy 2. I just know that I don't owe the character shit. The character doesn't owe me shit. But there is an interest. Can he learn? Even in a world where Matt Reeves' mediocre to poor work in the first movie has been mistakenly lauded by a lot of people who related with this Batman. And I realized, hey, I related with the Christian Bale Batman because of the lore and because of my own depression. And it made a huge impact. And I related to the Kevin Conroy Batman. And man, rest in peace. If there's a human being I wish I could have met, him and Bill Russell, I really, oh man, I wish I could have got a conversation in with either of those guys, or either or both of them. But I related to his Batman as well. I related to Adam West's Batman. I love these versions of Batman. I love them. So part of me is like, who the fuck, I'm just an asshole. It may not be for me, but if they fucking love him, then let them love him. I can't. Who the fuck am I to speak on somebody's? Now, I will tell you, I think it's shitty. I'm not going to, finding that balance. Okay, I still think it was shitty, but if somebody loves it, I got to respect that that's their love. And then why am I, I talked about why I'm intrigued in Cape Crusader. Why would I be intrigued in this? I'm still a Batman fan. If I'm going to watch a fucking Lions game for 3 hours, I guess I'll watch a fucking Batman movie for 3 hours. For the same fucking reason. And I have the same amount of, this is going to be probably a failure in both. And you don't have to. And that's understandable. And I'm not knocking you for that. I'm not going to, just like I did it for that Bat family, that's why I mentioned it. I'm not about to watch this shit. Sometimes it's too much. And that Bat Fam or whatever the fuck that called, that was too much. That just looks awful. Holy horrendous. Cape Crusader, a lot's been made because of the race swaps and changes to Harley. But just some of the character designs that I have seen from either Doom Scrolls or Still Pics. And it definitely owes its derivative of Batman Animated Series 2, but it's also derivative of the early comics. There are some fucking cool characters designed. Batman's costume looks fucking cool. And that counts for something. Like I said, I have seen some reels of that. That doesn't look like it has A1 writing, but then there's other reels where you're like, doesn't look like it has. It looks like it. You know what it is? I would guess that show's mid. Mid is not god awful terrible. Mid is mid. There is good, there is bad, there is mid. I would guesstimate that show's mid, where it has a series of flaws that really fuck with you and a decent amount of quality episodes that you can really enjoy and deal with. And it's to your level of tolerance how much mid you're going to tolerate. You know, it ain't Golden Girls good. I don't think that's as good. Thank you for being a friend. That's a reference to earlier in the stream after the break. But that's what I would guess. And there's a part of me, I have the Amazon Prime because I it's one of the only streaming service I have, because it's the one that, same reason I talked about buying something for to help my detox stuff, because I might already have delivered, because it's after 4. Yeah, they could have already delivered it. That's how quick Amazon works, because I think it's supposed to deliver between 4 and 8. So I keep Amazon Prime. I'm gonna keep Amazon Prime, unless they go up in price too much. If they go up to like $50, I get rid of it. Fuck it. I would get rid of it and buy a lot less Amazon. They would just lose money. So if they ever did that shit, then they can suck my dick. I mean, don't, because I know Bezos' gay ass would, but he's weird. Fuck you. Don't do that. I'm straight. But yeah, Adam West Batman is so silly, but I love it. I love it. Pause. It was so entertaining, and it was a weird. You know why that Adam West Batman was great? Oh, it was a lot of reasons. And I'm about to end this stream. I'm done playing games. I'll save state it. I don't know why. But I'll talk to you guys for a little bit, and we're gonna get out of here. And I'm sorry that when I got a little more energy, we'll be more interesting with the Dragon Ball streams, and hopefully Tom will be able to see them. But why I love the Adam West stream, Adam West version of Batman. It was written for families. That's a concept that has been lost, not just the concept of families, but the concept of making content for families. And we got 7 viewers. Sorry you're joining at the tail end of this stream, which has been one of the best streams I've ever done to me. But thank you for being here. And when you used to make content for families, you were legitimately trying to entertain both the parents and the children. The seamless way in which this show does, in which if you're under the age of 10 or whatever, you'll be watching a different show than your parents. I just think it was fucking brilliant writing. Going back to that 20th century peak of pop culture. It was, as a kid, you're getting a live action Saturday morning cartoon. As an adult, you're getting this parody, almost Naked Gun-esque, funny, entertaining show that, because of that Saturday morning cartoon nature, still has stakes and still feels real, though it's an absurd, doesn't take itself seriously. It's just like, wow. Woof, that's some, we just talked about quality writing. Y'all writing to be able to do that. That's not easy. Now that we're 60 plus years and seen so much content since, and have all got our own taste or whatever, you can appreciate the quality. And yeah, it's just a guy punching saying pow, and the Riddler says what. but to be able to entertain multiple generations on multiple levels simultaneously and still have element there, he'll say, you know, in the same way Adam West Batman may quip something that's a joke, he may give you some real game that's like shit. That's why a lot of people looked at Adam West Batman as a paternal character. In the way that I would say, and I realized recently, man, that Kevin Conroy Batman was a very a necessary paternal energy for me. I didn't even realize that, man, and that hit me. For different, you know, it's a different take, and this is why I love Batman. So if somebody's an incel and Sparkly Boy does something to them, and it's for the positive, because that's why Batman's such a great character. Yeah, because the whole point of Batman is taking the shit that should make you feel the worst and using it to do the best thing you possibly can do. Holy shit, is that a fucking great message of a character's ethos or fucking what? Holy shit. That's incredible. And so there's been a lot of shit made this Batman. There's a lot of been good, bad, whatever. But that's an incredible archetype to base everything on. And then you get the aesthetics of his outfit and different versions of the outfit and how malleable a character can be to where Adam West's version feels valid, Kevin Conroy's version feels valid, and I haven't mentioned him, and he deserves his credit. Michael Keaton's version feels valid. Val Kilmer's version feels valid. What's my guy who did Brave and the Bold? His version feels valid. Whoever who did the voice actor, was it Diedrich Bader? I mean, obviously Kevin Conroy. Other voice actors, shit, when motherfucking RoboCop. God damn it, I'm about to call him Alex Murphy. RoboCop, Peter Weller. He did The Dark Knight Returns, the animated movie. He was Batman for that. His version feels valid. Christian Bale, if I didn't mention, his version feels valid. Even George Clooney has some validity to his version, which was also teased in The Flash, which was a terrible movie, but fucking Michael Keaton took it seriously, had a great performance in a bad movie. That's some, well, it wasn't Iverson, but that's some putting up numbers on a bad team. You know, Michael Keaton in The Flash damn near had a Russell Westbrook on the Wizards-like season. He didn't have enough screen time to have that much impact, but it's that if you are on YouTube, just watch a supercut of Michael Keaton's moments from The Flash. It's only like 10 minutes or whatever screen time. He's still fucking cold at it. He still puts together a cold Batman even in his old age in a shitty movie, because he's a cold motherfucker. It wasn't enough to save that shitty movie, but it's still cold as shit. It's worth watching. I would recommend, if you're a Batman fan, it's only 5 or 10 minutes of your time. If you can find a supercut of Michael Keaton's moments, there's going to be some bullshit in it, you know, because fucking Ezra Miller's in The Flash. I mean, what the fuck? But it's decent. So, yeah, I love this fucking character. I'm not going to love everything that they produce. Certain things I'm going to give a chance, certain things are not. But there's a certain benefit of the doubt that the character has that may lead to me giving it more of a pass than any other lore that could exist and does exist. It took them fucking 6 years to call Robert just to do his own sequel. No, it was 4 years. And it'll be 6 years when it releases, I believe. Is it 2018 when it releases? Or 2028 is not 2018 anymore. 2028, I think, is when it releases. And this young Batman, who's already older than Christian Bale, will have been 6 years in between. He can't be young Batman no more. He's got to be experienced, on point, cold motherfucking Batman by the time the second one comes out. I'll probably, unless it looks unbearably bad. If it looks unbearably bad, I won't give it a chance. I'm not gonna lie. I can do, people are gonna be booking. Shout out to Michael Keaton. He's an incredible actor in general. Like, Michael Keaton is a cold fucking actor. If you're a Michael Keaton fan, 2 Michael Keaton movies to check out. That one is kind of superhero related, Birdman. It's very much an expressive of Birdman. If you're a Batman fan, Birdman's still a good watch, and if you're a Keaton fan, it's dealing with Michael Keaton's own experience as being Batman, and it's allegorical to that. It is a fictional movie, but there's a lot of Michael Keaton's experience as Batman being channeled through the movie, and it's a fucking it's very interesting. It's almost like, even though it is a work of fiction, I talked about political Unreal. If you want to see Michael Keaton's Unreal, it's called Birdman. And there's other shit to it. It's not just Michael Keaton's Unreal. It has its own aesthetic. It's one continuous shot. Obviously, there's edits, and it's also allegorical to film, and there's a lot of other subtext. But one of the main components is Michael Keaton's struggle and his character rigging, but it is so obviously supposed to be Keaton as well. His struggle to be an artist when he's known primarily for one character, and he doesn't feel like his artistry has been given the what it deserves, but he also has this love-hate relationship with the character and still identifies as that character, and the complicated emotions he's dealing with, but they're channeling it through a fictional character that is very allegorical to Keaton's own experience. I'm like, that was a very good movie. So if you love Michael Keaton, I would check out Birdman. Maybe you won't love it as much because there are, it's a movie. It's a little artsy fartsy, but I love that. I love that movie. I really do. And if you want to see something has nothing to do with a superhero, nothing to do with Batman. He has a movie that I saw in college, I believe, called The Paper. And man, that movie's fucking good. And obviously, he has other movies. He has The Founder. He has obviously he was in fucking, was it No Way Home? What was it? Homecoming. But The Paper, that's about I already spoiled Birdman, but I'm not gonna spoil everything. You gotta watch it. That's still a good movie. But the premise, he works for a newspaper in the 90s, early 90s, late 80s. And that is set in the time it's in, right? But that's when it came out. I think I watched it in like a journalism class or a media class, and it was it's a critique on media, and it's as valid now as it was then. Though now that media responsibility is in the hands of people like me and the new social media sphere, and it's a critique on the balance between getting a story correct and being the first to print. And it's just as valid in the YouTube and social media age as it was in the newspaper age that it was made. It's a really good movie. And there's other Michael Keaton movies I could recommend, but those two off the top of my head. Oh yeah, he is great in Jackie Brown. He's a bad motherfucker. Yeah, Jackie Brown. Obviously, he's not necessarily the star, but he's a big part of that. And I didn't know you were still here, Rave. Appreciate you being here. Michael Keaton's a cold motherfucker. Speaking of, they hyping up Robert Pattinson. I don't know if that Michael Keaton ever see this shit. Who they're trying to tell you Robert Pattinson is, Michael Keaton is him. He's so much of a better actor. I would argue to the death of acting quality. I am no film critic. I am not Roger Ebert. I do not consider myself a movie file or a movie buff. I like some movies. I like a lot of stuff. I'm not trying to rap. passed out on the stream, woke up still on here. My bad, man. Yeah, this has gone over 5 hours. We're about to end. But Michael Keaton is so much better of an actor than Robert Pattinson. And I know that, Richard, you probably think, no shit. There are people who would argue, are you fucking crazy? Watch, and then again, watch all these different roles. Watch him in Jackie Brown, then watch him in The Paper, which again I would recommend, very underrated. Watch him in Batman, the 2 Batmans he did, and you can watch him in Flash you want. Then watch him in Birdman. Then watch him in The Founder. These are different fucking people. This guy, this fucking hack, and he was a decent smarmy asshole in The Odyssey. I'll give him that. We're not gonna just shit on him. But fucking Sparkly Boy? And people are acting like him slandering fucking Chris Hansen, he's some fucking genius. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck you. Are you kidding me? Not you, but the person who thinks that. Not really. I'm talking about the argument, but you know what I mean. I just can't buy this shit. I don't buy this shit. And I don't see what am I missing that other people could possibly think this. Fuck. See him in Homecoming. And see the Vulture in Spider-Man Homecoming. That's a bad movie. That's another carry job by fucking Keaton on a bad team still putting up numbers. Fuck. And you're going to compare him to this fucking hack? And I didn't see The Lighthouse. And so I'm not into Dune. I'm not into Dune. Some people like those Dune movies. I don't know how good or bad he is in that. But I saw him in Batman. I saw him in some other shit. And obviously he's known as a sparkly motherfucker. And I see the trailers of what he's doing and I didn't see Tenet. I've been meant to see Tenet. I know I said I'm a Nolan fan. I haven't seen everything. I need to see Tenet. I need to see Dunkirk. But see, another thing with Nolan films, to go on that tangent real quick, I really like to see him in the cinema. If I can't see him in the cinema, they're not quite as good. But I still love Nolan, right? And still owe him, those Nolan films were a huge part of, I talked about all the different versions of Batman that spoke to me while giving a slight pass to the incels who like the Batman 2022 and Robert Pattinson. And that costume, boy, I don't know if the rumors were true that Doomcock said where there was an issue on set with him not doing enough from a physique standpoint. And there was a lot of discussion on whether he was anti-steroids and he was trying to have subtext, or whether or not he was trolling because he did have some definition. I'm not saying he wasn't, he had some definition, but he's just he has such a skinny build. That costume looked like the costume in movie. I mean, there are times when it doesn't look terrible, but a lot of the time you kind of think of like a kid wearing like a kid wearing his dad's suit type shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can believe from watching that movie that the rumors that Doomcock, who was a YouTuber for you, like, who the hell is Doomcock? Pause. He's a youth, and that was part of his joke, just like we did with Sentient. It's a joke. So that's some people's name. But he's another influential YouTuber to me. I don't watch as much of his content as I used to. But back in the day when that movie was getting made and around the time of release, there was a rumor that Doomcock reported, and he was a rumor channel. I don't know what he's doing now. And every rumor wasn't true, and Lord knows that became infamous. But he reported that, again, between the director, staff, I can't remember specifically who, but staff involved with the filming of that movie had an issue with the costuming and had issues with his work ethic relative to his physique. I will defend him on the basis that he shouldn't do steroids for his health, and he should not be forced to do steroids for his health. And I agree with him not doing steroids. So I'll give him that. We're going to be objective. But he should have put on some more weight. You do not, I don't know why. I do know why. We as men and women who are fitness oriented have to be more realistic in what is possible naturally, not just from a standpoint of there's a difference in what steroids looks like naturally, but in the positive. Like, hey, you can still have an incredible physique without steroids. An incredible physique. You can still put on some size without steroids. Now, is it going to meet the crazy internet standards of some people? I don't fucking know. Everyone has their own standard. But you do not need steroids to have a good physique. You do not need to fuck yourself up to have a good physique. And I'm not trying to say, oh, you're judging men, pause, man. No. He looked gangly and weird in the costume. It looked like it didn't fucking fit him. It looked like it was too fucking oversized for him. You know how motherfuckers make fun of how we dressed in the 2000s and 90s? I mean, Batman, what's that fucking, I don't remember the Richard, you're here, we're wrapping up the stream. Whatever fucking Slam magazine where the guy has the super baggy pants, that's almost what I thought Robert Pattinson looked like in that damn costume. That's to me what I thought he looked like. And maybe not to that extent, because that's a pretty extreme example. And if I'm clipping this out, because I might, I will include that. But man, he did not look that great in that costume. And I believe that he, and I don't want to speak to his work ethic. I mean, like I said, he didn't look totally like he didn't work out at all, even though that's what he said. I can believe he worked out, but he put no effort in trying to bulk up. And as a result, I think that costume was way too large for him. And as a result, the costume is an issue with the movie. Though he's in it a lot. And that, you mentioned, I think I was talking to you about the fucking, not the fucking, pause. One more for the road. I was talking to you about Arkham, because Arkham did release his costume as a skin, the Arkham Knight, after a long time. No, I'm being objective. I gotta be an objective commentator. That's what VigilanteWilliamson has to be. So even if I'm not a fan of somebody, I got to say all that I can say and be as fair as possible, even to motherfuckers I don't like. We're starting to carve out what the ethos of the VigilanteWilliamson guy is doing. I agree with you. I don't know what type of objectivist. I don't know what it is. I don't know what I'm a vigilanteist. I don't know what it is. There may be a term for what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to be as objective and be as fair. I want to be as fair to people as I constantly can. And even for things, nobody, I stole this from Hatman, and I may word it wrong. Nobody is so good. Nobody is so perfect that they're above criticism. Nobody is so low that they're above praise. So, and I try to be as objective and as fair as I can. So even though I did not like him, did not like his movie, and he was not the only problem. I would blame the director more than I would blame him. And even though I did not think he tried to, he broke BTAS would have broke his no kill rule for 2022. Even though I think that movie is a disaster, I'm probably gonna get the second one a go because I'm still a Batman fan. And if that's some people's Batman, that's as valid as anything. Some of those people are saying shit that is just fucking wild, and speaking as if it's fucking wild. But I'm starting to see more pushback on that shit. Thank the Most High. There was a point where you were not seeing anyone push back at the effusive love of this fucking movie. It's not good, man. There's a lot of mistakes. There's some cool moments doing the lower level Nolan thing. There's something about showing something really cool inside the camera without a bunch of CG. There's a lot of CG in that. Showing a cool set and having some cool sounding music. There's something to that I like and other people like. And there's some parts of the movie that achieve that. but he's not as good at Nolan at doing the Nolan thing, and his writing sucks, and it relies more on his writing than it should, and it's long and it's drawn out, which like this stream has been. Yeah, Glazers and incels are so loud on the internet. I just made one, apparently, because I gotta clip this shit out. So that's my thoughts on that Batman, and this one will probably be a 2-parter if I edit this out. I don't know how I'm gonna edit this out. I might hire somebody to edit this stream. 5 hours. I gotta look into how much that's gonna cost. I might hire somebody to edit this stream into to clips. This is a stream I would pay to get somebody to edit. Or I might do it myself. I gotta figure that out. I gotta look up Fiverr. If I see the cost, I got a lot of other stuff expense wise. So if I can't do it, I'm just gonna put in work over the next few weeks. Realistic, how many people know? Yeah, no one. Apparently, the people who Mouse PI did. Oh, well, you know what though? I will say this about James Gunn in particular, and we are in an era. In the same way, there's a lot of people who know who Michael Hayes is. And you got to think, should you really know who Michael Hayes is? Well, if you're a wrestling fan, you know, even if you don't know he was one of the Freebirds and whatever, you know he works for WWE and he's a part of the creative staff. So there are people who know who Michael Hayes is. In that same way, he did wrestle. Yes, he did. But he wrestled so long ago. The person, even my age, he wrestled really kind of even before my era. I remember when he started off on his own camera persona as Doc Hendricks in the WWF, but I didn't see Freebird Michael Hayes. So his career to me isn't what I think of when I think of Michael Hayes. I would say it's relatively similar, and I get it. You know what I mean? I would say from my perspective, it's relatively similar. Now, somebody who's a little older than me, who remembers seeing Freebird Michael Hayes, might agree with that. Like, no, Freebird because he was a performer, and they use the Freebird rule as a thing. So you know what I'm saying? Everyone knows Hacksaw Jim Duggan, who won the first Rumble. I would like to think people do, but not everyone is as knowledgeable as you and knowledgeable as us on this. And there are some people who are as knowledgeable as you are on wrestling with film. And there's millions of those people. Now, relative to the mass audience, because there's 350 million people in America and 1 billion people, arguably, maybe even more, who either are of the West or interested in Western culture and entertainment. So relative to the mass, no, that 1 million or 2 who know who James Gunn, maybe a few more since he got the DC job, and that don't, because there's people who know Kevin Feige is. He's the head guy at Marvel. He's been the head guy at Marvel for years. A lot of people do know who he is, just like a lot of people do know who Steven Spielberg is. But does everybody know who Matt Reeves is? No one knows. A few, obviously his fans do. It's more niche. So, yeah. And Gunn is kind of in between those. He's not Steven Spielberg, where every mainstream person, at least of a certain age, you might be, obviously Zoomer's like, who the fuck is he? But like back in the day, everybody knew who Steven Spielberg was. Right? And so, yeah, there's those top directors and top behind the scenes creative. Just like a Dr. Dre. Not shout out to Dr. J. But, if you think of producers, a lot of people would. Even people who don't know what production is might know about Dr. Dre and Pharrell, but they may not know about Alchemist, though there are millions of people who do know about Alchemist, right? So that there's levels to this shit. So yeah, I know I'm overly nuanced. I know I'm overly caring about things. That's the Vigilante Williamson in a nutshell. And this has been the craziest 6 hours of my streaming career. They all made music, true, but there's other people who made music, who made great music. There are great producers who don't have the same notoriety, but do have more notoriety. There are levels to this shit, as was once a common saying, not too long ago, about 10 years ago. Yeah, hits. But there's people who make hits. You don't know every producer that made a hit. And even some that me, who's more inclined than others, wouldn't. On that bombshell, as Fizz says bye-bye, so are we. On that bombshell, it's time to end. It's been real. It's been fun. It's been real fun. I mean every word. I appreciate you guys putting up with me in this crazy-ass 6-hour stream. 5 hours and 45 minutes. We're rounding up. I am about to drink a bunch of water and then try to sleep. Cause, been dehydrated as fuck. So if you like the video, please like the video. If you're so obliged to share and subscribe, please do that. If you can hype the video, I'm not sure if you're able to because I don't know how the hype system works. Please do. But even if you've done none of these things, even if you only watched a piece of this stream, and I think Fizz, Richard, did you guys go coast to coast in the Royal Rumble? Shout out to Shawn Michaels. Shout out to Ric Flair. Shout out to how many people have gone coast to coast? I'm gonna have to say that off stream because I'm tired. But thank you guys for going coast to coast in the Royal Rumble. And a lot of the people who had a decent amount of time in the ring. If you don't know what I can explain that allegory, but I'm glad to get out of here because I got to sleep. All right, talk to you guys later. Peace.